Audio is all messed up. Oh, what else is going on here? Let me see. Audio input capture. Okay. Why is it not working? Oh, this is terrible. Ah, nothing ever goes well. This is the problem. I don't understand why it's not working. I'm sure whatever sound you hear is terrible because my microphone is not working. And it really frustrates me. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is just unbelievable. Oh, boy. All right, anyway. Let me see what happens. Something went wrong with my system, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to remove this. Let's see here. Let me get rid of this. Trash it. Yes. Okay. Let me add it. Audio input capture. Oh. Device. Okay. Can anyone hear me? Damn it, what is wrong with this stupid thing? This is ridiculous. Oh, I hate when this thing doesn't work. This is ridiculous. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, it's plugged in. It's not working. I am watching the comments, don't worry. Pain in the butt. All right. Okay. Testing. Nope. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Can anybody hear anything? Oh, there we go. It's working. Okay, good. I think that my friend Milton has been here and he decided to make some changes to my system. So it should be working now. I'm sorry for the usual problems, but it's only been 3 minutes. And I have a feeling, 4 minutes or whatever it is, but I have a feeling that everything is working fine. So let me go ahead and check the comments. Now, when I started up my system, for some weird reason, the microphone stopped working. But it looks like now the microphone is working. And that's really good. I'm very happy about that. All right, so let's see who's here. Our first commenter from yesterday was Sandy Blythe, who said, see you in 10 hours. And I'm very glad that you were here. And then we have one of our number one super fans over here, which is Thomas, the Target Prime Rib. And we know that Thomas is trying to establish himself as a leader in the carnivore interview space. And he has a lot of great people to follow, such as our friend Dave Mack, and of course all the famous carnivore doctors, and yes, the carnivore ambassador, Carrie. So there's a lot of people out there that he can take and example from. But I've actually had people mention to me, how many carnivore interviews should we have? And you know what my theory is? As many as possible. Because the secret to the carnivore movement is actually going to be trying to, let's say, not like a crowdsource kind of thing. So many movements, they have a leader or a series of leaders, and that is a guaranteed failure. Because when you have a handful of people, think about the vegans, for example. The reason why they still exist is not because they have, the famous vegans, which I think most of them are dead by now, but it's because a lot of them, they practice that lifestyle sort of in their own little way. And let's take a look here at some of these comments. All right. I think one of the fun things about this is trying to, let's see, why is this not showing up here? All right. This is interesting. Okay. Up. Okay. What do we got here? Oh, there we go. All right. So let's see who's here. We have Thomas and hi, Rick and Milton and Quacks. I hope to see you in AM, but Aaron's in AM. And nice visiting. Okay, didn't even see Mitch's live. Rick, love the shorts. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you do. I try to make as many as I can, but as you know, I'm not a professional YouTuber. I have zero money. I make zero money from YouTube. I do this as just like friends, like when when a friend calls you up on the phone and you talk to them about what you've been doing. Well, that's kind of what I do. And Kitchen Witch 1885 says, looking forward to this, Rick. I'm awake and present. Well, I'm glad that you are. And let's see. We have our highs. And here we go. I don't recognize your name. Hugh G. Douche. Okay. I know what you're trying to say. A huge something. And I guess that is appropriate if you were in the vegan community. But he says, Buenos dias from Fresco y Mas. And I say Buenos dias from Miami, Florida. Father of United Carnivore, good morning all from Melbourne, Florida. Fellow Floridian, and I say hello from the septic tank of Florida. 15 minutes to duck vision. Okay, that's right. You have to be awake. Good morning, we'll be here shortly. I said that. And then Bacon Baby, our regular, is here. It says, hi, Quacks. And Thomas says, if I have to wait any longer, I'll just burst from the seams of bacon. There you go. All right, and there's Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish, another one of our regulars, one of the elite carnivores, and we have some highs going on here, which is great, and I encourage everyone to say hello to each other, and we have the Smoothie 420, Quackalo, Rick and the Quackers. Well, quack, quack, back to you. And Aaron, Booby Goats, who is a fellow quacker, and also a gooser and whatever else, because she lives in a rural area and has all the crazy birds and a bunch of kids and interesting scenery. Check out her channel if you haven't. She also does her own lives and displays comments, so that's great. Another wonderful carnivore elite. And we have some hellos here, which is, again, this is part of the community. Now, a lot of people talk about a community, and we know there are some pay-to-play communities. Those are not actually communities. They're businesses. This is a real community. So we encourage the crosstalk. And, oh, no, there goes the live stream. Here comes the Quack Jr. Always here. You know how when you throw food to the ducks, there's always one duck, then two ducks, then three ducks, and all the ducks start coming. Well, this is what we have here. And this is the duck that went from having the testosterone of a dead turtle to being, well, let's just say a beast. So that's good. And we say hello to Peter, and we're glad to have you here as always. Let's see. Okay. We got some more mornings. And Sandy Blythe says, I love Saturday mornings with Rick. Well, you know what? That's because you have really good taste. And then we have our technical issues. Yes. Okay. And I was there complaining. So let me just go through this. And it is now good. So that's excellent. It's a bit better. And there we go. Good morning, everyone. To Rock and Keto Amy, good morning. Glad that you're here. Lots of background noise and low audio. Check the comments, and I did. I watched the comments even though I don't comment on them. And let's see. Hi, Aaron. It was working for a short while. Now we're getting a slight echo. Yeah, it was a loose connection. And we can thank my wonderful assistant for doing that. We all know that Bart K has his yellow teddy bear that he calls Yellow Ted. Well, yeah, I have my assistant called Milton. And Milton doesn't just twiddle the knobs. Milton pulls them out. So he's really good at that. Okay. And Peter says, is this the technical difficulties bit? Yes, it is. And that's just like old classic television. They always have the technical difficulties. And that is it. So let's see who else has come here. Indy Andy Carnivore. I would date a girl named Florida and she'd be hot. Yes, Florida is always hot. But this is one of those cases where hot is not necessarily a good thing. I'd rather be cool myself. And hit the like get one of the more popular carnivores since he has been one of the longest. I am probably the longest. I've been on YouTube since 2017, but I've only done carnivore videos since 2023. Okay, I'll be listening. Only got to cut grass before it gets too hot. Well, that's good. And this is the reason why this is supposed to be like a radio show. Now, a lot of channels will have video, and actually I will as well. But I kind of like this whole radio vibe because it comes down to, like when I was a kid, you listen to a talk show, and of course, a lot of those talk show guys were annoying, but this is one of those smooth talk shows. It would be like watching a Bob Ross painting show and just listening to the audio. So that's kind of what it is. But in the radio days, they would use sound effects, and they would try to make it where you could get everything out of it the same as if you were watching it. Waiting for Fake Carrie with a new name show up. Well, there you go. And you know, it seems like our Fake Carrie has become a fan because he's not out there trashing me. He just seems to be a nice it. I don't know if it's male, female, or silicon, but whatever it is, we are glad to have it here. And again, we don't exclude anybody. This is an all-inclusive carnivore community. Whether you have serious issues or no issues at all, maybe you're just a quack, maybe you're as poor as me, or maybe you're rich, you're all welcome here because we don't discriminate like a lot of the big groups do. All right, I am against discrimination, as you know. However, we could talk a little bit more about that later. Terry Sue, hi. Well, there you go. And Peter says, the Fake Carrie told me he's going to come back with his new real name. He said he had to wait 3 days because he hit the limit for name changes. He's a good guy. Now, you see, that's what I say. And I think what it comes down to, there are people out there, and I've had people email me. I even had a phone call from somebody, which I won't say who it is, who was really disappointed with the Homestead How community, the way that it's turned into some kind of a pay-to-play cult. And I told him, you might be a little bit harsh because I don't think that's the intention. These groups tend to have a life of their own. And what happens is when you start out and you're a nobody, you're going to be very humble and you're going to be with anyone. And then you start to see the possibilities. You know, you can maybe get some contacts with important people, maybe make some money, and you naturally go towards that direction. And everybody does it. All of us would do it if we had the chance. So I can't get mad at some of those groups, and I have nothing against it. It's just one of those things. And I think the more that you understand how things really work, the less disappointment you will get. And Josephine C. is here. Howdy, howdy, quackers. Howdy to you. And again, one of our regulars. I need to do a viewer appreciation one of these days where I go through each one of the regulars. Now, my goal eventually is going to be having interviews with all my regulars. Once you get to the point where you don't feel anxious, now you can do an interview with me several ways. I mean, obviously, one way is on the phone. The other way will be a video conference. Now, there are several ways that we can video conference. And one thing I've done in the past, I don't know if you remember when Google had the voice calling. I actually did that years ago. And I was able to make a video, although it wasn't live, because I didn't have live streaming back then, but I did make a video locally recorded that was done that way. So it's really, you know, there's a lot of things we can do. And again, even though the world we live in my opinion, is degraded from the world I was born into because of poor quality, manufacturing, outsourcing, illegal immigration, all this other stuff that's been going on, we do have a lot of advantages to work with. We have more technology and more just possibilities. Our communication possibilities have increased drastically. When I was born, the only way you could talk to somebody was to pick up the phone, and if you were calling the next county, it was long distance, and they charge you by the minute. Now we can contact people all over the world with audio and video, and that's a really good thing. So we have to look at it. We gave something up to get something back. But the thing is, we can recover some of the things that have been lost due to the short-sightedness and silliness of people that have come before us. We know that many people have believed systems. They've believed in government. They've believed in religious organizations. They've believed in just ideas that don't make sense. And they're failing. People made predictions about the climate that were untrue. People have made predictions about disease and about agriculture and all these things that just hasn't been true. And most importantly, we've been lied to about what we can eat. You know, they told you if you ate a bunch of meat and fat, you're going to have a heart attack. You're going to stunt your growth. You're going to damage your brain with all that cholesterol. And I know from living it that that is not true. And no matter what anybody says, you can't deny reality. And I can look around Miami and see what this stupid debt and development has done. It's destroyed the place. And then you have people that go there on the weekend, they go pick up trash on the beach and pick up garbage out of the water, and they think they're helping the environment. And then meanwhile, when the rainy season starts, we have algae blooms everywhere, runoff. It just, everything is a complete mess. Our climate is screwed up, and it's all because of development. And then our quality of life goes down as we sit in traffic day after day. And then people have to work 2 or 3 jobs to pay unrealistic amounts to live in the septic tank of Florida. So again, that's it. All right, let's hit these comments. Because again, the best part of this community is not me. I'm the quack. You know what's the best part of the community? It's you. You are the ones that make this group the best of all the carnivore channels on YouTube. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. We have Terry Sue saying, Rick, you're sounding nice and fresh this morning. Well, yes, I didn't have to work that hard yesterday. I worked a little bit in the morning, and then my friend brought over the engine. I swapped the engine on his pressure washer, and I let it run for 3 hours for the break-in period. I'm going to run it again today. I also brought me the hydraulic fitting so I could make a new fitting for the pressure washer hose. The problem is I ran out of the little female NPT to male pressure fittings, but I'll just go over to the Ace Hardware and I'll buy another one in $6 or whatever. I usually keep them in stock. I can get them for like $1 or less, $1.50 usually for a good one. I'll just have to pay the extra money and ride to the Ace Hardware. But hey, that's another opportunity for another video. And again, I love making those videos because they require zero effort other than putting the GoPro or the phone on my chest mount, or just stick the phone in my pocket. You'll see some of them are done with a phone, some of them are done with a GoPro, and that's it. So it's really, really nice, and I feel like I'm sharing my time with you because I live by myself, and the only time people really call me is when they need something, except for my friends. Most of my friends, the kids are off school now, they're going out of town, they're all over the place, so that's fine. But anyway, and the comments are coming in strong. Okay, now here comes Peter. Now, again, I don't know why Peter doesn't make videos because he is probably one of the wisest of the newer carnivores. This is a guy that not only fixed his health, but he's always out there willing to share his experience with other people. And good for you. And he's a Floridian, and he's probably one of the closest ones to me. There are other ones. There's the carnivore teacher, John Laspina, which I haven't talked to in a while. He still makes videos, which is good. And then, of course, Mitch. I mean, who doesn't like Mitch? Anybody that doesn't like Mitch is mentally diseased because Mitch is a dose of reality in a world of fakery. You have all these channels that are constantly trying to wow you with graphics and with all kinds of effects and their virtual backgrounds. Well, I mean, Mitch uses a virtual background, of course, but still, you see him out there, you see him in his kitchen cooking, you see him walking around, you see him driving, and then some people have the nerve to say, well, Mitch, you shouldn't be driving because it's unsafe. Come on. I mean, it's ridiculous. But anyway, a person that had a stroke is now walking around almost without a walker. It hasn't even been 6 months. I predicted that a month after he had his stroke, he'd be back online, and he is. He's going to be online every day again, although he has left this time open for the quack. So I will be here to quack at you. But yes, great guy. And again, Peter has great points. And I guess the two of them are friends, although they may bicker a little bit. They're still friends. And it says, when the popular channels talk about how carnivore can be done long term, they never mention Rick, the 41-year carnivore. I think they're scared of him or think he's a quack. I believe that too. I think a lot of it is that anyone that knows me knows that I am against cults. I'm against having a carnivore cult, having some kind of, I don't know, pay-to-play kind of system where you can give people hope as long as they pay you money. And then it's like, well, you're making progress, but what happens if you can't pay the $30 a month or whatever it is or more? And again, if you have the money and you are getting value out of these communities, I say yes. Go ahead and pay for it, because people who work and put themselves out there deserve to be paid for their time. But if you're one of us that can't afford it, all of our money goes to expenses, more than half of our income goes just to property tax, and then we have other expenses like utilities and parts and all that, and whatever little money we have left goes to food. We don't have $30 a month to pay one of these groups. Sorry about that. So why would they want to have somebody like me that tells people, well, you don't need this. You can do it on your own. You can find people like me that don't charge for it. And even Kerry, who has his group, he tells people, you go ahead and find it for free, which is good. Great man. I still like him. And I did have someone email me one time asking me why I criticize him, but I don't. I don't criticize anybody. I'm just coming up with a few ideas just so that people don't get trapped. Because a lot of times people will make their identity part of a group, and then if that group excludes them, well, they can have really bad consequences. People have killed themselves over that. So we don't want to do that. In this community, if they were going to have killed themselves, they would probably just go to duck food. You know, they may have lived their whole life on duck food. They went into the carnivore space. They had success. They couldn't keep up with the group. Next thing you know, they're over there at the donut shop loading up on donuts. And, well, what happens next? It isn't good. But yes, it is quite baffling to me that generally with these groups, they may interview me once or twice, and some of them haven't even bothered. I mean, some of the biggest carnivore groups don't even mention me. I mean, you think about like the Dr. Berry group. I don't know how many people are in the Dr. Berry group, but I seriously doubt that he ever mentioned me. And, you know, you have the steak and butter group or whatever. I bet none of these groups ever mention me. The only people that I know that have mentioned me a lot, obviously, is Bart K, who interviewed me, you know, almost 3 years ago. He's mentioned me a lot, and he still mentions me. And, you know, even Homestead How, they used to mention me a lot in the beginning. Lately, not so much, but they still mention me occasionally. But I think it is kind of an interesting paradox, something to think about. And we have Thomas here. And, okay. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. What would be cool, this is from Jiffy, for the streaming adjustments, if you can find an old Please Stand By TV message from the 50s and 60s. I am going to do that. I'm going to add that to my live stream. That shouldn't be hard to do. Okay, I didn't get a chance to watch Animal last night. I have a feeling I won't see this for months because I have to wait until it comes up on BitTorrent because I don't belong to any streaming service, and paying a few dollars, I mean, I don't mind. If I have some money here, you want to take my money, I'll give you some cash. I got a bunch of quarters and nickels and whatever, but to sign up for some streaming service to watch a movie, I am against subscriptions. I will never, and I mean never, ever sign up for any subscription, period. I already have utilities. That's enough subscription for me. What I prefer more of a donation basis. Like, for example, a movie. Here's the way I see a movie. I watch a movie, and then I determine whether or not I like the movie. If I don't like the movie, I leave. But if I do like the movie, then I go, hey, what do I think this movie is worth? $5, $10, $20? And then I just drop it in the box. A voluntary donation. That's what I would like to do. Because nothing is free. And it takes a lot of work to make these movies. But hey, whatever. I'll probably get it from a BitTorrent eventually. And BK Belgian Carnivore says, hi, all on Quackers Saturday. Yes, that's right. Okay. Mark Harmon is here. Listening in. Just put some eggs on to boil. Excellent, excellent. I wish you would make some videos, man. This guy, he's one of the, I think, the elites as well. But, you know, The main thing is that you keep on the journey that works for you. And if you want to share it with us, that's great. And Lisa says, good morning, everyone. Quack, quack. And I say good morning, and I'm quacking back at you. Sandy Blythe, I have a pot of beef stew meat simmering. Very nice. No kids, no calls so far. That's great. Did anyone watch Animal yesterday? I did. It was so good. No, I haven't seen it yet. But if anybody has a torrent file for it, just forward it my way. I just finished my walk and attempted to light jog this time. Well, there you go. And with your missing toes, it may be a little bit of a challenge, but you can do it. And again, I'm sure all of us are subscribers to Target Prime Rib Thomas's channel, but if you happen to be one of the very few people that aren't, at least check out his channel and go ahead and subscribe because he's a likable guy. I don't think anyone can fault him in any way. And also, for those of you that do watch Thomas's channel, know that he is looking for people to interview. So if you want to be interviewed by somebody that's going to give you plenty of time and is not going to criticize you, well, you can definitely check out Thomas's channel. Terry Sue, okay. I saw the trailer. I wasn't impressed by it, but I'm sure the movie will be a whole lot better. I believe it's an hour and a half, if I remember correctly. Okay, eggs have gone up again. Yeah, you know, the egg prices just are not going down. What is this? It's my neighbor out walking his dog. It's kind of interesting because with all the bike riding I do, I notice that my neighbor next door has been going for walks. So I think he sees me being as active as I am. He seems to work in the healthcare industry because he wears those scrubs. I don't know if he's a nurse or doctor or what, but I've seen him go for a walk. He used to smoke cigarettes, but I haven't seen him smoking any cigarettes lately. So, maybe I have a secret fan that I don't know about. Who knows? But I'm still waiting for that first person in Miami to come up to me and say, hey, are you Rick? I've seen you on YouTube. That hasn't happened, and it's going to be 3 years, and it still hasn't happened. So we'll see if we can do that. All right, now let's get back to these comments because, again, what is it that really matters? It's you that matters, you the people, not me. Okay, depends on what you watch it on. I didn't notice the length. Okay. Well, there you go. That might be it. Up to 36. Wow. We're doing pretty good, I have to admit. But the interesting thing is, I think we get more comments than some of the channels that have over 100. Because we don't have the most, we have the best. Okay. Melissa B., I just looked it up, Sandy. It's 1.5 hours. That's what I thought. I thought it was an hour and a half. I just thought of something. If Fake Harry's changing his name, it could be any animal. Yeah, that's right. Could be any one of us. Yes. All right, let's see. Husband to watch it with me. And I think that's really what the documentaries are for. I don't think it's for us because we all know what the carnivore diet can do and has done. But it's like when my dad was alive, I kind of wish there would have been a carnivore documentary. I wish that Sean Baker would have been a carnivore back then, but in 2010, when my dad started having serious issues, there was zero carnivores on YouTube. The only thing I do remember, that was after my dad died, I did see Butter Bob Briggs that said, butter makes your pants fall off and lard makes you lean. And I used to say that, I'm going to lard it up. So in my case, lard does make you lean because I have no muscle and I am leaner than anybody else I know. The leanest 57-year-old that I know. I don't have a stomach that sticks out. Everybody I know my age has this gut that just kind of sticks out, and it's really quite disturbing. I don't understand it. Just to me, it would bother me if I had all that overhanging material. It's like they used to say, Dunlop. It Dunlopped over my belt. All right. So let's see. I wouldn't want to be in a club that would want me as a member. Well, who was it that said that? It was a famous person. I know that. I posted an ad for Animal on Facebook. Okay. It could be Rick or better Milton. Yeah, right. That little menace. Milton, he's so cute. Okay, let's see. $30 buys me a lot of meat. Yes, especially when I find a sale. Super Tune, I haven't seen you in a while, but I'm glad that you're here. Yes. Why would I pay a community $30 when I can go to Fresco y Mas and I can buy like 10 pounds maybe of ground beef, which I did yesterday. So $30 buys me a lot of meat, and that's good enough for a few days of my beef demands because generally I eat about 2 pounds of beef per day, but I also eat chicken and pork and whatever meats I can get my hands on because when you're poor, you have to be resourceful. And when you can't afford the store, there's always a canal. The canal is pretty good. I'm not friendly enough for clubs. I don't want to hear Mitch's happy music anymore. I don't think it's that great. Okay, that's fine. It sounds like cigar music. Well, that's what it is. That's the whole idea. But everybody has their preference. Does anybody remember Tunes as a Cat? Yes, I do. The one that the driving cat, the cat that drives a car. That was in the 1990s, wasn't it? That was back, I think. Yeah, it had to be 1990s, but I do remember that. I used to watch a lot of Saturday Night Live. I don't watch it anymore because it's basically crap. There was the Adobe car. Hey, hey, it's Adobe, the little car that's made out of clay. We're going to save you some money. Yeah, I remember that one. And then my all-time favorite, the Chameleon XLE. The car with 3 mismatched wheel covers and 1 rim in school bus yellow. And then when you push a button, the wheel goes sideways, oil leaks out. That's the alarm. So they may tow it away, but they'll never steal it. And then, of course, for a good laugh, you can look at Chris Farley and the other guys in the Schmitz Gay Beer video. That is just so hilarious. They go to some rundown house, they put water in the pool, and it turns into a gay party. So it's really quite funny, and I do remember laughing very much at it. And I believe I actually recorded it. They did change the music, probably because of some copyright issues when they replayed it, but it is quite funny. So, anyway. I don't understand on carnivore how many people we need to tell just eat meat. I'm on 3 years on carnivore now. Yeah. I got it by now. Well, what to do? I think a lot of it just comes down to marketing. And there are people out there that are using the carnivore diet as a way of making themselves more famous and of meeting people. It's a way of networking. If you can get people that are important or influential to join in your carnivore lifestyle, now you have the ability to kind of tap into the system and become more popular and become probably more wealthy. So I don't blame them from doing it, but I think a lot of it just comes down to that whole sort of infomercial salesman mentality. You're going to try to sell people a dream, which for many is attainable. This is the great thing about this lifestyle. It doesn't cost you anything once you understand how it works. But to get to the point where you understand how it works, it may cost you. And some people are dealing with serious mental issues. Maybe they had a bad childhood. Maybe they're in a bad environment. And they use duck food as a way of either rebelling against it or coping with it. So having these people out there marketing this stuff, I mean, think about how much money they make. I mean, obviously, everybody talks about Dr. Berry. The guy must be rolling in the money. He's got his own little farm. He's got his family. I'm sure he's doing pretty well for himself. And before that, his life was falling apart. I mean, his practice burned down. I think his house burned down. He just had a stream of bad events. Now he's doing well. And obviously, like Dr. Baker, he has his Rivero group. I'm sure they all make money providing medical care. And I guess it's just a matter of time before every one of these people, they make more money. I'm sure even Dr. Kiltz, who doesn't charge money for his group, I'm sure that I guess you'd call it positive information about the people that are on his group is helping his business. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. If you can use a group or you can use a, I don't know, a community to market your product. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as nobody's being cheated, I say more power to them. That's very good. But I'm not going to be the one that makes these people rich, because I was here long before they even started this. Remember, I started for a different reason. And our fellow Floridian, Papa Carnivore, says, I saw chuck steaks on sale locally for $5.99 a pound. I think it was Fresco y Mas, Presidente or Bravo's supermarket. It wasn't Presidente here. I didn't see it at Fresco. It might be Bravo. There's also another one here called Extra Supermarket that I want to show one of these days in my videos, so that's okay. I'm also going to search for beef cheeks. They do have it. They have the beef cheeks, and they also have what they call the corazones, which is the heart, and they do have it occasionally, but not all the time. I've been looking at Fresco. I haven't seen it. I think it comes down to when the price of beef goes down and they start selling that stuff cheap. Okay. Thank you, Rick. Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to promote my friends on this channel. There you go. Thomas has a great channel. He is my first carnivore protege. That's right. So you're going to turn the riblet into a quacker. All right. Let's see. I don't plan on watching carnivore documentaries. I know what to eat. Also, carnivores watching them does no good too. Right. To heal humanity. We already know how to eat. That's right. And Mike, I wish you'd make more videos yourself. I don't know. I guess you're too busy to make a lot of videos, but I used to enjoy your workout videos, and there's a lot of wisdom there. Mikhail Polish Mike is one of the hardcore carnivores. He would be, I guess, sort of like a younger Dr. Baker or something like that, or a less insane Rick. So, great guy to watch. But I'm glad that you're here to check out my channel, because, again, that's what we're here for. And Terry Sue says, I had a beef cheek taco a couple of weeks ago off a truck, Peter. It was delicious. They are good. You know, you can eat pretty much any part of a cow. There's no reason to discard. That's what I'm saying. One day, hopefully, I'll be able to get a whole cow and do my own processing. There you go. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm very proud of that. Well, that's great. And, you know, look at what Peter's been able to do. The only person that probably disagrees with the carnivore diet is his girlfriend, because the carnivore diet turned him into a tiger in the bedroom. So be careful. If your boyfriend is a vegan, like my friend that was ex-vegan, his girlfriend now hates him because he turned into a tiger in the bedroom, and now she can't keep up. So I said, well, you got to get her to start off eating eggs. That's one thing. You know, I guess she hates insects. I don't know. Maybe she should start eating insects. There's got to be some way to break through the vegan mindset where they believe that they're doing so good. So, yes, Rick is the first quack. I am the original carnivore quack, and I go back a long, long time. Okay. Always got the barbacoa tacos. Beef cheeks are the most delicious. Well, that's right. That's something that people don't know. The trailer basically looked like something we see here on the daily. Exactly. It didn't excite me when it was on, I think, Dr. Chafee's channel, and then Barry. You know, I'm like, oh, big deal. Another carnivore documentary. Oh, Rick, you're so negative. Why are you always trying to shoot down everybody's dreams? I'm not trying to shoot down anybody's dreams. I mean, come on. How many documentaries do we need? They've had several documentaries in the past, and they never went anywhere. And you know who talks about that a lot? Our friend Mitch. Remember, Mitch, I think, is the oldest of the carnivores. And when you're that old and you've had the experiences that he has, you have a lot up here. And that's probably one of the reasons he's recovering so well from his stroke. Very smart man. So I like watching his channel because I always feel like some of the things that I believe are being confirmed. So that's good. Yes, I am the original quack. And as Peter has, we have 4 ducks, 2 ducklings that are standing, 2 ducklings that are an egg, and 2 ducklings that are sideways. So it's definitely... And Lisa says, I'm grateful for your channel. Well, I'm glad that you are. that you'd watch a tall, skinny quack that has sinus issues talk to you in the morning instead of doing something, being with the more popular people. And Kitchen Witch says, "Good morning, my people." And I say, "Good morning to you again." And Lisa Thomas, "Way to go on the jog." Yes, 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 yes. I do not plan on watching either. I already watch carnivore videos and hear testimonials daily. That is right. You don't have to watch it. I mean, I'm debating whether... there's Dutch Carnivore. Good morning. And if you want to check him out on Sunday around 1 o'clock Eastern Time, he's with Anthony Stewart and I forget the other guy's name. They have what they call the Meat of the Matter podcast. So if you want to check out some more real-world carnivore experience and someone that is diabetic and is managing it on the carnivore diet, check that out. But we're glad that you're here. So I get annoyed with newer people that have to give me advice. That is your thing, and no one takes that away from my mentor. Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to give advice. But I learned a long time ago, when you give advice, you open yourself up to getting advice. So if you're going to tell somebody they're doing the wrong thing and something happens to you, you're going to be the next target. It's like my vegan friends. I never try to tell them to go to the carnivore diet. I just make little suggestions. When they tell me they're complaining about their arthritis or they're complaining about their digestive issues or all that, I recommend, well, maybe you should have some eggs or maybe a little beef. It's not going to kill you. How about some fish? Seafood's good for you. Pescatarian is one step away from vegan. You become a vegetarian. And we know that there's a lot of people that have lived a long time on a vegetarian diet. There are several famous people that have lived to their 90s and even over 100 on a vegetarian diet. So standard American diet is at the bottom, and I believe carnivore diet is at the top. But somewhere in between, you need to find out what range works for you. It's like that game they used to have on The Price is Right, where you had to move the needle up and down to try to figure out, it's like a slide rule, where the price was. You have to do that. And then you have to see how you feel, how much energy you have, your attitude. Everything is related. Even your mental state is related to what you eat. So I think in many ways, every person is individual. And this is why I am very offended by the term proper human diet. I find that to be just sort of pompous and arrogant. There is no proper human diet. The proper human diet is a range of different things. You may be one of those people that enjoy fruits. Locally sourced fruit is just fine for the vast majority of people. Now, if you are diabetic or you have some other chronic health issue, you may need to avoid all fruit. But again, how do you know that? You do that on an individual level. So I don't think that any amount of coaching or group think or whatever is going to fix that. Now, for some people that have specific goals, maybe you have a specific physique that you want to attain, one-on-one coaching is very beneficial. People that have mental issues, they often have to see a therapist. And they do that so they can kind of smooth over some of the difficulties that they've had to deal with. We can think of our friend Carnivore Kip that's been just attacked relentlessly, and he's had to use some therapy. It's necessary. So for some people it is necessary, but for most of us, all we have to do is eat meat and repeat. It's very simple. And again, not everyone's going to fix their problems with the carnivore diet. Some people may have to reintroduce fermented plant material, as our friend over there, the frugal prepper, There's several people out there that have had to do that. And my friend that was the ex-vegan, he's had to continue to eat plant material to feel good. He's slowly increasing the amount of meat. But when he gets more than 60% meat, he just doesn't feel that well. So, who knows? But again, we got to figure it out. And Bacon Baby says, we love your channel. I love this channel mostly because it's so damn long, and I can hear about it for hours. Well, that's the whole idea. That sets me apart. Sorry, but that's the truth. You have nothing to be sorry for. The truth is the truth, and the truth will set you free. Yep. Glad you know the cat. Let's see. Yeah. What's new in the movie that we don't already know? Only higher quality video. Content is same. Yes, it is. And I don't want to break anybody's dreams, but I can tell you right now, not a single one of these carnivore documentaries is ever going to go mainstream. It will not happen. And I can tell you right now, it will not happen. Oh, Rick, you're so negative, blah, blah, blah. The reason that people are doing these is because they want to be part of a trend, and that's fine. And I don't have a problem with doing it because it helps document something that maybe future generations can look at. They can say, well, because what will happen is the carnivore trend will go up, level off, and then begin to fall down. It is impossible to feed billions and billions of people with meat. Now, if the population was reduced, let's say by a worldwide pandemic, and maybe it was cut in half, and then the development that we have reversed, I mean, things could happen. They could have World War III and knock out 99% of the people on Earth, and then you're left with just a few mutants, but eventually would come back as a civilization. Who knows? Anything can happen. But there have been civilizations, especially nomadic ones, that have used meat as the primary food source. But in the world we live in a civilized world where people live in cities, it's going to be impossible for everybody to be carnivore. But the concepts of the carnivore diet, the meat-centered diet, the whole foods diet, that's something that can take place. But the carnivore documentaries are going to be sort of the outlier, and they will never be the mainstream. And again, I am very good at predicting long-term trends. So that's what I think. All right. Do you ever think about retirement? I do since going carnivore. I don't want to retire because I feel so physically capable. I don't think about retirement because my retirement is going to be a massive heart attack, and by the time they find me, I will already be stone cold dead. And that's it. So, I mean, I don't even know how I could retire. Okay, well, there you go. Yep. That is true. I haven't had a taxable income in 20 years. When I had my business, I guess the last time I had taxable income was in 2008. That's when the business just fell apart. So since then, I've been in survival mode. Well, actually, I was teaching at the college, but the thing is, I mean, I was getting paid. I guess 2013 was the last time that I ever got a W-2 in my life. Ever since then, it's just been basically survival. The few 1099s I've had have been canceled out by the expenses I have. There's just way too many expenses. Just property tax alone is more than my profit, so I don't have anything in Social Security. But it doesn't matter anyway. Social Security is bankrupt, and by the time that, if I do make it to 67 or whatever the retirement age is, it'll be gone. The way the Federal Reserve is going, once they crank up the printing presses later this year and pump $20 trillion back into the market, the dollar is going to be toast. I mean, already they're not going to make pennies anymore because it costs 3 cents to make a penny because they've inflated the money so much, you can't even make a penny. I mean, think about it. Couldn't you just get a piece of steel and stamp out a penny? No, because the amount of labor and materials is more than it's worth. What kind of dollar is that? Remember, there used to be a 5 and 10 cent store. Now it was a dollar store. Now it's a $5 store. The Federal Reserve and the central bankers have destroyed the dollar. So I don't think there's going to be any retirement. I think it's just going to be Mad Max. That's what I think. Got up at 2 a.m. last night. Couldn't get back to sleep, so I made my fatty coffee and then passed out. Okay. That makes sense. Well, let's see. All right. What am I doing here? We got serious comments today. Barry is a millionaire just from the products he sells. Exactly. And yet, people get so excited about Ken Berry. What is so doggone exciting? You go on his channel. Will carnivore fix this? Will carnivore fix that? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, the carnivore diet can do this. Oh, yes. I can listen to that for 5 minutes and I'm bored out of my mind. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You type a comment in there, nobody ever responds to it. So I just abandoned it. I'm like, when you got more than 150, 200 people in a chat, it's not even worth going in there, you know. It's crazy. Passed out until 7:30. Yep. All right, let's see. Hey, Bill Cook is here. Hello. All right. I still do your group, DC Rebuilding and Zero Carbs. I don't need more. Well, there you go. Exactly. And, DC or David Charles is another underrated person in the carnivore community. Most people have never even heard of him. And everybody talks about cancer and stuff like that. What was it? A couple days ago on the Kilts group, you had Anthony Hayduck. You remember that guy? Excuse me. He is another one of the cancer survivors, the cancer fighters, basically almost dead, and now out there working out, doing his thing. These people are amazing to me. I have so much respect for them. And David, DC, is one of them. And you'll probably notice he's invited me many times on his live stream. I guess he likes me as well. So that's really good. But those are the kind of people that inspire me because they're not looking for money. They're just out there doing their thing and surviving. And that's great. Now, we know that Jeff DeProsperous was doing his thing too, and he inspired a lot of people. Now, he didn't survive, but the thing is, he did inspire a lot of people. And congratulations to Kerry for getting his story and putting it into his documentary. And when the documentary, if it ever comes out, when it comes out, then you can look at that and see. So his efforts will not be forgotten, and that's good. But I do think that we tend to go to the groups that we like, and I tend to go to the smaller groups because the only way that I'm going to participate in a group is if they recognize that I'm there. If they don't see me, they don't know who I am, then I don't need to be there. I have other things to do, and that's it. And Bill Cook says the hashtags, Iguana Nation, Man Clan, Riblets, Coffee Club, Mitch Fitz, and Booby Goaters. That is right. And we're all in the same team anyway, right? And Peter, with his usual wisdom, BK, Old Guy Carnivore Mitch, and Dr. Barquet are also great. I watch them all the time. I'm not sure if if Barquet ever got his doctorate degree, but he does have a lot of academic credentials. But yes, the thing about Barquet, though, is that many people may find him a bit on the rough side, so it may sort of interfere with the information that's going out there. So that is a little something to think about. But yes, good information. And I believe he has a live later today, I think. It's like 6 or 7 o'clock. I may or may not be here, but whenever I'm there, I try to watch it. DC Rebuilding is always in the chat on Dr. Pro's case. Yeah, he's also one of his moderators as far as I remember. Iguana Nation movie. That is a possibility. I don't think anybody would watch it, but, Okay. Have you ever tried an experiment for a few weeks or month of not eating the yogurt dairy to see if... Yes, I have. I went almost 6 months with no dairy at all many years ago. But my sinus issues are not caused by my diet. They're actually caused by my home. There is a lot of mold in this house, and mildew, and dirt. This place is infested with mold from years of leaks, rot, and there's a lot of termites. And termite poop also is an allergen. It's just, that's the way it is. So until I move out of here and build a new home, I just have to live with it. Now, I did a lot of research in this years ago because it's been a lifetime problem of mine. And I determined that there are plant compounds that I've been able to use to eliminate the symptoms. But there's a downside to it. When I eliminated the sinus symptoms, I started having trouble, because when I was a kid, I got a lot of sore throats. I started having trouble when I would get something, it would get like it turned to a cough. It would irritate chest area. This way, when I get a germ, I get a headache and I get sinuses, and that's as far as it goes. I'll have intense sneezing, nose blowing, and everything. So I figured it's like a trade-off. I would rather deal with the sinus issues that at the very least is nothing but a nuisance. Yeah, people get mad. Oh, you're always sniffling all the time. Blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what? I don't care. But I would rather deal with that than dealing with more serious inflammation. because I have had friends that have had bronchitis, and it is just not fun. You get to the point where you can't breathe, you're coughing all the time. No. The sinus issue is nothing but a nuisance. I at this point, if I want to get rid of that, I need to move to a more rural area and build my own house the way I like it, with concrete, steel, lime plaster, no paint, no carpet, nothing artificial, just natural, good old-fashioned materials. And that's it. But yes, there's a lot of mold here. And for example, if I was to turn off the air conditioner and close the house up for a week, there would be mold everywhere. And that happened to me before. So it happens. All right. Stopping the sour cream. I haven't had sour cream in probably a year. Rick, you have the wisdom of Yoda at the height of Chewbacca. Well, thank you very much. I guess somebody's a Star Wars fan. And it says, Rick, how often can you reuse beef tallow for heart attack chicken? How do you filter it for reuse? I did make a video on that. It comes down to color and texture. When beef tallow is fresh, it's going to be white or slightly yellow. As it starts to become darker, it also tends to soften up. When the beef tallow is hard, it's fine. And what I normally do, I just pour the beef tallow through one of those strainers to screen out any bits of food. I pour it into a metal container, put it in the refrigerator, I let it harden, and then the next day I pop it out of the container, and all the dirt goes to the bottom of the container. I'll take it over to the kitchen sink, I'll put water on it and rub it with my hand to wipe the dirt off, and then I throw the beef tallow into the refrigerator and I just leave it there until I need it. All my beef tallow is on like these round blocks. I can go get it and you can see. So that's it. Okay. My 40-year-old vegan daughter-in-law had her gallbladder removed. She still would listen to trying keto. No, she's convinced by her doc to not eat fats at all. Well, I don't know what you can do. People don't do that. Let's see. Mark Levin has a sinus issue. One day on radio I heard him rant. I have a 75% deviated septum. That's why I sound like this. That could be it. Then again, I haven't been to a doctor in so long, I wouldn't even know. Question. When you deep fry heart attack chicken, how long do you keep it in tallow, Rick? Or like chicken legs alone, a different time? Once the tallow is melted and hot, I throw the chicken in there, I fry it until it's crispy and ready to go, and then I take it out. And that's it. Chicken legs, yeah. I mean, I'll use the same tallow over and over again. Sometimes I'll do like 2 loads of chicken if it doesn't all fit in there at once. All right. Every nut, and then hiccups because of it. Okay. I don't do hiccups, believe it or not. Carnivore is what puts people off. Well, I don't think that the heart attack diet, which is what I call it, would help people either. So that's right. Proper human diet doesn't exist. More like a proper human diet spectrum, like Ken Berry always says. Well, that's good to know. Yeah. Humans can eat a range of things. Can you let Coach Mark? Okay. Yeah, okay. That's it. Coach Mark. That's right. I sent him the email. He asked me for no response. Okay. Kids FaceTime me. I think my kids, 20 and 26, loves me beautiful. I did hear Rick say seafood. We started talking about mud crab. I love seafood. When I lived in the Keys, I ate a lot of it. I think that seafood is an appropriate part of the human diet, and it's been mentioned many times, even in the Bible. There were people that, wasn't it Jesus that created a bunch of fishes to feed the people? Although they did eat bread, which is duck food. But I guess the bread they had back then was probably heavily fermented, so it probably wasn't as bad as the glyphosate-infested crap that we have now. You know, the bread, I've had people give me bread for the ducks. The bread is like 2 months old and it's still soft and it has no mold on it. That's really shocking, because when my dad used to make bread, it was almost like concrete. You know, the bread might be soft for a few hours after you make it, but by the next day it was so hard you could use it as a weapon. You hit somebody over the head with it, you'll probably crack their skull. Okay. See? Wow. When I was 40, I watched Forks Over Knives. I'm a vegetarian for a year. Ended up in the ER. And you know, when I tried to go plant-based, I was what, 24, 25 years old? I got so sick, I couldn't even leave the house. It was terrible. Thank goodness I've never had to be in the emergency room myself. Even when I've cut myself, I've actually stitched my own skin back together. Thankfully, never had to go there, but that's pretty scary. All right. I'll catch up with these eventually. Diets are like politics. Extreme left, extreme right, and the big gray area in the middle. The gray area is a population with the fat bellies. You got that right. And look, Johnny's here. Rick, good morning, my friend, the carnivore champion. Check him out. He's had his struggles. He's had his ups and downs. He was doing good in the carnivore diet, got off of it, ended up back with atrial fibrillation. But he is not giving up. So, I think he's a year older than me, but he is not giving up. So, check him out if you haven't. I'm sure most of us have. Milton will eat his eyeballs. Right? $1 sucks. See, I spent $300 last... Yeah, didn't even get my butterball. Exactly. It's nonsense. Oh, Matthew's here. What up, Rick? Happy Saturday to you. Well, happy Saturday to you, Matthew. Check out his channel if you can. He's another long-term carnivore. Has it been, what, 5 years yet or more? I forget. He's been a carnivore for quite a while. Did someone say butterballs? Yes. Almost dead. That's me. I'm almost dead. I could drop dead at any time. I have no energy. I get tired. Have you ever seen me ride a bike, how tired I get? I'm just going to die anytime now. Where are you? Don't socialize much more. Aaron is probably out shopping for butterballs. There you go. Is that the turkey? You look dapper in your white button down, Rick. Looking as wholesome as milk. Well, there you go. It's ironic because I don't even drink milk. I've had people tell me I look like a Mormon minister or something. I just need to get that necktie, and then they'll think that I'm trying to preach to them. I'm a hermit, so happy, yes. Has butter. Oh, has butterballs. Okay. Land O'Lakes butter. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea. That's how he gets attention. I know them too. Sometimes I watch Mitch when I'm at work and he's doing a live stream. Yes. And that's what a lot of us do. I'm working and I'm listening to our friend Mitch. I do worry about living mold. Well, I've been living among mold for years. This is about as bad as it's going to get. I know a lot of people, they blame mold for everything, but it's, you know, you adapt to it. I think that's what's happened to me. But you'll see. Once I move, I'm out in the country, I got my own house the way I want it. It'll go away. I think I'll be fine. I don't think there's been any long-term damage. Okay. Sounds like environmentalism to me. I've torn out a lot of moldy drywall many times, and nothing ever happens to me. Well, if it's a short-term exposure, you're probably fine. If you live with it long enough, then your body will adapt. Okay, so we got some emails here. Ate a tallow medallion with salt the other day. Oh, I have no trouble eating. I eat tallow all the time. In fact, I could do that now. I have my tallow blocks in the refrigerator. Yep. I don't refrigerate my tallow. No, you don't have to. But the thing is, if you live here in Florida, where it's extremely hot and humid, it's good to refrigerate it. If you live in a normal place that actually has seasons, people used to just leave it out. They could leave it on the countertop. If you live in a place where you can leave out butter, you can also leave out tallow. And beef tallow is a lot more stable than butter because it has no water in it, and therefore bacteria cannot grow on it. The worst thing that can happen, which has happened to me, is that mold can grow on the outside of the beef tallow if the humidity gets to it. That I've had happen. But in the refrigerator, it won't happen. My ears got itchy and I came back to the chat. There you go. Let's see. Pretty sure render fats are okay. Room temperature. It depends on your room. If your room is like mine, that's 90 degrees when the air conditioner is off, then that's it. I don't, or lard. Okay. I watched Forks Over Knives. Had to turn it off before I watched it. Yeah, right? More of that vegan propaganda. I was talking. Okay. B12 deficiency is no joke. Caused a lot of problems. See, that's what the vegan diet can do. A lot of these vegans, the ones that I know, they all take supplements. It is impossible to be healthy on a vegan diet without supplementation. Although a lot of the liars online say that you can do it, it's nonsense because everybody I know in person has to take supplements. Which says a lot, doesn't it? You can be like me and eat the carnivore diet with zero supplementation and survive for decades. Try doing that on the vegan diet and see how long it gets you. I've never seen you tired, Rick. I really don't get tired, believe it or not. It's weird. Oh, you need carbohydrates for energy. I never get tired. Very, very strange. They don't have them at any stores here. No doctor diagnosed me. Figured it out myself. Riding a bike in humid 90 degrees, you're going to get a heat stroke. That's what they say. And to make matters worse, I don't drink any water when I'm riding bike. You can see me. You see how long I go on the bike? There's no water bottle on my bike. So I do a 10-mile round trip to the Fresco y Mas. Didn't drink a drop of water. My cycling friends just can't figure it out because they spend all their time drinking juice and water. They all have water bottles. Don't use any of that. I'm just an oddball. I freeze my bacon in a steel bowl because I don't want it to smell on the countertop. When I need it, I heat the bowl in a pot and turn the bowl into a pot and turn it over a few minutes ago. That's what I do. I use metal containers. I put them on the stove, and once they heat up and the tallow comes loose, I dump it right in. Don't eat tallow right now, Rick. Okay. Yeah. When you're that dry, you don't have to worry about mold. That's it. I must have a fan in my closest Walmart. They only had 2 bags of Butterballs left. Well, somebody found out and they got them all. They freeze because, yeah. Well, that's it. It depends on temperature. If your kitchen is cooler, it'll be solid or semi-solid. But yes, it can spill out when it's liquid. I bet. I have a vintage air fryer from the 1980s that I need to find. So, yeah, this is a good point. I saw him say that. Heard him say it too. I think Dr. Kilt says we do drink more water than we need. Drink when you feel thirsty. No need to carry water around like a crutch. Exactly. Now, you see me going on 6, 7, 8-hour live streams and drinking almost no water at all. As long as I stay here in the air conditioning, I don't need to drink water. And the way I figure it, I haven't had to take a leak. I can go for hours without taking a leak. And I haven't been sweating. So other than the water that I'm breathing out, what do I need water for? And when you don't eat a lot of carbohydrates, evidently you don't need a lot of water. So that's always been my experience. Your body tells you when you need a hydrating liquid. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. Drink water when I'm thirsty. And what I hate are those stupid water bottles because I think they're probably just bacteria bottles as far as I can tell. Now, since I drink mostly well water and rainwater, I like to keep it on the oxygen so the bacteria can't really get going in there. So, same with me. I'm outside with my coffee. My sugars are 146 right now, but I don't inject my insulin until over 150, so I'll check again. Well, if you're outside, maybe you're moving around. I think when you move around, it helps lower your blood sugar. At least that's what I've been told. Are the Florida Keys a septic tank like Miami? Not quite. They're more of a tourist town. There are trashy people in the Keys, obviously, but it hasn't been as developed. In order for a town to become a septic tank, it has to be densely developed. You could live in a dump. You could live in, let's say, a really run-down town. But it's not enough. The septic tank has to be full. The crap has to be overflowing. So you need to have high rises. And that's what Miami has. Now, when I was a kid, there really were no high-rises here. We had a downtown, but there were no high-rise apartments. I think the tallest building was probably 20 stories. But now you have these massive high-rises, and a lot of them are built where there used to be two-story tourist motels. So it's actually quite interesting. If you look at how this place has changed, nothing in Miami ever gets better. It only gets worse. Every place goes through sort of a cycle. It starts out empty, and then it starts to develop, and usually things don't get really bad at first. But as time goes on, they become more and more trashy, and then it just turns into a concrete jungle. And that's the way it is. And even long-time places like New York City, which has been a cesspool for more than a century, at least the older cities had some character. But today, Miami is just basically black, white, and gray boxes that are crammed on every sliver of land. But don't worry. Miami has a natural cleansing that happens every 100 or so years. The last one was in 1926. And the next one will probably be coming in my lifetime. And hopefully I will be out of here. Because when the natural cleansing hits Miami, it's going to turn this place upside down. It's going to go from Wall Street to the south to Detroit to the south. You'll see. It's only a matter of time. It might happen after I'm gone from my heart attack. But if this video still exists in the future, if you're in the 25th century and you happen to stumble onto this video, then you can see that crazy guy Rick, he predicted the end of Miami. Now the environmentalists will say that we're going to be underwater. I don't believe that. I think in the next 500 years, there's still going to be land here. But I think it's going to be alligators and ducks and who knows what else. And all the high-rises will long be gone because once the energy runs out and the governments collapse, Miami is done. There's nothing here that can keep this place going. And there may be a handful of people living here like they did a few hundred years ago. All right. I have tons of endless energy now. My girlfriend always says she's tired, but she eats a lot of duck food and sweets. She also gets sick a lot. She thinks I'm crazy for the way I eat, and yet she won't try the carnivore diet. Isn't that amazing? My mother used to do that too. And she says, you know, our son is awfully healthy. He's really strong for a skinny guy, but no one ever put the pieces together. It might be all that meat that he eats. Husband calls me a camel. 2 humps. Oh boy. I can't stop drinking water when I convert him to this good low carb. Yeah, that's another thing. Milton doesn't drink a lot of water, which is kind of interesting. Oh, there you go. Sell bottled water. Now, my water doesn't come in a bottle. It comes from a well, or it comes from the rain. Here's my water. Whenever you see me drinking water, it's always from a glass. If your water container has a ring to it, if it goes thunk, 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 it's plastic. I won't drink from it. Okay. Now, when it comes to drinking water, a lot of times I will drink quite a bit of water late at night, which I'm not sure why I do that, but I do it. And I do have to get up in the middle of the night and take a leak. Pretty much 3, 4 in the morning. But I keep a pitcher for that. That pitcher ranges anywhere from maybe an inch of liquid in the morning to almost being full to the top. And it all depends on how much work I did, how much sweating I did, and all that other stuff. So, that's that. Now, you have to excuse me. My friend is supposed to pick up his pressure washer. I swapped the engine on it. The other one blew up. I made a video on it, but I haven't uploaded it. This is a wonderful Honda engine went snap. So he got an engine from Harbor Freight. And, you know, you'd laugh, oh, Harbor Freight engine. But my other friend that has the fence company, they blew up his pressure washer, and we put a Harbor Freight engine on it, and it worked perfectly fine. So if you see me have to leave the chat, I'll go ahead. If you want, I need to put that please stand by on here. Maybe we can find that together. But I'll put the little video with the elevator music and all that, and then I'll come back because my friend, I mean, he's 50. I'm 57. He has really terrible back. His back is just a disaster, and he's trying to avoid back surgery now. I've already got him to give up sodas and snacks of all kinds. He even gave up bread. He's still eating vegetables, and he's eating meat, and he is improving. So, but if he has to struggle with that pressure washer by himself and he hurts his back, I'm not going to be happy. So when he does get here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to assist him to put the pressure washer back in his truck so that way his back is preserved. Now, I can lift that whole thing by myself because when I put it in the van, that's what I do. But again, I am, let's just say, I'm older and I'm skinnier, but I'm not damaged. So I have no problem lifting up a heavy pressure washer. But on the other hand, I feel guilty if somebody else gets hurt because I couldn't give him a hand. So if I have to go, just hang around. I'll be back. Feral Grandma's here. Good morning. Good morning. Drinking a lot of water. Yeah, it's a marketing scam. This may be one of the reasons why a lot of the carnivores out there talk about having to take electrolytes. And the best thing is, if you can get people to drink a lot of water and they dilute their electrolytes, then you can sell them electrolyte powders. So I guess there is a reason to this. I don't think it really hurts anybody, but it does make some people money. You get some potassium chloride and some sodium chloride, maybe some magnesium sulfate, and you mix it all together, add in some artificial flavors, and now you have salty element or whatever else that crap is. Everybody sells electrolytes. That's just a great way. You know, for maybe a penny's worth of material, you could sell it for $1 and you can have, what, a 900% profit? That's a pretty good setup. Maybe I should do that. Rick's Quack electrolytes. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't do that. That's just ridiculous. Okay. Yep. I wouldn't drink out of the water hoses today. They're all vinyl chloride. Yeah. Let it run for a minute. It's that vinyl chloride. That's just nasty. What I used to do as a kid, I used to unscrew the hose from the pipe coming out of the house and drink out of the spigot and then screw it back in because that hose water tasted nasty. It does help. Right now I'm sitting so I can enjoy the coffee and the show. Well, there you go. I hope you're enjoying your coffee. I don't know if it's decaffeinated like Mitch's coffee, but I think in yours is probably just regular coffee. Comments are coming in good. Hoses are probably different than they were in the 70s. Probably, but they were vinyl chloride back then. Those hoses, if you left the water on in the sun, they would expand. They look like a hose from a Pink Panther cartoon where the bubbles of water would come through and it would go boom. And that's it. I move from the bed to the dining room computer. Easier to type here. Well, there you go. I wouldn't drink out of hoses today, that's for sure. Hey, Rick is Nostradamus. And Nostradamus was wrong, so I guess I'm wrong. Don't even want to drink out of water fountains anymore. Well, that's better than drinking out of the hose. Can't hold the phone, type my bad jokes, and drink coffee. Well, there you go. Don't you think Miami will just remain the Latin American epicenter of Miami? In other words, it will become its own entity, so to speak. Well, I think it'll become like Port-au-Prince. You know, they may be speaking Spanish. It might be like Havana. It's going to be deteriorated and basically forgotten because Miami needs cheap energy. High-rises need a lot, and I mean a lot of energy. If you have, let's say, 100 little Mackle homes versus 100 condos in a high-rise building, I think I calculated it's almost double the energy to keep those high-rise people alive versus what it would be in a one-bedroom, one-bath, or two-bedroom, one-bath Mackle home. Because Mackle homes only had a 60-amp service, and all the properties now have to have a 200-amp service between the air conditioning, the appliances, the technology, and all that stuff. And back in the old days, like me, we use incandescent lights. Yeah, I have air conditioning, but I don't want to use what, 800 kilowatts? I forget how many kilowatts I use a month. It's very small. Your typical condo uses double that. And these high-rise buildings, they need pumps to get the water up to the top. They use elevators. They have all kinds of outdoor lighting. There's a lot of energy being wasted. So when energy becomes difficult to get, and it will, because the short-term thinking of our system assures that, those high-rises are going to be totally useless. They're going to be abandoned, and they're going to be just collapsing, and that's it. And as you know how it is, to maintain one of those high-rise buildings takes a tremendous amount of effort. All the cracks have to be patched. All the concrete has to be constantly repaired. You have plumbing, you have electric. You know what happens when you don't take care of something? Just look at that Champlain Towers in Surfside. One night, it went. Meanwhile, you have a house like mine. It's got leaks everywhere. It's been patched up. I put zero money into it for years. It's rotting away. It'll eventually collapse, but it's not going to be a catastrophic collapse. You might have a hole here, a piece there, whatever. You have a yard full of trees. Your typical house, when it's abandoned, it goes back to a forest. But a high-rise, when it's abandoned, it turns into a no man's land. You have chunks falling off. You have, rot. You have all kinds of toxic chemicals and everything leaching out. Not a good thing. And the mold and mildew. Can you imagine if a hurricane hits, water gets in the building, power's knocked out, the entire building is contaminated with mold. Now it all has to be stripped out and redone. You might as well just build a new one. And that's it. So anyway, let's get these comments. All right. Love your bad jokes. Thomas? Oh, well, water. Well, there you go. Yes. Why water fountains? Okay. Cuba to Florida is like Mexico to California. They're neighbors we share with pretty much. That's it. Now, I'm sure in Cuba they're used to living without power. So things won't change much there when the worldwide economy collapses. Would you believe all of them are straight from my head? The jokes, right? Pitcher with pea and salt. There you go. I would think it's beer. I hope not. Well, beer is disgusting anyway. And Danny and Boss says, good morning. I say good morning back. Thomas is smug with his sarcasms. Yes. Yes, I saw that video. He is home from the hospital. Boston in the house. I'm here to see what this 41-year vegan munchkin has to say. Well, there you go. We're going on a negative here, instead of the super tall carnivore. How are the eyeballs? All right. Okay. We got some hellos here. A little itchy. I must have missed what that was about. RK is Nostradamus, the way he carries on. That is probably true. Hope it goes away quick. What kind of plant juice did you get in your eyes? Hopefully it's not mangoes, because those things will irritate you like crazy. Yes, it is entropy. That's what's going to happen. It's not poison ivy. Yeah. Mangoes are almost like poison ivy. You are now proof the plant trying to kill you while you're killing them. Oh, I guess you're trying to get rid of some weeds. Maybe that's what it is. Ah, Bob's here. Morning, Rick and everyone. Well, we know Bob, semi-retired Bob, and he does his daily walk and talks. Rick does a bike and talk. Bob does a walk and talk. And he'll hold his camera and he'll put on his elevator music and speed it up and then talk to you. So check out Bob. And don't forget that on Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Bob has his live stream. So don't forget about Bob. And one of these days, Bob's going to be out there in the Texas desert suffering as he tries to survive. So if you like survival, you want to check out Bob. And here we go. Here comes our homestead Hal. Quack, quack. And Rick says quack back. So I guess you haven't been able to change your name yet, but when you do, let us know so we know where you're at. Good morning, Bob. See, Bob has a lot of fans. Bob's been around for a while. It's almost 3 years, so, you know. I never read your chat comments, but I promise to do better. I have to go now. Talk soon. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you came here to say hello. Pretty sure it was pokeweed. Ooh, that stuff is nasty. The only thing worse than that is that stuff that looks like, what is that called? Hogweed? I think it's hogweed. They have that up north. My friend, you know, up in the Midwest, he told me about hogweed, I think it is. It's just really bad stuff. It gets on your skin, and the sun will burn it. Okay, Thomas, let's see who is not here and narrow this imposter down. There you go. Who the heck is buying all these condos in Miami? I see they're developing building in Little Haiti. The place looks unappealing. Little Haiti is a low-income dump. But, you see, they change it. Now they call it Midtown or Uptown or some other crappy name. What it is, the septic tank that's known as Miami is full. And the crap is overflowing. Well, you notice that when the septic tank overflows, you always have that green that goes around it. Well, that green that you see is actually international money from money laundering. What's happened in Miami, a lot of the corrupt Wall Street institutions, they've set up satellite offices here. And they're stealing money from all over the world. So that money flows out just like the poop flowing out of the septic tank. And anything around the septic tank is going to be developed. And Little Haiti is one of those places. Even down in Homestead and the Redlands and all that, some of those areas along the highway, they're building apartments everywhere. And that's because a lot of the poor people that have been pushed out of places like Liberty City, Alapata, and Little Haiti have been moved down there. So crime down there is going out of control, like in Florida City. There is also what they used to call Wynwood, which was the Puerto Rican neighborhood, which is where the McDuffie riots were in 1980 when they were burning the place, and they've been developing that too. But that will end pretty soon. The Federal Reserve's easy money pumped into the banking system is flowing from all the seams, and Miami is one of the places that it comes out of. So it's only a matter of time before the whole thing just sort of falls apart. I don't know where my friend is. He was supposed to be here by now. I feel like Maxwell Smart. There you go. Yeah, they are. They definitely are. Beer is delicious. Yeah, I find it nasty. I never like beer. Bacon is better than beer. Absolutely. Good morning, Bob. Good day. First time on a live here. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Well, Christopher Ovard, I'm glad that you're here, and hopefully you'll stay with us. Like I said, I may have to leave for a little bit to help my friend load a pressure washer, but what can you do? It was all popular. Okay, there we go. Hi, Bob. Yes. Oh. Stress the last couple days got me. I slept almost 13 hours. Wow. I didn't realize you had that much stress going on there. Update. Spent this weekend researching Linux. Try it. I use Linux. Works pretty well. The shoe phone and the cone of silence. Yes, I remember that. And Karen P. Florida Sunshine says, good morning, Rick. And I say good morning back to you. That show was as goofy as the Three Stooges. Yes, I did too. I remember the one where they were in the hospital. That is way too funny. They end up beating up the intercom and it keeps talking. Yep. Eating lobster. Yeah. Right? And then, remember the one with the duck? When Curly was trying to get the duck and he kept trying to hit it with a bat. The duck kept popping up. Oh, I think my friend's here. Hold on a second. I'll be back. Hey, Milton, you silly. No, you're a bad Milton. Milton. All right, Milton. No, bad kitty. All right. Oh, we have a little guest here. He's such a cute little monster. Yes, he is. You're a sweetie. I like you very much. What? Yeah. Kiss, kiss. Oh, you're such a good baby. You are a total sweetheart. Coochie, 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 coochie. Oh, what a good kitty. Say hello to our friends. There's my little Milton. Oh, what a sweet cat. You're the most beautiful animal. You got such a nice fur. You got sharp teeth. What? Yeah, that wasn't my friend. That was actually another customer of mine. No, you're a bad pussy cat. No, actually, you're a good kissy. Yeah, you're a good kissy. Pussy, pussy, pussy. Are you a pussy cat or are you a tiger? You got fleas. Why are you scratching? I checked you. I combed you. There were no fleas on you. Did you get fleas when you went outside yesterday? Ugh, it's a constant battle, let me tell you. You are one silly pussycat. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Get a Chromebook. That's annoying. Yeah, they're cheap. There you go. I wonder why Carrie didn't screen the animal doc at his theater. You would think he would have. That's a good question. I didn't even think about that. That is a good question. That might be something to look into. I wonder. Maybe he didn't have the time, maybe he didn't have the space, or maybe he didn't want the competition. That is a good question. Well, thanks for bringing that up. That's something I might want to look into here. Okay. Okay. He is where Inspector Gadget came from. Morning, Rick and Mitch Fitz. Good morning. I wonder how many of us there are now. There's got to be quite a few. Let me see. How many do we have? We have 40. Is that what it is? Wow. 46? We have 46 according to this, which I think is pretty amazing. Amazing, amazing. Okay. So let's see. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, he is trying. Catch you all later. Maybe back in this live. Who knows? Feast. There you go. We can do the music. Let chaos ensue. Okay, now is when we need Milton time. Well, Milton is here. So what I'm going to do, let me just get that pressure washer kind of out in the open. So, and I'm going to move the camera over here to my Milton. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. let's go back over here to the comments. Now, let me go ahead and let's just check out. Okay. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. I have, how many people do I have? I'm down, no, I still have, do I still have 36? Wow, that is pretty good. So I guess everybody continued to stay here, which is fantastic. Let me go back over here. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Now, my friend came over. We went to take the pressure washer out. And when I moved it, well, sadly, one of the fittings fell off, rolled into the junk pile, and we had to go searching. So we had to move a bunch of stuff, which meant I had to take my shirt off, and I also put on my shorts and went over there and struggled with it. We got the thing into his truck, so it's now out of here. And then I had to go and sit under the air conditioner for a little bit as I wiped off all that sweat and then put the clothes back on because nobody around here wants to see me without a shirt. So anyway, that is what I did, and now I have returned. Milton is self-serving. Yes. Yeah. Oh, he's got his paws on me. You're so cute, you little thing. Oh, I love my kitten so much. I was feeling a little worried because a couple days ago, Milton wasn't eating, and I thought, oh man, Milton must be sick, but he was running around like normal. I think he just wanted a change of food. So I gave him some heart attack chicken, and he only wanted to eat heart attack chicken for a whole day. But then the next day, he was back to his ground beef. So I think even Milton can get bored on the carnivore diet if he eats the same thing every single day. So that's good. All right. Now, let me go back over here to our chat. Rick, was politics as ridiculous in the 70s and 80s as it is today? It really feels like we're living a... It was actually the same. When I was a little kid, I remember the whole Watergate thing. And that was a real thing there. And, you know, old Nixon, I am not a crook, that kind of thing, and moved his fingers around as he left. There was, obviously, in the Jimmy Carter days, a lot of people made fun of old Jimmy. There was actually a record that was called Trust Me. You may have heard of it. Dun, 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 dun. They made fun of him like he was a bunch of hicks. And then under Reaganomics, politics has always been contentious, and it's always been crazy. You had the Soviet Union that everybody thought was going to nuke the world. Before my time, they actually had bomb shelters that were underground. There were several people here that had one. In fact, not that far from here, one of our neighbors, they had a bomb shelter. It even had the little thing sticking out of the ground where you could get air in it. Now, once the other people bought the house, they ripped all that out and they built an addition. But it was kind of interesting. And inflation was really bad in the 1970s, so they used to give out these little buttons that was called WIN, which I think was Whip Inflation Now. We had the 1776 bicentennial, which was like a really big deal. I think that was under the Gerald Ford administration, but yeah, it's always been crazy. Politics has always been ridiculous, and it's just a distraction. The distraction is simple. They want you to be mad at each other, so you'd never go to the central bankers, who are the real source of all of the problems. Okay. Can't train a cat to be a good co-host. Well, at least he can occupy the space. He keeps the seat warm. Oh, he's a cute little kitten. I love my kitten. I love my little kitten. Are you feeling tired on the carnivore diet? Well, there you go. Where is garlic? All right. Let's get tired, Aaron. Means you need a nap. Will just leaves us hanging. Nah, I'm still here. Don't worry. Oh, wow. Found a 50s era newspaper during a drywall ceiling demolition. Politics look the same. It's always the same. It never changes. Ah, there you go. Butterballs. That's a butterball thing. We're used to being Rick's stepchildren. You're a good friend. Well, thank you, Belly Girl. Bella Girl, thank you very much. Picked up some of those glasses at the Dollar Tree. Leaves us in the cold like Cinderella. The grocery car ads are the fun part to look at. I have a newspaper from 1986 that I found. I was laughing when I saw the Kmart sales. That's always fun. Terry Sue says, morning. I say morning. Sorry I was out. We're out loading the pressure washer, which is now out of here, and that's good. We have no host. Well, you had Milton. Iguana sighting. All right. Whoops. Oh, a lot of comments. Look at this. I have a feeling that, wow, it's amazing. I have a feeling that we have one of the more lively chats. I have Milton's. Yeah, them black cats, they could be something else. Pet and owner generally look alike. It's more like black and white. That's funny. No, he's been here before. Or she. Rick's Premium Iguana. There you go. Huh. Why do you want that? I said Rick. There you go. Nobody cares. Okay. Nice. Never realized how much I like cats until we rescued a couple days ago. Old one about 9 months ago. His name is Tiger. He is mostly a Russian blue, except his eyes are more yellow. Well, that's cool. Cats can be really fun. You probably see the first video I got when my neighbor found little Milton, and he's trying to get everybody to take him. Nobody wanted him. I know a lot of people don't like black cats. When I looked at that cute little kitten, I remembered my first cat, which was a black cat, and I was just like, I'll take him. You know, cost me about $30 a month extra in food, but I'm sure eventually I'll have enough income where it won't be an issue. But I do like my cat. He's really not that big of a problem. He's cute. He does a little thing now and then, but he's gotten better. As they get older, they become less of a problem. When he was a kitten, he basically wrecked the place. He actually trashed my living room one time, which I think is funny because he was about 3 or 4 months old at the time. I never knew a small animal could do that much damage. Okay. Here's a question that is supposed to be important. That everyone sees this documentary. Even the poor, yet you can only see unpaid streaming. Okay, Thomas, that's a very, very good point. That's something like what I would say. It's supposed to be important that everyone sees this documentary, even the poor, yet you can only see unpaid streaming services, which I don't have. So I can't see it yet. It's already 85 with another 5 degrees of humidity. Well, welcome to Florida weather, Bob. It's going to be 90 degrees in probably another hour. So, yes. You have Milton muted. I think he muted himself. He turned himself off, which is really funny. Every time our roommate leaves her room, one of her female cats cries under the door for her. It occurred to me this cat might comply with being on a leash. You know, I've always had leashes for my cats. I need to get one or build one for my little Milton because I want to take him for a walk. He's so cute. I love my little black menace. Okay. Carrie, how you like that new high-tech meat thermometer? Looks pretty cool. It's cold here. I don't know where you live, but it's not the septic tank of Florida. This place is always hot. Just assuming he's here. Oh boy, Milton Bay, you do not want to see that. The last time I gave him a bath, he basically ripped the window screen out of the bathroom. It's funny. It's heating up today. Yellow eyes. Oh yeah, you can see the nighttime videos I've made. Milton can use the black makeup. He's got his little white spots. Yeah, Milton seems to be scratching for fleas. Well, that means I'm going to be scratching myself because he's sleeping on the bed. But don't worry, I have my Melaleuca and diatomaceous earth and other... Okay, he'll get that off camera. Yep. He's being modest right now, but not for long. He's cleaning lard. Nope. I was loading a almost 400-pound pressure washer. Okay. He's itchy. I have to look at the video. He must have been scratching. Okay. Could have had Jen and the girls host the screening because I believe Carrie is at the Boston meetup today. And they asked, who was it? Thomas, I think, asked the fake Carrie a month ago about the Boston meetup. So that was pretty funny. I like that. Of course he will show it. I don't know if he'll show it publicly, but I'm sure he's got a copy of it that he can watch because Carrie is one of the in crowd. He knows all these people. I'm sure he's already watched the video. And yes, CB Carmack, you were right. He came here, he picked up his pressure washer, and I helped him load it in the back of the truck so he wouldn't destroy his back yet again. And I don't want to see him, the back surgery, that is not good. So what can you do? Milton's cleaning foreplay. Starfish is coming soon. Hi, Rick and Milton. Nice to be with you. The summer is beginning today. Well, Martina? Our summer is year-round. Editing is expensive. He said $1,000 a minute. That sounds like some crazy lawyer money. I think they're $1,000 an hour. I don't know. That's just ridiculous. For that kind of money, I'd rather buy a ranch and sell good deals on steaks. Editing a movie has to be difficult. The thing is, how much editing do you really need to make a movie? Does it have to be overly dramatic? If I ever do get to see it, let's see how long I can watch Carrie's movie before I fall asleep, which I inevitably do for any movie. I've never been to a movie except for a really good comedy where I can stay awake. When the lights go out in the theater, my eyes are already heavy. Maybe I could watch it in my home theater, otherwise known as my living room, which is surprisingly good. For a home theater built out of nothing but side of the road and trash-picked equipment, the sound is actually pretty decent. Yeah, Aaron says that's true. I would have edited my own movie if it was $1,000 a minute. I don't know. I have no idea. That whole movie thing has gone in its own direction, and I don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, over 50 interviews. And notice, none of us are in those interviews, so obviously we are not Hollywood ready. Your errands crack me up. Your shorts are on steroids. $1,000 a minute, which... oh, that is funny. Oh, that's too funny. There you go. Well, I think what he means is that it's $1,000 for every minute of the movie. So if the movie was an hour and a half, it would be $90,000. That's probably what it is. Okay. I think the family is perfectly capable of operating the theater, but maybe they went with him. Insert a commercial. It's so quiet. I'm going to do that eventually. I want to put in like video segments. That was the other thing I wanted to do. Whoever invented the back scratcher genius. I don't understand what that's for. Why would you need a back scratcher? Can't you just use your hands? I mean, it's not that hard to do. I mean, I can reach any part. I can touch my hands like this. There's no part of my body that I can't reach. So I don't know exactly what the point is. Plus, I don't think I've ever had an itchy back except when I got attacked by fire ants. I have my earbud listening and it's silence. There you go. There's the man himself. Let's ask him the question. There you go. All right. I'll catch up with this eventually. Balls, eggs, 18 pack, cage free, $6.97. Well, cage free just means they're in a warehouse. Didn't recall brown eggs. Oh, not the egg thing again. Well, thankfully my egg production is up. And I've been at the canal and I noticed that the quackers are laying more eggs. So that is really good. So that's why I'm trying to feed the duckies and keep them happy. And I don't want my eggs being wiped out by nasty raccoons. Okay. I'll get this eventually. Let's see. All right. Roaming. Well, I'm not the only one. But I did warn you that we were going to load a pressure washer. That is ho ho how. This would be weird if I was just listening, dead air. Look at that cute cat. That is my little Milton. Fake Carrie left, maybe to change the name. There you go. Milton is asleep at the switch. He is not twiddling the knobs. Hard to get good help these days. Agreed. I drank all my coffee and spilled most of it. Oh. At least it wasn't hot. If it would be a McDiarrhea, then you could sue them for burning yourself on hot coffee. All right. Oh, good. There you go. So, Thomas, your blood sugar's going down. I guess your body is getting better at making insulin. Good for you. I'm so glad that he's improving. You're muted, Rick. Can't hear. All better. That's good. There we go. Fake Harry question. How do they get the balls in Land O'Lake butters so round and smooth? They probably use some kind of a mold, but who knows? I didn't even know there was such a thing as a butterball. I thought butterball was a turkey brand. Got to go, everyone, Lisa. Grandsons have arrived. Have a great day. Glad you were here. I need to make a fresco y mas, which means fresh and more. That's exactly what it means. That was the Cuban version of Winn-Dixie. Fresh and more doesn't sound very Miami-ish. Well, it isn't, but you know what. Oh, that's funny. I wouldn't mind seeing Rick shirtless. No. That is something that you do not want to see. You do not want to see the world's skinniest carnivore. Well, at least I don't have any fat. That's a good thing. Okay, maybe to just say we did. What do you think about Bitcoin? I think Bitcoin is sort of a psyop. I think that it was created by the banking system. It was put out into the community. And I think it's basically a way that they can get control of the system. And at any time in their choosing, they can simply turn it off and use it as a springboard to be able to make a central bank digital currency. Versus losing all your Bitcoin, you could just make a CBDC. Because think about it. Bitcoin is just a series of blocks that are verified by an algorithm that are chained together to make a blockchain. If, for example, the internet went out for a period of time, let's say a couple of months, there would be no way of building the blocks, and that might break the blockchain, which would cause Bitcoin to plummet in value. And of course, if the algorithm was ever broken, which it's only a matter of time before it is, it could simply disappear. And governments love it because they can use the on and off ramps to Bitcoin, which, by the way, all transactions are visible. So it's very easy to track down people. It's not, let's say, anonymous. Now, you have peer-to-peers like Monero, and I forget what the other one is out there, but they don't get used very much. Bitcoin is only worth what it is because the banking system is using it for moving money around. It's also good for money laundering. So that is one of the most important reasons that it is there. But again, if you're making money off of it, go for it, but be ready to get out when you need to. Milton was so good. He bathed and went to sleep. He didn't wash his starfish on camera. Oh, that's funny. Milton and his little Milton balls. But yes, we've been through this before. Duck and cover. Yeah, you remember that? Dun dun da 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 dum. There was a turtle and his name was Bert. And Bert the turtle was very alert. How did the rest of it go? Never get hurt. He knew just what to do. He ducked and cover. Oh, that was funny. I always liked that. Duck and cover. And then the monkey sets off a firecracker and it blows everything up, but he's fine because he got in his shell. So the idea was if you're in school, just go down against the wall and cover your head, and it'll protect you from a thermonuclear device that'll vaporize everything around you. Yeah, okay. There are lots of earthquakes in Iran, but I guess the peeps there don't see it as a sign. That's a good point. But war is just part of the corrupt system that we live in. Bye. Have a great day, everyone. And Sue Smoky Bear Lover, I say bye from Miami, from Milton Town. All right, let's see. We're getting there. We are getting there. All right. It's 80 degrees here. No reason to check the humidity yet. Today's high in northeast Iowa was 95 with high humidity. Don't mind the heat, hate the humidity. And the good thing about you Midwesterners is that unlike the people here that are always in these ridiculous long sleeve shirts, you guys usually just cut the sleeves off and walk out there in the heat and don't worry about it. But that's probably because you get both cold and hot weather, and here it's just always hot and humid. That is normal. The yogurt isn't done yet, but the dishwasher is emptied and I'm ready to eat something. Well, that is fantastic. Starting in the fridge with wide eyes trying to figure out what to eat. I'm going to have heart attack chicken for lunch, but I've run out of chicken, which means I'm going to have to get on my bicycle and go to Fresco y Mas. And Jeanette, 40 Hi Milton, Rick Milton and Quack stopping by to say hi. And I say hi, and Milton, well, he's here too. Oh, got a phone call. Oh, okay. That was my customer for later. He just wanted to make sure that I would be available. And I said, yep, I'll be available later. I don't know exactly how much later, but I'll be available. And Jonathan is finally here. Yes. And Jonathan's probably our number one fan. Jonathan is the main reason why I started doing bike talk and ride videos, because obviously he likes them. So, and when it comes to the hardcore carnivore beasts, besides obviously Sean Baker, well, we have Jonathan Carnivore Muscle, which is the original YouTube carnivore bodybuilder. One of the people that has taken serious problems. I mean, we're talking about people that are similar to like DC and Anthony and so on, that have serious health issues and also other things to deal with, and has turned it into a lifestyle that, while it may not be always the most pleasant, is a lot better than it would be if you were eating duck food and doing nothing. So that's okay. So let's see. Is Alaskan salmon readily available? I don't know. I never look for it. I'm sure that if you went to the, one of those things, yeah, I guess you could get it from a fancy-dancy grocery store. I'm sure Rick has a redneck tan, brown arms and white torso. Well, yeah, pretty much, as you can see. If you like skinny arms, it's white from here. Legs are white. I'm pretty much white everywhere except, like, right here, right here. They used to call that the farmer's tan. So, yes, you are absolutely correct. I genuinely haven't stopped since 5:30. My transport was late, so I'm in a lot of pain. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Jonathan. I mean, your life is basically a struggle to try to keep the pain to a manageable level. And again, I don't know what I would do. I have a pain in my finger because I hit my hand with a hammer when I was trying to get the pulley off of the pressure washer, and I slipped and it still hurts. And then I actually got water injected into my finger when the pressure washer hose broke, and that hurt quite a bit, but it seems like it's actually worked its way out. For me, pain is a short-term thing. It generally goes away after a day or two. If I was working really hard, I may get chest pains, but that's not from heart disease. That's from just what little muscle I have, which isn't a lot, being pulled to the limit, lifting engine blocks, or plastering, or doing any of these other things. But one of these days, I'll try to get a little stronger so I don't have that issue. But anyway, Jonathan, you're not late. You're here. It doesn't matter. And there's always a replay if you think you missed anything. You could always put it on double speed and kind of jump through it. But probably nothing more than we usually have. And CB Carmack says hello to Jonathan. And Michael Pregler says, hope you feel better. Listen to you later. So we got a lot of comments here, which is really nice. And again, this is a real carnivore community. Jonathan, take a breath. You work hard. Yes, he does. And by the way, if you want to see a carnivore documentary, I believe it might also be 90 minutes, if I remember correctly. I watched the whole thing a couple days ago. Check out Jonathan's Carnivore Muscle channel. And I mean, it has an AI voice, which isn't ideal, but it's fine. A lot of information. The idea is you want to watch Jonathan's video so you can get the knowledge that you need. You can understand why the carnivore diet works the way it does. It's a lot better than these emotional, sort of feel-good, dramatic music and all that. It's just the basic facts. And Jonathan has a very interesting sense of humor, which I think is a good thing. Considering all that he has to deal with, the fact that he maintains such a good sense of humor, I think in itself is a good testimony to the carnivore diet, because all of us long-term carnivores, and by the way, Jonathan's a long-termer, just like me, because he's been more than 5 years. Once you exceed 5 years on carnivore, you become one of the long-term carnivores, and that's the way it is. Just like all the famous, like the Dr. Berry and the Dr. Baker and Dr. Chafee, all those people. And you have Jonathan. There's another one. I forget what his name is. He said he's been 10 years. So there's quite a few. And then you have some lady that says she's been 15 years. So there's a lot of long-term carnivores, and that's a really good thing. But anyway, we're glad you're here, Jonathan. And let's see. Today's a bad one, but I'm here. I'm very grateful to have people that care. Rick's videos kept me in good company last night. I enjoyed them. And I'm glad that I managed to make all those videos at a time when you really needed them. Something was telling me to put some more bike and ride and talk videos. Rick liked your short videos with Milton, cooking, bike rides, and ducks. Well, that's what my channel's all about. You're not going to see any fancy graphics or any high-tech stuff. It's just basic. I'm seeing my niece again tomorrow. I'm so excited. Well, that's great. You get along well with your family. Lots of new people here coming and going. The meat eater population is growing. That is a good thing. I like that. And I think the more and more people that try the lifestyle, I think that more and more people are going to realize that it's not that bad. And even if you do die from a heart attack, which you probably will, it's not going to be that big of a deal. I'm back from my morning 5-mile walk. Now, I rode my bike 5 miles, and that took, 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more. So I can only imagine. You must be walking pretty fast. That's pretty good. My first meal of every day, 6 eggs, 6 strips of bacon, and a can of sardines. That sounds like a winner to me. That's a breakfast of champions. Not like the other so-called breakfast of champions that turns you from Wheaties into Fruit Loops. That's great. Great first meal. I agree with that, Peter. Friend called. Pressure washer came off the trailer and slattered to the street. Not funny. Nah, that's fine. Some guy in the Vegetable Police channel just dismissed in his stroke. Oh, that goofy guy, I don't know. He's a whack job. You know, anybody that would go and make a video making fun of Mitch is a very sick or just somebody looking for attention. Maybe that's what it is. I'm glad I haven't seen it because I'd probably get mad, put some mean comments. Now, again, they can make fun of me all they want. The best thing they could do is they can make fun of my sinus condition and say that, oh, look at this guy. He's been on the carnivore diet and he has a sinus condition. But they'll ignore all the other things, like basically lifting up, I guess, 300 and something pound pressure washer, whatever that thing weighs, by myself and putting it on a truck and not having any back issues and having lots of energy, having a mind that works clearly, and being able to talk for a long period of time without having to use any word whiskers or any in-between whatever. So that's a big difference right there. Okay. Okay. This guy has always been kind of sarcastic. I don't know if he's serious about it or he's just being silly. Hard to say. Oh, wow. A lot of Angus beef for sale. I wish we had meat at the farmer's market here. I can't wait to send you a coffee. Yes, I'm going to set up something. I thought that the whole buy me a coffee thing was weird because I hate coffee. But if they could just have a website that says buy me an iguana or buy me a steak, I'd love to have a website called buy me a steak. And look, there's Meathead. Good morning and good morning to you. And again, you want to check out Mr. Meathead? Hit Monday night at 8, the Carnivore Talk channel with Bob, and you'll see him there along with a couple of other people, sometimes including me. Because a lot of times I'm working, I don't get home, and by the time I'm ready to go online, it may be 8:30 or 9, but I try to drop in when I can. And I want to make a video about carnivore communities, and that is one of the carnivore communities that I am recommending. I also recommend the Kiltz tribe, although, you know, Dr. Kiltz is selling products or whatever. That's not a problem. There's nothing wrong with selling your product. But, yeah, on the Carnivore Talk, they're not selling you anything. They're just giving you a chance to communicate in the world of carnivore. And it's a great place for those of us that are very skeptical about some of the more popular channels, maybe to check out and talk and learn. And there's a lot to learn in these different groups. I'm glad you encouraged Rick to do bike and talk. Yes, I'm glad you did too, Jonathan. Got up at 2 a.m., couldn't sleep. Oh, there you go. I usually get up, you know, around 3 o'clock or whatever to take a leak, but I go right back to sleep. Okay. I had an x-ray yesterday with a private chiropractor. My metal work is significantly worse since I had surgery, and the slip is worse. We persist. I'm motivated. And see, this is what's happening to my friend George. He has back issues, but he's reluctant to get surgery. My friend Al also has back issues. He has sciatic nerve. And I told him, I said, surgery is the last resort. Change your diet and be careful. And he's feeling better. So that's a really good thing. I think a lot of times the medical science, it doesn't make sense, you know. Once you get damaged, and this is the other problem, anything that a human being can put in your body is not going to last as long as the original, because all things that we make are subject to entropy, corrosion, stress, and so on. They have a limited lifespan. Our bodies are almost like a tree. If they're somewhat healthy, they can actually continue to rebuild. It's like when you scratch yourself and your skin regenerates. Yes, over time, it gets to be less resilient. It takes longer to heal until eventually you die. But the thing is, you can still heal. Even a person that's 90 years old that scrapes himself can heal. If you damage a prosthetic device, it's not going to heal itself. But Jonathan is doing the very best that he can, and I have full faith that whatever he's dealing with right now is as good as it can be, because he does everything in a methodical way, and he doesn't go by emotion, which is good. Yes. Don't talk to me after 6 p.m. The other guy comes out to play. Well, there you go. I have one more year to go. Been 4 now. See? 4 years. That's it. You're going to be a long-termer like the rest of us. I think once you get to 5 years, your chance of falling back into the duck food is 0. The only way you're going to fall in the duck food is if you're in the hospital and you have nothing else to eat, and you'll be like Mitch that had to eat duck food. But once you get out of the hospital, you're going to hate that stuff so much you'll never go back to it. That's what I think. I hope I live to see the day when the hospital starts serving people real food instead of duck food. Duck food is disgusting. You're close. Eyes on the prize. That's right. Long term coming. Yes. 25% women. Yeah, see? From comparing and contrasting, I'm about 25% more well-beingness from being on a carnivore diet. I think for others the amount can be higher. And this is the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if one day, if Jonathan ever became popular, like some of the other carnivores, the vegans would be out there making fun of him. Look at this guy. He can barely walk. He's in bed most of the time. It's because of the carnivore diet. It's a bunch of nonsense, but some people might believe it. They'll never take the time to look and see the serious spinal injury that started this whole cascade of disaster. So I think in many ways, it's up to us. We have to share the truth because they won't. Bacon in the pan, eggs will be next. There you go. Nice. There we are. All right. And Annabella's here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Hi, and Milton, of course, is over here. I'll get later once I go through the comments. Hi, everyone. I wasn't aware of a video where someone's making fun at Mitch. I wasn't either, but it might be something to check out when you get the chance. Yep. There you go. I don't even know why people make those videos. I would never make a video making fun of somebody else, except maybe Shane, the raw vegan guy. That guy really gets to me. I don't know. I know so many vegans who have watched his videos, and every one of them has been disappointed. They've all gotten sicker. It's just terrible. Yep. There you go. Somebody's doing exercise. Been very late working on my novel. Okay. Huh. I'm not surprised. Not when you're on the carnivore diet as long as you've been. I spent last weekend reading on entropy. It left me thinking. Just let go of what doesn't matter. I only focus on my health, family, and friends because that's all there really is. That is very true. There's nothing you can do to live longer. That's what I say. The more effort you put into living longer, the less you're going to live. It's just the way it is. Once you accept that, it's like a whole bunch of wisdom and a whole sense of calm. And surround yourself with the people that don't stress you, that don't drag you into the mud with them, and you'll do great. You know, being around the wrong people, I think, is a way to destroy yourself. And even in my case, as long as I've been on the carnivore diet, if I can ever find the picture that a friend of mine took of me when I was taking care of my mom, my dad, I think had died by that point. I put on a significant amount of body fat, and I did absolutely nothing different when it comes to the diet. But as soon as things calmed down, my body went back to the skinny toothpick that I am now. Yes, it is. Right. Well, Jonathan is the one that he takes charge. If it wasn't for what he did, I can only imagine how bad his life would be. So, memory foam mattresses make you exercise to roll over. Yes, they can. But I think a lot of it is either jealousy or they just want to bring attention to themselves. One of the two. Yes, I did. I was there. In fact, I commented on it during the documentary. Lever arm, turn around, or wait until sensation. Yeah, see? And that's because of the spinal issues. When your nerves don't work the way they're supposed to, you get all kinds of pain, and it's hard to just do simple things. And it looks like I have reached the end of the comments. Let's see. Yes, I think I have. All right. Now, let's take a look at our little friend. All right. It looks like I'm going to have to change the settings on the other scene. Bear with me while I change this. Hold on. Okay. So now there should be sound on this channel. What happens is my computer is old. It has some issues. And sometimes the audio input capture disappears. So I should not be muted now. I see that I have, it's working. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. All right. And there's that delay. So I fixed that problem. Excellent. So anyway, let me go back to the other one. All right. We're going to make some things happen here. Okay. Crikey, yes. My memory is poor currently. I think you will like the next ones I have on autism. It's hard to get the words out sometimes, but I think I found them. Great. I'm looking forward to it. You're absolutely okay. Let's see. Yes. Yes. But you see, I don't believe in positive and negative thinking. I believe that there are 3 different ways of thinking: pessimism, optimism, and then the combination of the 2, which I call realism. Pessimism is where you look at all the bad things that can happen. Optimism is where you ignore all the bad things that can happen. And realism is where you balance the 2. So I tell everybody, I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. Big difference. Well, it's a little of both, let's put it that way. Okay. Can't hear. All right, I fixed that. All right. It is now working. Milton, watch the pause. Oh no, what did you do? Okay, there we go. All right, let's hit it. Been off color with the flu, yes. And again, people still get sick even when you're carnivore. That's all there is to it. My shoe is old, my teeth are gold, and now my story is all told. Great. Good. Glad you're getting some help. I think you're incredibly brave. I'm proud of you. You, me, and I think all of us. We love our friend Jonathan because not only is Jonathan dealing with his problems, but he's helping us deal with ours. Oh, thought two small wild ducks thought of you. Well, thank you. I guess whenever somebody thinks about ducks and iguanas in the carnivore community, they're thinking of me. I'm pleased you managed some writing and can't wait to see it. There we go. I need to. I've just been so busy. I'm still laughing from his duck food blues. And Meathead says he's a realist, and I can vouch for that. You are a realist. The great thing about realists, they are the people that you just can't fool, and they're very hard to scam, if at all. I think it's from being, yeah, exactly. When you have a lot of pain, how can you remember anything? I don't have to deal with pain very often, so I think that's why my memory is as good as it is. The ducks all the way to Queensland. There you go. Living on the edge. Yep. Yes, I do eat ducks. That's why I'm a quack. I'm not a fanboy, but Charlie Munger, yep. I know Warren Buffett's sidekick. Didn't he live to almost 100? Always talked about, what did it say here? Always talked about inverts. In other words, look at what the worst case scenario or consequences are and work backwards from that. Okay. See, I kind of think of the same way. When I'm trying to think about what I want to do, I think about what could go wrong and then try to figure out how I can avoid what could go wrong. Yes, I'm glad people have financially, but I've got a lot of medical expenses. Yeah, exactly. I hope I can get the book published next year. I hope so too. You know, everybody has a book, but hopefully you'll get enough people to read it where you can get some income from it. That would be great. Well, anyway, we got caught up with the comments, so that's really very good. Let me go back over here. Okay. And hopefully you can hear me. There's no background noise, and everything should be working, at least from what I can tell. Now, I'm a little bit restricted from my soundboard because I have a very soft and cuddly armrest that's sitting here, purring, of course. Loves to purr. What's the matter, sweetheart? Oh, you're so cute. You're such a good pet. Why are you scratching? Do you have fleas? I need to check you for fleas, you silly little thing. I let you outside. You must have got fleas again, you little cuddles. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. What a good little animal you are. Have you ever heard of black cat bias? They say that in animal shelters, the last cats to get adopted are the black ones, and they're usually the ones that get killed because nobody wants them, which I think is kind of sad because out of all the cat breeds I've had, my two favorites are the orange tabby cats like Garfield, my cat Garfield, and of course the black cats like my little monster Milton here. I love black cats. I find that black cats are the most affectionate of all the cats, and they're some of the most trainable. They're actually quite nice cats. All right, let's see. Oh. The characters in my novel do eat carbs. I write a pre-carnivore. I do have my characters eating steaks, though, and they ate duck in my latest chapter. Quack, duck. Duck hunting is big here. Season, we get calls where boats flip over and hunters stranded in the water or even drawn sometimes. Well, hopefully there's no gators out there. They don't end up in the water and end up being a snack for one of our unfriendly gators. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Uh-oh. There's a flea in here. Milton, you're going to have to go. You have gotten fleas again. I'm going to have to treat you. Hopefully, I don't get another one of these long scratches that I got from the last time I gave you a bath. But I am going to have to remove you from the room before I end up inundated with fleas. Come here. Let me sleepy? Oh, sweetheart. Look at that beautiful animal. You are such a good cat. I don't know how you always get fleas. I don't get it. You sweetheart. Look at that cute little kitten. Okay. What? All right. I'm going to give you a treat. I got a little piece of meat for you. Yes, you're a good kitty. So we're going to take you over to the kitchen. I'm going to give you something to eat. Hopefully you're not going to be meowing at the door because you want to hang on to me. You love to hang on to me, you cute little thing. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Sweetie. Okay, you're still kind of sleepy. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Okay, you silly cat. Look at that friendly little kitten. You are the softest kitten. Yes, you are. Look at them cute little, strong little legs, too. No wonder you can jump and climb so well. All right, let's go. I'm going to have to deflea my bed. You silly pet. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. You're my little monster. Oh, my goodness. Okay. You're too affectionate. You know that? You're such a cute little kitten. You're supposed to be a mean old tomcat, and you're super affectionate. All right. Let's go. What? Oh, watch the claws. Okay, here we go. No. Ow. Ow, watch the claws. Okay. Let's go, little monster. Okay, come on. No. Okay, we're taking you back. Come here. Oh, my goodness. Want to eat something? There we go. Silly cat. Okay. So, give Milton a nice piece of meat. And we'll get back over here to what is going on. There we are. All right. Let's adjust this. All right. So we got the microphone ready to go. And haven't seen any calls. I guess it's been one of them busy days. So anyway, let's talk about what we can do. This thing keeps moving. What is going on here? Oh, come on. What is it now? Why is my microphone getting a mind of its own? This microphone stand is from the 1960s. The microphone's from the 1950s. The mixer, I don't know, it just keeps moving away from me. Hello, you're here there. Oh, that's what it is. This is really odd. Stop that. Ugh. Okay. And it's still trying to get away from me. What is this? Anyway, hopefully you can hear me okay. The microphone is trying to get away from me. I saw some weird commercial. It was for some ugly SUV where there's some lady out there walking out to her SUV and then the microphones are dropping from the sky and then she catches one and then drops it and runs it over. So I guess I'm not the only one that has microphone issues. Well, let's see. Let's get back to these comments. Now, where did my mouse go? Ugh. Okay. Let me follow follow the cord. Huh. Here's the cord. Yep. That's one of the great things about having a corded mouse. I'm probably one of the only people in the world that still uses one. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. I'll just use my leg to hold the stupid microphone so it can't get away from me. There we go. All right. The comments are coming in fast and furious. Okay. I totally understand. Rich men of Lazarus' story. Give what we can, not what we can't. And something in any form of support is better than none. I agree with that 100%. The thing about Jonathan also supports others. I've seen him put super chats on many different, YouTube channels, and I've seen him on Bart's channel, all the different channels. So Jonathan is a generous giver. Jonathan is not tight. Well, maybe physically, but not when it comes to being generous with his time and his resources. So we can learn from that too. If I wasn't always broke, I would be generous too. When I move out of here, I dump this termite-infested, moldy house and take the money from the next sucker that's going to knock it down and build some black, white, and gray box. And I don't have to pay almost $10,000 a year in property taxes. I'll be good. I'll have lots of money. But anyway, we'll see. Yep, strong painkillers. If I fast, I can reduce the painkillers by a tablet or two. I look forward to not needing them. Some people need them for their whole life, but you never know. Black cats need reparations. It was a bit cooler here in South Florida this morning. It actually hasn't been as hot as it's been the last few years. This is why I'm really worried about hurricane season. This is usually what happens before an active set of hurricanes. Like, for example, in 1992, we had Hurricane Andrew. I still remember those days. Very interesting. Taking a bacon break. Sounds like a good break to me. We got some hellos over here. I'm thinking of that story you emailed me years ago. I really think you should share it. It adds to your uniqueness. We don't want to be like anyone else. Isn't feeling good. Yeah, I agree. Although not everybody might be able to understand some of my views and my stories. Careful, Rick. He'll bite your face off. No, Milton is not aggressive in any way. I've never seen that cat growl or hiss. He's an amazing pet for me. Very, very nice. Black Pharaoh kittens. Yeah. Favorite of tortoiseshell cats. My mother had a tortoiseshell cat. They called her Smokey. But I have really bad experiences with female cats. They always try to attack me. She tried to bite me several times. My mother's gray and white cat tried to scratch my eyes out twice. The second time that she attacked my face, my reflex was to throw her, and she actually went through the jalousie window. Didn't break the glass. That's the funny thing. I had the screen out of the window, and somehow she went between the two jalousies and landed in the yard. But it was a reflex. I mean, the cat, she attacked me, and I threw her. But Milton, the most I've ever done to Milton is this. I do that to him like, no, I've never really hit him. He's just such a good cat. But every cat is different, you know. Soot, black cat is complaining because I made him move. My arm is in the way, so he can't be all over me. They really insist on being close, which I think is funny. Find that too. Use different analogs of medical cannabis for different effects. I do one other thing, but it can't be discussed here. Well, there you go. Plants are powerful medicine. If I take a certain combination of herbs, I won't sniffle once. The problem is I'll pay for it later. If I do a 6-hour live stream using that plant, I'm going to end up with a sore throat, and I'm going to end up feeling like crap. But it will stop the sniffling. It's a trade-off. What can you do? 4 new polo shirts. Calvin Klein. They're Sabina cotton. The softest I've ever gotten. And I bet they're smaller than what you had to wear a few years ago. I've been thinking of you. Meow, there you go. Is Calvin Klein gay? That might be a Google thing, but anyone that's in fashion is typically going to be fruity. So I would have to say yes. And Peter says yes. Is it pink? Surprised he hasn't died of AIDS. You like mama cat using half their neck to make them more docile when trimming his nails. Yeah, that's true. I don't trim my cat's nails. I let them keep their claws. Good for catching rodents and for fighting other animals. I always think of the Smurfs because of Papa Smurf. Light blue, light green, navy blue, and tan. There you go. You know what I want to find out? I want to find out if there's an Amish clothing designer. I need to get some Amish clothes. Get some suspenders, that goofy straw hat, and just dress up like an Amish without a beard. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, you have designer clothes? Oh, these are Amish clothes. Okay. Very blue, yes. How old were you and your mom realized you only wanted to eat meats? I was in elementary school. I was always looking for the meat. If we went somewhere, where's the meat? Where's the meat? When they had those commercials, where's the beef? That was another thing my mom used to say, you know, that's like my son, where's the beef? Milton has black hair like Rick. When or if Rick ever goes gray, so Milton. I have a feeling I'll have a heart attack before I go gray, but let's see. Milton might still be around. You never know. He's got anywhere from 18 to 20 years generally, unless he gets lost or has an accident. But as long as he stays around me, he'll do okay. Dreamy even. I see the cartoon reference going there. I love walking, especially in winter. Makes me so happy just like walking deer. We don't have winter here, thankfully. You don't have to worry. The microphone reminds me of Ed Sullivan's show. Yeah, I don't know if they used a Shure 55S on Ed Sullivan's show. Would you dare invest in Tesla? Absolutely not. That is still a very overpriced stock. I wouldn't touch it. Well, a 20-foot pole. Walking gave me my life back. Walking is very important. That's a cute thing to say. Okay. Wow. I use my BMX bike instead. There you go. Rick barely has enough money to buy meat and pay property taxes. That's it. I barely survive. And when you eat as much meat as I do, that's probably a reason why. I love my morning walks. There you go. Singing is my life. Okay. Oh. I'm surprised your windows haven't broken in the car, but I guess they're tempered glass. I have a lot of energy today, my friend. Okay. Charge it while I walk the track again. That is great, Thomas. You're out there walking, and you know, the more you walk, they say the faster you walk, the longer you're going to live. I have a feeling Thomas is going to live a long time. Instead of losing body parts, he's gaining his day, basically. Got energy. You won't be fat forever. You're going to look good. Just got to watch out for them ladies. They're going to be after they're chasing you. I sing in the car. There you go. I never sing in the car. They might think I've gone crazy. Plus, there's too many rust holes. Everybody can hear me. Yep. That's it. Sing anywhere all the time. I work construction. Get all kinds of exercise doing that. Work has just been slow, but it's picking up finally. There you go. It depends on what kind of construction you're doing. Good question. I am skinny like Rick, but a foot shorter. Huh. I guess it's good if you're in construction and you're skinny. It helps a lot. Okay. Would you ever meet a mouse? I watched cooked mice. I don't know. Mice are awfully tiny. They look like cockroaches with fur. But I have eaten squirrels, and squirrel is delicious, so who knows? I might have to go for a rat instead. Louisiana was trash for Andrew. Yep. Andrew went all over the place, too. Buddy. Hey, is that Mitch? That's the real Mitch. Hey, glad to have you here. And don't forget, tomorrow morning at 8:30, you have Mitch, the old guy carnivore. If that's the real Mitch, I'm glad you're here. Let's see. Hey, Mitch. There we go. Look at that. Wow. We are being Mitch Fit Selves. There you go. There's a crossover between these groups. Now the party can start. There you are. I look forward to Mitch's next video. I really enjoyed the last one where he was cooking hamburgers in his kitchen. And then, eventually he'll be going for walks again. And eventually he won't even need a walker. But, are we sure it's Mitch? That is a good question. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Quacks and Mitch Fits unite. There you go. Great to see all the community here this morning. Great to be here. If this is Mitch, we welcome you here. Very nice. Mitch isn't bossy, he's just strict. Mitch has the right to do whatever he wants, as long as he's lived and with what he's done. So that's great. All right, let's see. These comments keep on coming. Calvin Klein, very gay, yes. Of course. You know what you never see in the carnivore community is gay people. So I wonder if eating meat takes away the gay. I mean, you can pray away the gay, but I think the steak may actually do a better job. And again, I wouldn't be so sure of it. Calvin Klein makes women purses, so what does that say? That is very true. Yeah. There you go. I agree. Yeah, the fashion industry is a mentally ill joke. That's why I said I should go get into Amish fashion. The Amish people are very basic, and you would never see them with any designers. I used to do a lot when my kids were in Scouts. I should have done more to sort what I was lacking. Nails can get ingrown. I've seen it. Maybe on cats? Thank you, Lori. I'll take all the compliments I can get. Right? How do you know what labeling is? Are you Jewish? Labeling? Cavelling. Yeah, that's what I figured. Cavelling. No pop-up? Mitch taught me. Well, there you go. Okay. I bought some new clothes on a big special. Excellent. Well, let's hope so. If he's the real Mitch, he'll probably mention it tomorrow on his live stream. If he's not the real Mitch, you're still welcome here as long as you don't say anything bad about Mitch. You start saying bad things about Mitch, and you'll have a way of disappearing from my live stream. Yep, I will get rid of people. I just don't do it that often. Us Jewish guys know what cavelling is very well. That's right. My mother always quoted the same sayings that Mitch uses. Yep. Are you getting verklempt? Behave. My BMX bike is worth my mountain bike. My mountain bike is actually worth $0 because I picked it out of the trash pile. I'd like to take up biking again. Well, if you're healthy enough to, why not? Would you ever sell any of your Dodge Chargers? No, because they're basically just rust buckets until I fix them. So, ooh, a rat. Well, I guess eating a rat is better than eating duck food. Back when I went to the Carnivore Kit meetup, I brought him a dozen farm fresh eggs when eggs were $10 a dozen. There you go. I'm sure he enjoyed that. Okay, let's see. Eating a boiled frog. She bit right through its face and head. There you go. People will eat whatever they get used to. Yep. It was even funnier a couple weeks ago when the troll had the name copied perfectly. Avocado green, blacktop Charger. I think the motor was 440 or something. Yep. 440 Magnum. I got one of those in one of my Chargers. Good old 440. I used to have the air filter from one of them here somewhere, but I guess I put it in storage. If that's the real Mitch, I'm the real Carrie. There you go. We quacks here. Yes, this is the real Mitch. All right. If it is, great. If not, that's still fine. Okay. Okay. Rick, that's not that there's anything wrong with it, quoting Seinfeld. Yep. All right, let's see. Don't forget that Lori is going to be on with me for morning coffee tomorrow at 8:30. Well, I'm glad that there is someone brave enough to go on Mitch's live stream. I think all of us, at the very least, should be there once. Don't be afraid. Mitch doesn't bite, and he doesn't formally put you in any kind of interview where you're on the spot. You can have fun. It's a great thing about Mitch. It's about fun. And I agree with that 100%. We love you, Rick. Well, thank you. The feeling is mutual. Homestead Ho is back. It would be crazy to have a fake Harry and fake Mitch at the same time. There you go. All right. Let's see. More fake Harry. So sad. Okay. When you order groceries from Sam's, have you seen Butterballs as an option? I can't find them here. I'm so excited. Aren't we all? Yes. I'll be carnivore 2 years on the 1st of July. Well, congratulations. 3 more years, you'll be a long-term carnivore. Of course, I may not be here because I may have had my heart attack by then. But don't forget me after I've had my heart attack and have either been turned to charcoal or turned to dirt. Just keep thinking about me, thinking about old Rick and his heart attack. I haven't seen Butterballs ever at Sam's Club. Okay. You know what? We can verify this very, very easily because all I have to do, let me go back here. And we will go to, where is that? Okay, hold on. We'll go there. What happened to the options? The options are not there. Oh, I know where they are. Hold on a second. Let me go to... Uh-oh. All right, hold on. I know what I'm doing wrong here. I'm looking at the wrong monitor. Let me see. I'm going to go right here. And it's not working. Okay. Nope, it's not working. Oh, well. Maybe in here. Let me try over here, if I can verify this. I'm going to find out what happens. Here we go. And I'm going to go to channel. And yes, I guess it is the real Mitch because I am on the Old Guy Carnivore channel. So it looks like the real Mitch is here. Why is this not working now? Okay. There we go. So, as far as I can tell, we are dealing with the real Old Guy Carnivore. All right, Butterballs are rare. Comments are really strong now. Let's see. Yeah. But I think a lot of it comes down to being social when it makes sense to be social. Being social just for the sake of being social to try to impress others is not a good thing. But being social because you know people, I think that's what he is. And that's great because that's the same way that I am. I don't go to a group of people just to be social. I go to meet people that I know. That's the reason why I started on YouTube. Okay, glad we're here. Mitch is here. I'm leaving. Funny. Eggs were $12. Wow, that's ridiculous. Don't tell me eggs are going up again. I think they had eggs for $2.98 at Presidente. I'm going to head over there probably today or tomorrow on my old bicycle and buy as many as I can get my hands on. But I have been getting duck eggs, so That's pretty good. But duck eggs can last a long time. I've had duck eggs last for a couple months without refrigeration. I've told the Sherry the Mitchfit crew was missing here, and a few of us chipped in that she's just fine. That's great. Yes, I do. I enjoy all my viewers, even if they're just AI. Okay. Fried eggs are better for guys. I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference between women and men eating eggs. That's a good question. The year is 2200. Here's a question from Jonathan. The carnivore quack is no longer present. How is he remembered? Well, that depends if the world is still there or if we've had a nuclear war, Armageddon or whatever, and all technology is destroyed. If all technology is destroyed, the carnivore quack is, well, nobody's memory, I guess. But I'm sure that if I'm still around in terms of some old videos or documentation, I'm going to be remembered as a total quack. And I think by then, people will probably be eating Soylent Green like it was in that movie. So, but that's a good question. That might be a good one for a novel or something. That'd be pretty funny. All right. Let me know when Sherry gets more explicit with her pole dancing. All right. I don't eat many eggs either. I have to crave them first. Now my own chickens, I'll probably eat 6 eggs a day. Well, if you got enough chickens, you might as well. And Meathead says, good morning, Mitch. And Meathead, TQ for confirmation. Rick, yes. I think we have the real Mitch. That's a good question for Mitch. Did you watch Animal, the movie? I'm sure if he's still listening, he will add his input there. Start with makeup. I'm searching, found 3 different ways eggs white can cause problems. Some people are more sensitive to those problems than others. My understanding is for some people, cooking the egg whites really happens to do it. Omega Rick. There you go. Are you referring to like personality types? I'm not as interested in makeup, but I like the piggies. Okay. Yes, Rick, I told you it was a real me. Let's see if we can round up a guest for next Sunday. Let's hope so, too. And this is Rick telling everybody here. If you don't want to be on guest on Mitch's channel, what are you afraid of? You're not being put on the spot. You're going to have a friendly conversation with a friend that you like to watch almost every day. In fact, what is it, 5 days a week now? And I'm usually there, although sometimes I may be working while I listen. But I do enjoy it. And let's see, yeah, it's you, Mitch. I watched your cooking video. I think most of us did. I love his cooking videos. I like all of Mitch's videos. The drive to the store, you know, going for a walk, going outside. That's just the whole thing. What I like about Mitch's channel is that there's a lot of realism. There's nothing really made up. It's not like Mitch is trying to give you the best of everything. He's got makeup and he's doing all these things. No, he's just giving you a piece of his life. It's kind of the same thing that I do, but a little bit. It's edited. I mean, mine's are not edited, but his are edited. So Lover Piggies too. I guess that must be the little thing where you pull on the toes. Solid answer. I knew you would find a joke in there. That's me. My whole life, I'm a joke. I'm a joke in a person. So that's the main thing. I mean, I don't think that anybody could make me up if they tried. Even the most creative person wouldn't be able to make up a quack like me because I am a total quack. I think guys do it better because it helps their testosterone. I guess you're referring to the eggs. As long as you don't wash the eggs, don't refrigerate them last a month. Well, let me tell you something. I've had duck eggs in the refrigerator for 4 months, and they were still good. So I think duck eggs are just much better at lasting. Lizzie, Wendy, join Mitch. There you go. Give those suggestions out there. I'm going to be there at 8:30 watching Mitch's channel. I don't let that go. Although I may have to work a little bit after then, but I'll just take the computer with me, catch some Wi-Fi, and listen in. So even if you don't see me commenting, I'll be there. No, I haven't watched Animal yet. Probably this afternoon, and we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. That's great. I'm curious. I don't know when I'll get to see it, but who knows. 100% Omega. There you go. Hi, everyone. I heard butterballs. Well, as long as it's not the turkey, you're good. Hi, Aaron. Aaron, is Animal $5 to stream? I guess. I don't know. We can check it out, but I don't have a streaming service, so who knows? My streaming service would be, I guess, I have VHS. I have DVDs. Where can you watch Animal? Sundays are tough for Aaron. My mom eats eggs, her throat swells up. See, if you're allergic to them, you got to stay away from them. For rent for $4.99. Do they still rent videos? I thought they closed the Blockbuster Video and the Hollywood Video. I didn't know you could still rent a video. Fortunately, Aaron's always busy Sunday morning. Well, there you go. Well, Sunday morning, you know where we'll be. Lori, I will. There's a protective coating on the egg when it's laid. We never refrigerate eggs. That's true. Eggs are designed to survive outside because they have to sit under mama duck or chicken or whatever for about a month to hatch, and sometimes the eggs sit longer than that. My daughter helped set it up today. It's about what you'd expect, with whom you'd expect, covering exactly the talking points you'd expect. And I'm sure that when Mitch watches it, he will give us his educated experience with the movie. And I look forward to it. I think it's going to be interesting. That's what I figured, yes. That would be great. I still watch DVDs, and that's it. You don't have to be online to do that. Who is the guy that just got out of the hospital? That's Graham. That's a carnivore transformer. That's true. Might be a good one to talk. But again, Mitch has the open invitation. It's up to other people, because all you got to do, as I know from experience, Mitch invited people. He asked me if I wanted to be there, and I said, sure. I took the day off just to be with Mitch because I always like to be online with my online friends. See, that's great, CV. Pick a date and let me know. There you are. Red box. Does he watch Mitch? TS. Okay. So we're caught up with the comments. Now, let me just take a little time here. Let me pop up on the other. Let's see here. Let's move this. I'm going to move this to the other display right here. Okay. And you can see when I click the link to the old guy carnivore, it came to his YouTube channel. So this looks like the real deal. And let's see. And here I am. How many people do we have? We have 41. Not bad. Let me get out of here before it turns into multiple things there. So I think it was H2O Studios, right? Oh, there's a police siren. Okay. All right. And there it is. And let's see. How to watch. In theaters, get tickets. Only available in New York, Los Angeles, Austin, Houston, Dallas, and Vegas. Okay, so it's only available in a few theaters. Why is it not available in Montello, Wisconsin? That's interesting. Pay it forward. Host a screening. Invite your community. Spark a health movement. Well, that's interesting. Let's see. On digital, you have Amazon and Apple. Now, as you know, I don't use Amazon because I don't like Jeff Bezos. In fact, all these people that have overpriced businesses, there's a few of them that I don't like. One of them is Jeff Bezos, and the other one is that despicable man, Larry Ellison, that does Oracle. That's one of the worst software companies. I've had to deal with their crappy products, and he thinks he's going to live forever. He's kind of an arrogant person. I don't like those people. So any company they're associated with, also Apple. Now, I do have Apple devices, but that's because people give them to me. I would never buy an Apple product. Apple TV, okay, so we got that. And let's see, Amazon. All right, rent $4.99. Well, what's the difference between renting and buying? I don't understand that. If you're watching the video, couldn't you just take an HDMI cable out of your computer, plug it into an HDMI recorder, and do that? I don't understand that. Rentals include 30 days to watch the video and 48 hours to finish once started. I think that's kind of silly because in the old days, you go to Blockbuster Video and you get a video cassette. They tried that ridiculous, I forget what it was called, but it was what they would do. They would play around with the synchronizing signal on TV, on the NTSC. They messed around with a square wave. So when you tried to copy it from one VCR to the other, it would be all distorted. But what people used to do, they used to run it through the RF, the RF modulator on channel 3, and they'd copy from there. What was that called? It was some kind of weird copy protection. Every time they try to protect something from being copied, it always gets copied because the rule is simple. If you can see it, you can record it. It's like music. People pay for streaming music today when all you have to do is just put Audacity in your computer, play the stream once and record it, and then you can play it over and over again. I just don't see the point of it, but oh well. Anyway, so if you want to buy this thing, it's $10. And do they give you a DVD? Nope. Whatever. It's probably just stored on their server and they can delete it whenever they want to. More purchase options. So where do you get a DVD? I don't see one. Oh, well. That's why they invented BitTorrent. Somebody will upload a torrent, and then you can watch it that way. Whatever. Do I really want to watch it? Probably not. I mean, like you said, it just looks like the same old stuff all the time. There's that vegan propaganda. Remember that one? Forks Over Knives? I never even watched that. The Big Fat Lie, I did see that one, which was kind of funny. Eating our way to extinction. Oh, well. But yeah, if anyone's going to watch this and comment on it, I'm looking forward to seeing that. So we'll go ahead and we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. And we'll keep that because I like this guy. He's a little bit wacky, but he is kind of interesting. So let me go ahead and get out of this before it turns into one of those things where you put the egg inside of the other. I forget what that was called. All right. Let's see. How are the comments? Man, we got a lot of comments. I think we got a lot of Mitch fits here. That's what it is. Only the best people go on to Mitch's live stream. And I think a lot of them are falling into my live stream. I think it's sort of association by osmosis. I'll never be as good as Mitch, but I can tell you one thing. I'm definitely one of your favorite quacks. I will email you about it. Well, good for you. I want to see that. I want to see you out there. I've seen you before online, obviously, but I want to see you out there one-on-one with Mitch. I'm looking forward to watching you on Mitch Sunday show. Bring that Southern charm to Mitch's show. Graham lives in Africa. He's a really nice guy. Great. Going through the wars lately. I hope the doctors can help him. Now again, carnivore diet's not going to cure everybody. In fact, carnivore diet's not going to cure anybody. The only thing the carnivore diet is going to take some pressure off of your system. It's going to give you better tools to work with. It's like the guy digging a ditch with a shovel and you give him a trencher. He still has to dig the hole, but at least he's got a better tool to work with. And I can tell you right now, I want to make a video, and one of my sort of theories, I'm going to get little Bob out there the next time that I have to do some digging, and I'm going to get a shovel, and you're going to see my skinny, sickly-looking self out there with a shovel digging a hole, and then I'm going to start up my hydraulic trencher with Bob, and I'm going to show you the difference. It's just one of those basic things. There you go. And Old Guy Carnivore says, perfect. There are so many Mitch fits I'd love to meet. So I hope more of you will let Mitch know that you'll come on with him on a Sunday morning show. Yes, Mitch has given the Sunday morning as your time to come on and share your story. Eventually, I'll do the same thing here, but I would rather let the experts do it first. I'll handle what's left over. They've had all the fancy carnivore doctors, the carnivore personalities, and now and then we have the rest of us. And again, if you want to go in the regular carnivores, there's several of us here. And our friend Thomas, who I guess he's out for a walk right now, he mentioned he may be listening. I hope you are listening. Don't forget, Thomas was also on Mitch's live stream, because whenever somebody asks Thomas if he wants to come on, I think he says, yes, I'd like to come on. And that's a really good thing. This is one of the reasons why I continue to make these live streams. It has nothing to do with money, because I don't ask for money and I'm not getting any from it. I just like the fact that you people will take your valuable time and spend it on my live stream. A live stream where there's nothing other than some skinny guy with a little cat to talk to you and just read your comments and mention a few things about the way the world works. And that's really all there is. So I thank you for being here, and I will do the best I can to make sure that you're enjoying yourself. Uh-oh. I got my customer calling. Hold on. Sorry about that. That was actually my friend. He got the pressure washer off the truck by himself. Of course, gravity's on your side. So, and it's working beautifully. He's very happy. So we took care of that problem, and that is a very good thing. My other customer is supposed to call, but I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway. So yes, let's see. Graham will have a story to tell about his hospital visit after he's feeling better. Okay. We need a Mitch Fitz only cruise. Well, there you go. I need to break the ice and come out of my shell. That's right. I think I filmed the air. There you go. I timed the airing of my documentary quite well. There you go. You preceded the other one. So you're the first of the latest group of documentaries. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I guess Ellen's been pretty busy, but I'm sure she'll come back. Maybe she'll drop in here. She's been here before. Mitch and CB already have a great room. That's right. That's right. Yes, don't we all? If you Google the most attractive U.S. accents, Southern Redneck is considered number one. Okay. I'm not sure what kind of accent we have, but we say that those of us that grew up in Miami pre-Latino phase are all basically Midwestern. And when my dad first came from Cuba, he actually went to South Dakota. That's where he went to go to college. And he always found the Midwesterners to be the most interesting people. And in my opinion, they're some of the most attractive as well. They tend to be down to earth, and they tend to be sort of a no-nonsense group, although they have a reputation for being unfriendly. But I've always found them to be friendly, so that's just my experience. Always interesting and funny and knowledgeable. There you go. If your TV's too smart and has Amazon, you can get it there. Well, again, that's if you subscribe to Amazon, and I refuse to give any money to a company that treats its workers like crap and basically a useless parasite became very rich from, which I think is a mistake. But anyway, that's just me. I don't like seeing people getting filthy rich from doing not a whole lot. I listen to music on YouTube. There you go. Most of my music is actually from records and 8-tracks that I have digitized and put into my own files and then play it. So that's kind of how it is. The accent is a draw. That is correct. Yes, it is. Nobody can reach my wife. She's working and phones are not allowed. Plus, her phone is locked. Well, I have my rotary phones here. Rick can get DVDs. Yeah, right? Thrift stores. That's right. I get them at the yard sales. You can buy a whole box of DVDs for $1. They basically want to throw them away. I got tons of them. I just don't have the time to watch it. I have zero interest in watching anybody's movie. I hate to say it. If I don't know the people that are in the movie, I won't watch it. That's just the way I am. It's like sports. I won't go to watch a game unless I know the people, or at least some of the people that are playing it. That's just me. Keep an eye out, my free streaming source, and I will let you know. I'm sure you will. Well, you can with the free streaming source. Rick, you certainly made your mark with the whole quack thing. Well, you actually were the one that put it into sound because you get that sound effect, quack, 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 which I laugh every time I hear it. So here comes Rick, quack, quack, and I start laughing. If I had my little camera on here, you would see me laughing. It's just really funny. When Mitch was on his unpaid sabbatical, we all ventured out some. It left such a void. Well, the thing is, we're all here. And the thing is, we enjoy Mitch while he's here. If Mitch, for any reason, has to go back, I mean, you got to remember, people do have issues. Or Mitch, he may decide, you know what, I'm going to take a vacation. Maybe he'll go on a cruise. Maybe he'll go somewhere else, say, I don't want to do YouTube for a week. Well, then we can just watch each other's channels, and when Mitch gets back, we'll watch his. So that's really good. I really like that. And I think in many ways, it just makes the whole experience 100 times better because I wasn't watching Mitch's channel until sometime last year. And I watch it occasionally. But once I got drawn in, and I think the turning point is when he started having these sort of group Zoom chats and then invited people in and I popped in. And then I think once he knew who I was and who other people were, then he started to become, more friendly and personal. And then after that, it's been like a daily thing. Every time that Mitch has a live stream, I always have to check it out. It's just kind of the way that I am. Well, maybe they did, or maybe it was just Mitch with his determination and his refusal to give up, because that's one thing that we do have in common. When we have problems, we try to find a way around them. That's the beauty of it. Here we go with dead air. Oh. Okay, that was a short one. Ringy dingy, Mr. Vincent, yes, God is good. Customer to customer. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Yeah, she let me know also, before anything came up. She had let me know about the stroke, which is fine. And I told her within a month he'll be back online. And that's exactly, in fact, I think I still have the email stored somewhere. Because my predictions are usually, relatively correct. I mean, I'm not a prophet or anything, but I can kind of read by the way something is going, by what's there, as to what may happen. So, right? No. I mean, I tell them that I do YouTube videos, but I don't think any of them have taken the time to watch it. It's like my one friend said, why would I watch you on YouTube when I see you every day in person? That's a good point. There you go. And I think you mentioned that you were going to watch that. So, Jonathan, if you're listening to this, you can see that Mitch has watched your documentary and enjoyed it and how well done it was. And that's a good compliment because Mitch is an excellent source of experience himself. So that's great. I just subscribed to your channel. You were not subscribed before? Wow. Well, hey, you got a new subscriber from my tiny channel. And he says, that's great. Welcome, Annabelle. There you go. I hope to see you tomorrow morning. You sound pretty West Coast, Rick. No accent. Well, that's the way we were growing up here in Miami. We had the Southerners. We say Miami. They go Miami. That's what they used to say. We had a lot of Southerners. In fact, it was kind of funny because we had people here that were from Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia. They all had that accent. Got that old Southern accent going on. And it was quite funny. In fact, our local barbecue place, the family that owned it, they were from the South. And I think it was called Old Hickory Barbecue. Everybody there had that strong Southern accent. And the owner, he was older. He actually looked like Colonel Sanders in a way. He had that same kind of facial hair that stuck down like that, wore a white hat. He had a boss hog kind of suit at times. So I always thought that was kind of funny. That barbecue place now is, believe it or not, a cannabis dispensary. I hope you're feeling better. Yep. Ellen has weaned on the internet. It's probably quite healthy for doing so. Well, there you go. The internet can wear you out. That's great, see? Just watch his videos and you'll see. Huh. DVD with David Niven, Ronald Coleman. You find stuff like that sometimes in the supermarket. They usually have a bin of cheap DVDs. I've seen them at the Fresco y Mas and the Winn-Dixie. 3.5 hours. Keep going, Rick. All right. Old Guy Carnivore, that's so good. There you go. You would like Castaway. I think I actually did see that. Isn't that the one where he took a soccer ball and put a face on it or something like that? I may have seen it, but the problem with movies is I lose interest very quickly. I'll watch it for a while, and then I think, I could be outside feeding the ducks, or I could be outside cutting up scrap metal, or I could be outside digging holes in my yard. Why am I going to stay inside and watch a movie? So maybe it's a more social event. If I had a bunch of people together watching a movie, that might be a little different. I've had friends over years ago. We'd watch one of the old James Bond movies, and they always used to say that if there was a James Bond movie, I'd be the villain. Obviously, I would not be James Bond because I have about as much female attracting potential as a cold fish. But on the other hand, as the bad guy, I'd probably be very effective. I could be there petting my cat, plotting the next evil thing or whatever it is, or a mad scientist that's going to build something that's going to change the world. That would be me. Or like they said, the guy Q or whatever that was a scientist always making additional weapons for 007. That would be what I was. It's like when I was in junior high. They had like a play. They had a play called Flowers for Algernon. They put me as the doctor or the neurosurgeon, whatever it was. I forget. But I was never the one that was the lead of any play in school. I was always a supporting character. And when it comes to character, there's nobody better than Rick if you want a real character. Physical media is good to have. Yes, it is. I need more bacon. That was incredible tasting for some reason. I made a t-shirt inspired by Bill. I hope you don't mind. Well, there you go. Okay. Bacon being greater than beer. It is. I agree. I break from channels sometimes. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to start doing the same thing. My rule with channels is pretty simple. If for some reason I go on a channel, I see a lot of people there. If there's more than a couple hundred people on a channel, I usually lose interest and leave. But if the person that has a channel at least says hi once in a while, and other people say hi to me, then I'll stay there. I'll give you a good example. It's like on the last Homestead Howl Live, where they give away shirts and salt and whatever else they give away. I always pop in to say hi from Miami. I say hello to a few people, and then once people stop saying hi or nobody mentions me, I just leave. I go somewhere else. Then I'll hit one of the smaller channels. And that's what I do. And I think everybody should do that to some extent. Why sit around in some large channel where nobody knows you're there, but go to the place like that TV show where everybody knows your name? that's what we're here for. I enjoyed your recent bike video. Thank you. Metro equipments look rather dumpy. Sorry to say. Metro equipments. Rather dumpy. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, it must be that construction equipment. A lot of the stuff around here is basically falling apart. Miami's so expensive, they tend to just run whatever until it breaks down. It's the same thing with the workers. Most of the workers here look pretty dumpy as well. So that's the way it is. I'm on Facebook break right now. I used to do Facebook. I haven't been on that for so long, I don't even know if I still have a Facebook page. I took on a new coaching client today. It is a good day now. Well, there you go. And you get the one-on-one attention that you need with Jonathan. You're not lost in some large group. And Mitch says, I enjoyed this, Rick. Have to go now and post today's video on YouTube. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you were here. And I look forward to seeing you live tomorrow morning. That is great. So we're getting a little more popular here. We have the big-time celebrities. Well, Mitch is not a big-time celebrity, but he is a big-time personality, in my opinion. Bye, Mitch. There we go. Take it easy, Mitch. You have a lot of fans here. The Quackers and the Mitch Fits are basically the same thing. Have you ever eaten Kentucky Fried Chicken? Yes, I have, but it was not finger-licking good. I can tell you right now. Heart Attack Chicken beats Kentucky Fried Chicken by many miles. See you in the morning. We are going to see him in the morning. Let's see. Castaway is a hard movie. I hate it when he pulled his own tooth. Well, how would you like to see when I had to stitch myself? When I got cut my hand open with a knife and I had to stitch it back together myself. So I don't have to watch a movie to see something like that. My teeth, however, have never fallen out. And I haven't been to a dentist since 1986. Interesting. Never watched Castaway. It's too long. I remember watching it on TV, but I lost interest, and that's what it is. I lose interest quickly, too. That movie has to grab me in 5 minutes. Exactly. That's why I tend to like comedies. The last movie I sat through in a movie theater was called Moving Violations. And you can actually find it online. It does exist. It is extremely funny. And it's something that, it had some people that I know. There was a TV show, it was called The Wild Wild West. And it had James Conrad in it. And I used to watch that all the time. Well, he was in that movie as a police chief. And then you had the lady from, Where's the Beef? You know, Where's the Beef? She was in there. And then the lady that was Miss Tisdale from the Dukes of Hazzard was also in there. It was a really funny movie. I don't think you'll find it on any streaming service, but I did find it online. So, and I watched it and laughed. It was just way too funny. One of Carnivore Documentaries eventually has to piss off all the right people and have Barquet and Fit. Well, that's it. And the thing is, none of these carnivore documentaries that use the regular people are going to have any impact. It'll be interesting with Kerry's documentary that has people like Bill Knott and some of the other people that he's chosen. Like you have Ferrigno, Dante Ferrigno. It's another one of the more regular people, although he's a pretty good-sized YouTuber now. But there's several people on there. Maybe his will have more impact. I don't know. But you'll notice there's one person that you'll never find in any carnivore documentary, and you won't find speaking at any carnivore event because they don't want people to run away. And you know who that is? Quack, quack, quack. We know exactly who that is. I'm glad Mitch has watched it. Thank you, Mitch. Isn't a man of false words. And you are absolutely right. What you get from Mitch is the real deal. You're not going to get anything that is floury or sugar-coated because Mitch is a carb addict and he does not sugarcoat anything. Mitch is real. Just like Rick. It's just Rick is a little bit younger version of Mitch, I guess. Not as endearing, but a little bit crazier, I think. Mitch is good at doing his rants. I'm not as good at the rants, although I do have them occasionally. But anyway, Rick, you would be a duck hunter. Well, the thing about me, I don't actually like to kill the duck on the spot. I like to catch the duck. To me, the whole experience of enjoying duck is catching the duck, determining that the duck has an unpleasant personality, and then stuffing him with as much duck food as possible, just to the limit of having a heart attack. And even if he does have a heart attack, if you catch him just after he drops dead, you don't have to kill him. So the ducky has a heart attack, and you cut him open and you drain the blood out of him and give him a good wash down, and you're going to have delicious duck either way. And a duck that had a heart attack is a very flavorful duck because he's been eating so much tropical fruit that the meat and the fat mix together, and it's really good. Because wild duck is actually quite lean, and canal duck can have a metallic taste. It's probably loaded with mercury or other nasty stuff. But you catch Mr. Duck, and you fatten him up, and then you cook him, and he's just delicious. Now I'm getting duck cravings. I get serious duck cravings. You are a character. It would be good to do an animated cartoon of you and Milton. Well, if somebody wants to do that, you have my permission to do that. I thought that'd be kind of funny. I hope you are well. Yes. Old. Oh, I love Notebook and Titanic. Old movies also, but only at night. Busy during the day. Yeah, exactly. I love supporting your channel, Rick, and I love the fact that you are here. I get a kick out of finding people I know on Dr. Barry's Live while the chat flies by 1,000 miles an hour. I shout out to them and they acknowledge. Wow, Peter knows what I mean. There you go. Yes. Okay, I'm watching The Notebook this week. I'm not sure what that is. That's interesting. Rick has 44 people watching after 4 hours. Pretty good, I would say. Hi, Rick and everybody else just popping in to say hello, Jerry Hall. You know, the neat thing about my channel, because I talk for so long, we don't have the same people just sitting here. We have people go in and go out. They go in and they go out. That's the beauty of my channel. You have the opportunity to stay here as long as you want, or you can leave whenever you want. No one's going to tell you you can't leave. Yeah, right? And that's why I choose not to go there. I'm not going to add more when there's that many people there. Great movie. Mitch could do a talk show like Phil Donahue. That is very true. That is a very good point. Oh, I love Heart Attack Chicken. Anyone that's had it is going to love it. We have a junk food restaurant called Red Rooster. It is roasted chicken. If I was in a bind, I would eat. Okay? I spend a lot of time trying to find a movie. It takes a while before my husband and I finally find one that does the 5-minute capture. That's good to know. I didn't even know there was a movie called The Notebook. I know if I can have their channel handle saved, I can speed dial a shout out to them. Well, there you go. You need a Duck Dynasty duck call. I have to have a duck call. I'll put a sound effect in here one day and whack, 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 whack. But I need to get the Muscovy duck sound call with the mama duck stamping her feet like this while you grab her duckling and going. They're the funniest of all. I saw one actually on YouTube where they had a Muscovy duck stamping her feet. Okay. I only work with 10, 15 people maximum. There you go. One person can only do so much. When you work with Jonathan, you get the personal touch. That's it. Yeah. My dad pulled his own teeth. You know, it's a shame that people get used to losing teeth. I've never lost teeth. If you sold your house, I'm assuming it would be sell for the lot value. How much does a lot sell for in your neighborhood? Probably 300 or 400,000 with these idiots around here. They buy houses down the street, which are an acre and a quarter, and the first thing they do is bulldoze the house. They never even try to fix it. Even if it's 10 years old, they just bulldoze it and start over. Totally crazy. If you catch the duck, dig a hole, leave the duck's head out, feed it mangoes, and then cook. Well, you don't have to, because ducks will feed themselves. You can keep feeding them. They're greedy, and they love to eat. And the more aggressive the duck is, the greedier they are. You don't even have to force feed them. You just keep giving them what they like. If they get tired of tropical fruit, you give them snacks, Doritos and Takis and all the other crap. And they'll eat that garbage. And bread, you hit the dumpster over there, get a bunch of that bread that's stale. They'll gobble that up. Then after they eat that, they want more tropical fruit. You want to stuff as much mangoes and whatever tropical fruit you can into the duck's mouth. That way they get super fatty and flavorful. Older brother pulled his too. I guess people have teeth problems. Rick, you'll be a fruitarian by proxy when you eat ducks. There you go. Secondhand fruit. That's me. I haven't seen the Pink Panther. There's several Pink Panther movies. There's the original one, and then there's several, sequels. I think the original one is actually called A Shot in the Dark. And then I forget the names of all, but there was that one, and then they had another one where they had a different actor, Alan Arkin. That one wasn't as good, but it was still kind of interesting. But the funniest ones came in the 1970s, like Return of the Pink Panther, or Pink Panther Strikes Again. I don't remember. There was a lot of Pink Panthers. They had Kato. It comes running out. It's funny. Didn't you have a Pink Panther in your house? I have one hanging on the wall. It's been there since I was a kid. I also have Pink Panther stuffed animals. I have Roadrunner like that, Roadrunner stuffed animals. My parents were very good about getting me the stuff, and of course have all these little Hot Wheels cars. In fact, I had a whole box of them. Where'd that go? Oh well. Where did that go? Okay. All right. Got a loose connection over there. How weird is that? Yep. Knocked my phone over. That's not good. Okay. I've had people telling me, Rick, you need to install this or that app in your phone. And the first thing I always do is go, well, can you tell me how to install my app in my Western Electric phone? What do you have, iOS or Android? No, I have this. Oh, well. And this microphone has a mind of its own. What is it trying to do? It keeps trying to move away from me. Look at this. It's like, is this like one of those things where they look for water and they put the little wires together to try to figure out where the water is? This microphone has a mind of its own. It's crazy. Oh, well. No big deal. So let me go back over here and let's see if we can catch up on these comments. I love the rants. I'm definitely instigator. There you go. Tooth abscess. I just don't understand why people have so many tooth problems. Oh, well. Yep. Thank you. I'm glad you love it here. There's a cartoon with vampire ducks. That's one of them. There's also another one called Quackula, where he had a coffin that was shaped like an egg. But there was a Count Duckula. But there's also Quackula. All right? You don't know the Notebook, no. You definitely single for 15 years. I've been single for 57 years. So I don't know what Notebook is. Well, that's why I never watch it, because I hate anything romantic. To me, romantic is just stupid. Romantic comedy. Ugh. It's all mushy stuff. Who needs that? Go to Jet. Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Well, I see we have 5 duckies and a heart, so I'm glad you were here. I'll catch you next time. Maybe I'll see you on Mitch's live stream tomorrow morning. Let's see. Bye, Jim. My carnivore doctor pulled his own wisdom tooth. You know, it's really funny. When I was younger, the dentist told me I'd have to have my wisdom teeth pulled out because my teeth were so crowded. Guess what? They came in, and I did not have to get them pulled. It makes me wonder, if I wouldn't have started the carnivore diet when I was 15, I may have had a lot of dental problems. In fact, I don't even want to think about what my life would have been without the carnivore diet, because all I have now is sinus issues. I have no other chronic issues. I don't know anybody else that can sit down like I do, squat down, get into tight spaces, move around, climb trees. I'd say just to have a little sniffles now and then, I think it's worth it. I had this when I was a kid, too. In fact, they were talking about doing some kind of operation to my nose because I always had sort of a nasal voice, and I didn't like the idea of having my face cut up. So it's like the whole thing with the braces. They wanted to put braces in my teeth. Well, my parents had the money for it, but they wanted to pull teeth out. And I was like, nope, no. If I lose a tooth in a fight, that's just one less tooth I have to work with if they pull them out. So that's not good. Okay. Rachel McAdams. I have no idea who that is. Of course, the only crush I've ever had is when I get mad at something and I smash it. I'll step on it or run it over with a bobcat or drop it off the roof and watch it fall apart. I've thrown things on the ground, thrown things against trees. So that's about the closest I'll come to a crush. I cried during the attacks. Human. I think I've seen. My mom used to watch that TV show, and I don't know why. I never understood why she watched it, but she did watch that show from time to time. I have to watch more of Jonathan's videos. He drops info that improves my workouts. Well, that's because Jonathan is an authority in carnivore muscle. What is up with this stupid microphone? I mean, come on. What is this? You know what? I'm taking control of this microphone. You want to play this game? I got you by a leash. You stay there and stop moving away. Ah, stupid microphone. Look. Stay. I'm going to pull your leash. There we go. All right. Remember, I'm the one in charge here, not you. Okay. Rick Show and Tell. That's another thing you'll always find here. Let's see. Oh, my goodness. I still have my stuffed ET from the 80s. Well, there you go. Needs a bobblehead with a little duck body. Phone home. Dial the 0. The sound takes a person back. Us old ones anyway. Ghost. Haunted house. Yep. I did some heart attack wings. Very good. Next will be some drumsticks. Go for it. I got to go back to Fresco y Mas and get more of the chicken legs so I can make some. The romantic is just stupid. That's right. Rick, you've never had a girlfriend. I have never had a girlfriend. Women do not like to be around me, and I'm not interested in most of them. We have a lot of these Latina girls with their Brazilian butt lift, and believe me, if that's the way women are, I always tell people that's probably why there's so many gay guys out there, because Miami women are the bottom of the barrel. And I joke because even when I was a kid, said, if you want to see what she's going to look like when she's older, check out La Abuela. That's what she's going to be. She's going to be the big fat lady that wants to give the little kid un besito. Like, oh, you're trying to get away, but what can you do? You get too many un besitos, and you're like, oh, I'd rather kiss the cat. That's how bad it is. Okay. You might like Notebook. It has a good story. I'll have to look that up. I really don't know what that is. Notebook was gayer than Calvin Klein. Gayer than Calvin Klein. That's pretty bad. Seems like yanking our wisdom teeth was protocol. See, mine never got pulled out. Never. Maybe that's for stupid people. I had a 4 of mine yanked. Oh, yeah, right. That's a funny joke. Milton thinks it's his mic. Well, Milton's not even in the room. That's the funny thing. Why is the phone ringing? Hold on a second. All right. I'm going to ignore that one. I don't recognize the number. I'm going to ignore it. Problem is, my little caller ID box is acting up. I think the LCD display has been baked by the sunlight, so what do you expect? It's a Bell system, whatever. Anyway, so Good Luck Chuck is a great romantic comedy I recommend, if you consider that okay. Oh, let's see. That's right. Milton is my living yellow Ted, but he doesn't twiddle the knobs, he annihilates them. Milton would destroy. Yeah, right? Milton would shred that thing up in a second. And if Milton brings his soapy frogs and bucket or whatever else, Milton would get that too. I don't know what you would do with soapy frogs. I would take the frogs and I would boil them. That's what I would do with them. I wouldn't worry about wetsuit and soap and all that. I mean, forget it. I got to go. Water before my roommates get up. There you go. Well, you do what you got to do. You know Ryan Gosling. I think I've seen him. I don't know. Buzzing noise. We got a buzzing noise now? What is... Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the buzzing would be. I'm going to have to get my oscilloscope in here and figure this out. Maybe a whack? Something going on here. Oh well, whatever it is, let's see. Let me play with this. It doesn't show any buzzing. I don't know. Might be a loose ground or something. Okay. Signal your crew to come and bring another mic. All right. Okay. Pink canoe. I can always get another mic. Where'd I put that mic? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Maybe there's a bad connection. I don't know. Well, we got another mic that we can use for now. Let's see. No, I am a 57-year-old virgin. Let's see. Be thankful. Breakup and heartbreak is awful. There you go. Okay. Pushing all these dudes to the butt. Men have butts, but what is this? Not a BBL. I say the same thing. We pushing all these dudes to the butt. Men have butts, too. No wonder. No wonder the gay population. I love whatever you want to love, but still, what are we doing? Okay, so somebody's complaining about the gays, I guess. I don't know. I guess as long as they're not hurting anybody, well, what's the problem? I mean, let's see. My problem with romance is sold to us like duck food. All those movies and novels just build a fantasy in our minds, dopamine, of a perfect happy ending. Life has never been that way, and it never will be, because entropy assures that life is always going to be full of problems. It's EMTs moving the mic. Could be. Yes, they are. Huh. We don't see a movement to play advertise our bowel movement activities. I am proud to have pooped. Okay. Huh. Sugary Kids cereal. Ugh. Let me check the later comments. Let's see. Yeah. It's probably the cable. Let's see. Might be the mic. You mute and no buzz, right? Well, does this mic sound better to you than the other one? I don't see anything on the meter. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get another XLR cable and I'm going to plug the other mic in and see what it does. Hold on. I'm going to start with this mic, and I'm going to plug in this cable. Okay, that should sound better now. Do we have an improvement in the mic? Although the mic still wants to get away from me. Okay. Does that sound better? Testing 1, 2, 3. The VU meter is quiet, so I'm sure that whatever it is probably in this XLR cable. So what I'm going to have to do, it might be a bad solder connection. I'll go ahead. This is a very old cable. You can see it's even got the old style XLR. I may have to, it might be bad on the end. I don't know. So we'll put this into the needs to be checked bin. It looks okay, but sometimes the cables get broken internally and you don't know that. So that's fine. Anyway, let me put this here. We'll keep that one just in case. This is also a Shure. This is a Shure 55S, and this is a Shure Unidyne mic. I think this is a 5. What is this? It's Unidyne B. I don't remember what the number is, but you've seen this mic many times in some of my older videos. I picked this up as a kid from the trash, and I've had to fix it a couple of times, but it's still there. All right. We're old-fashioned here. Okay. Seems to be okay. Am I loud enough or am I too loud? That's another question, but I think we'll be all right. Okay, let me go here and catch up with these comments before they get away from me again. And we have some, let's see, heard that somebody crack me up. All right, let's see. Yep. I remember that. Wasn't that Steve Carell guy that was in there? Everybody was talking to me back then. I think I was around 40 at the time, and they were always joking, you know, Rick, you're the original 40-year virgin or something like that. Rick lives in his third world environment. Yes. No more buzzing. There we go. We fix things over here on our own. No more buzzing. It's good now. Yep. Came back. Okay. It's low but better. It's crisp now. There we go. The mic has a mind of its own. I'm just holding it. That's my thing. And let's see. Need to be chucked in. Yep, that's right. That would be the trash can for me. Well, you got to remember, I don't have the money to just replace stuff, and some of this stuff is very old. These connectors, I think, are Canon connectors. They're from the 60s. This cable, I've already put a new cable in this, but it's been probably 20 years that I can remember because I still use, you know, XLR. This one over here is a different style. I think these are Fox connectors. They're newer. But I guess it might just be the internal cable. One of the things that I am guilty of is not properly storing my XLR cables. And some of these were used. Now, this was brand new. It came from a roll about 20 years ago. A lot of times, people wrap these up. They get twisted internally. They get stepped on. And it can definitely damage that. So, you know. Okay. Let me go back over here to the comments. All right. I like old-fashioned. I do, too. That's why I live like this. I wanted you to dial the 0 on the black phone so I can hear it spin. Well, here it is. We got the rotary phone right here. This is a newer mechanism, so it doesn't have that traditional sound. Now, however, I do have the originals. Let me get one of the original 1950s mechanisms. Where did that phone go? It's here Right here, right here. All right. Okay. Now, these phones were rebuilt many times. This phone is originally, if you look at the feet on it, it has the rubber feet that are hard. So this was a 1960s phone. The date on this is, let's see, they covered it up. They put 7 of 74. So this was rebuilt in 1974, but it's actually a 1960s phone. So when they rebuilt it, they put in the plastic. You can see it's got that smoother plastic sound. But here's an original one with the original dial, which is aluminum, and it has die-cast gears inside. So when you dial it, that's the original. See? That's an original. So if I wanted to dial my number, like if you want to call in, this is what I have to do. And then I'll just call in to Rick's show. And that's it. I also have the older phones that had the dial with the ratchet in it. And when you dial that, it goes click, 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 click. And then it goes around. I also have some European phones. I have quite a collection of telephones. That's just the way that I am. And I don't see any interference. My VU meter is working. I can't believe it. That's amazing. So anyway, let's see. All right. Okay. We think you're a genius, Rick. Love how your mind works. I've been called that many times, but I have been called worse. You're awesome, Rick. Thank you very much. I miss that dial. Well, I don't because I can have it anytime I want. We should name the mic Mike since it's alive. Yeah, this thing just keeps going. Mr. Mike keeps wanting to go away from me, but that's just the way that it is. You know, I kind of like the character of this place. Move the cord around. I can actually use the cord like this to kind of tame the mic. Now it won't move. See, but this is an old Atlas Sound stand that came from a church that doesn't even exist anymore. It was in the trash pile. I picked this up back when I was in high school, you know, when they stripped out the church. I picked that up, and I think that might be where the other mic came from. I get stuff from a yard sale, whatever. Rick is a rock star. Well, actually, Rick is not a rock star. Rick is more like Martin Denny, or what was the other guy that used to do the music? Can't remember. More like an elevator music. Easy listening. I would be an easy listening star. Have you thought about a building material in your home that may be perpetually degrading and flaking, small particles, day in day, causing allergies? I think you're thinking about asbestos, and believe it or not, there is absolutely no asbestos in my home. I tested it years ago. There is no asbestos in this home. There is a lot of mold and, you know, particles like that, but there is no asbestos, which is strange because I thought there was asbestos in the old hot water pipes, but nope, no asbestos. This is what they call glass, some kind of glass. We used to call it fart rocks. It's actually a glass foam that was made by putting sulfur compounds in it. We used to have it in school. It covered the heating water pipes, and when you would break it, it would make a fart smell. So it's just, there's no asbestos in the house. Thank you. Rick is awesome. Thank you very much. The metal dial, that's the sound. Yes. Love it. We have to dial 1, then the area code of the number in California. You guys have to do that. No 1 is necessary, but you got to remember, I haven't used a landline in at least maybe 15 years. This is voice over IP. These phones are connected to a computer. In fact, I have a program. I don't even have to dial the area code. If it's a 305 area code, it automatically connects it without the area code. But yeah, you could. Rick's head was made of glass, and we could see inside. It's probably many colors on neon. Well, yeah, with the neon behind me, I wouldn't doubt that. Yep. And you know, I used to make neon signs and neon art years ago. I may do that again. Yes, I was. Were you named after Ricky? Because there was a Ricky Ricardo, and call me Ricardo, and Ricky or Rick. So, Ricky Ricardo Rodriguez, that's what I am. You got to remember, when my dad came to the U.S. in the 1950s, he was from Cuba. So, I Love Lucy was very popular. And when you're living in South Dakota and you're from Cuba, you're like the celebrity of the town. Now in Miami, is like Cuba is like, you know, you think about Mariel Boatlift in the 1980s. Cubans have a bad reputation. But back then, it was sort of an exotic, something different. You didn't see a Cuban every day, especially in the Midwest. Now I think they're everywhere. All right. Yeah, there's no asbestos in here. It's just rotten wood, termite. Termite is the main thing. The termite poop. Termites use bacteria to break down wood, and I'm very much allergic to the material that's in termite poop. So whenever I have to deal with termites, it causes me to itch, and it gives my nose that bad sniffling and, you know, whatever. But it's just, I'd rather deal with that than more serious problems. Let's see. Neon is a good business. It used to be. I used to make money on the side. Now nobody uses it anymore. Everything's LED now. It's a lot cheaper, but the neon, in my opinion, lasts longer. In fact, I did these back when I was 18, 19 years old, and they still work. All these years, this neon that I put, these are leftovers from a job I did. You can see over here. Okay, let me get this up. Let me pop this. Let me switch to the other camera. There we go. See that neon? There's actually a combination of tubes. These were all 3-foot segments. Now, this one over here is blue argon with a yellow phosphor coating. This one over here is red neon with a phosphorescent coating. This one is blue argon with a white coating. We used to use that for cold cathode lighting. And the one over here is neon with the phosphor coating. These are all coated tubes. And I did all that back when I first set up my equipment, set up my vacuum pump and valves and everything like that. And I was able to make these where they lasted. So, you know, back then, I mean, obviously there's no certification or anything for somebody that makes neon. So it really came down to sort of a trial and error, see if it works. And I wasn't sure if I could make something that would last, but the setup that I did was so good. This neon has actually outlasted a lot of pretty much industrial. Of course, everyone ripped out the neon signs because when they modernized, they got rid of all that. But these are probably the oldest neon that I know of that still works. Even the Frankie's Pizza, which is not that far from here, which is the last store that still has a neon sign, they've had that neon repaired and replaced several times. And I use this all the time. This is my light at night. I have other neon in the house. Some of it got broken. I had a bunch of it outside. It got broken in Hurricane Andrew. But neon has been my thing for a long time. It's basically glass blowing, working with glass. So it's kind of a nice thing. All right, let's see what else we got here. Well, I'm not Latino. I'm not part African. I'm basically part Spanish, part German, part French, and part Hungarian. So I'm all European of some kind. I'm not Latino, which is a mix of native people that were already here, African slaves, and all that. I'm not that. That's why people would be kind of surprised. Plus, when I grew up in Miami, this was still English speaking, so I never really learned Spanish, and I never gained a Spanish accent, even though my parents tried to teach it to me, but it didn't happen. You've got your name programmed with a duck, cat in the name. There we go. I've got your name programmed. Well, that's me. I'm the quack. Yep. And termites are a significant source of allergens around here. So, but once I move out, it'll go away. You'll see. Yeah, very endearing. That's right. And they last a long time. The funny thing about neon, everybody goes for LED because it's supposed to be less energy, but I found that neon lights actually take less energy than LED and they last forever. There's nothing but a high voltage transformer, some glass tubing, some wires, and some metal electrodes. That's it. And then you vacuum it out, put a little bit of neon or argon gas in there, and you get light. And it's called cold cathode because when you touch it now, don't touch the high voltage part, but you can see, you can touch this, it stays cool. Neon is actually more efficient than LED, but they won't tell you that. They will lie to you and they say that LED is more efficient. But neon is the most efficient light, and it is the most visible because it's similar to LED because it's a very narrow spectrum and the light travels in a straight direction. So LED lighting is nothing really that important in my opinion. But hey, what can you do, right? They are. And I made them myself years ago. How did your parents meet? They met on Miami Beach. I have to do a story on that. When my dad came to the United States in the 1950s, he went to Yankton, South Dakota to go to college. He was studying engineering, but couldn't keep up with the engineering program. So he ended up going into aircraft mechanics. And they had aircraft mechanic school, but the best aircraft mechanic schools were actually in Miami. So even though he didn't want to come to Miami, he ended up in Miami. And then, once in Miami, everybody used to go to Miami Beach. And I don't remember exactly where he was living, but my mom, when she left Ohio, she went to Miami Beach and she lived there. And she liked to go to the beach. So I guess they met on the beach. And that's where it started. They were married in the late 1950s, but they didn't have me until the late 1960s. So they were already living in this house for almost 10 years before they had me. And my mom didn't even know when she was pregnant. She was 38 years old when she got pregnant. So it's an interesting story. We used to joke. They used to say, "Are you sure it wasn't the mailman or the milkman?" No, it wasn't. It was my dad. I actually have a little birthmark on my hand, which is exactly what my dad had as well. And our voices were very, very similar. Just imagine me with the Spanish Cuban accent, and that's the voice that we had. But we don't look anything alike. I'll put some pictures of my dad. My dad looked totally different than me. But I'm a mix between dad and mom, so that makes sense. But yes, and my dad also had crooked teeth exactly like mine, except his on top were worse. And I think part of it is because my dad did not eat the carnivore diet. My dad was very much into plant-based eating. And well, you know what happened to me when I turned 15. I became a quack. You never cease to surprise us. Well, that's the thing. Just when you think you got Rick figured out, there's always something else to learn. That's just the way I am. So that's a good thing. Now, how many people do we have in our little chat here? Let's see. We still have 40? Wow, that is pretty amazing. 40 people. Let me refresh this. Yeah, we have 40 people. That's awesome. I'm really surprised, but that's good. That's a romantic story. I wish my parents would still be alive so they could tell the story. I do have a few home movies from back then that I need to digitize and upload. I just I haven't had the time. I've been too busy. You can see my phone gets busy at times. Good morning, Rick. Watching from Philippines. Excuse me. Well, good morning again. Oh, get a little bit of yawning going on here. I've spent way too much time indoors. Usually by now I'd be outside. But I haven't figured out a way where I could have a mobile device and then be able to walk around and still keep up with the chat as if I was in here. So that's kind of interesting. And it's actually Milton's lunchtime. I think I'm going to go and check on Milton. And I think this time what I'll do, I'll play this scene for you and I'll be right back. Okay, I was right. Milton was waiting there by his food dish. I walked in there and he said, "Burp, meow." And that was it. I gave him a piece of meat and now he's over there gobbling it up. So that's great. Okay, let's see. Walking around the thrift store right now. You better go eat, Rick. You yawn when you need some heart attack chicken. That is true. I start to run out of energy. That's the way it works for me. When it comes time to eat, you know, it just starts to run down. But that's okay. You can see it. Buy me a purdy CV. I hear the mail truck. Oh, here comes the mail. Nope. Oh, I do have mail. Possibly. I got something. Probably a bill. You know how that is. Yep. Might be an advertisement. When you upload old films, please make a video on it. I have no clue, and I have ancient films from 1950s. Yeah, I have to do that. It's not that hard to do. I use this little box. In fact, where did I put that silly thing? Let me see if I can find that little box I use. Okay. Here it is. This is the way that we used to convert videos, movies into videos, for example. You have this little box. You put your camera right here. This was designed for the the camcorder. And then on this end, you show the picture from the movie. So this is the way we used to do it. Now, one thing that's, as a drawback is that your resolution is going to be limited by the system you're using. But the modern way of doing it is to get a scanner and just have like something that advances the film one frame at a time. And if you have enough computing power, you could convert a movie into like a 1080p or whatever resolution you want, because what you'll do, you'll scan each and every one of the images on the film. And then using software, you just put the frames together. So that's the other way of doing it. But for poor people like me, this is the way I'll do it. I'll just put the movie projector on one end and put the camera on the other end, and that's it. So that's how I'm going to do it. And you can see me when I was a little kid. There's some videos when I was a baby. There's some movies of when, there's only like maybe one or two from my teenage years. And I believe I actually had a video that we made with a friend of mine. It's a movie because they're all 8mm. And it shows what I looked like, before I started the carnivore diet. Okay. Let me go back over here. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what I put at the beginning. It's just some images. It reminds me of when I was younger, how things were cheaper. I'm back. I did a 50-pound rucking walk. 50 pound? Really? Wow. This guy's a beast. 50 pounds? You're kidding. Amazing. Even with your toes missing, you can still. Thomas is something else. Let me tell you. He is something else. I told him he's going to be an up-and-coming carnivore personality. Look at him. Show and tell coming right up. There you go. It's been a good morning. I think it's always a good morning when you guys are here. Thomas, are you pooped out? We are on break right now to be continued. I need to get one of those. You're saying, let's see. When this is over. You're not really need to shower. My roommate wanted to take his before me, but he takes 2-hour showers. Oh my goodness. How can you spend 2 hours in the shower? Hopefully there's no video involved. Isn't Rick the coolest? Well, I am when the air conditioner works. Show and tell. He is. Well, that's nice of you to say. How else? Terry Sue, it is Rick. I hope you did, Thomas. Who won, Thomas? I don't have a problem. I sleep fine. My problem is it's just being inside all this time. All they do is like stretch the outside of your nose. That doesn't fix anything. And the worst problem is that they also irritate the skin. That's the other thing. So, and some people tape their mouth. They do some crazy things. I'm not going to worry about it. If people don't like my little sniffling, that's too bad for them. People have all kinds of physical and mental defects. We learn to work around them. Some of the best people I know have physical and mental issues. I don't know anybody that doesn't have issues. So that just goes to show that we're imperfect. Yeah, I know. Who has enough hot water for a 2-hour shower? I really don't know. You must have one heck of an electric bill. Yeah, that's right. He might be. I wouldn't doubt it. Thomas is going to come out, going to have, his sleeveless shirt and showing off his arms, and he's going to look like a beast. He's already got the bald head, so he's got that perfect. Yeah, he will be. Don't you worry. I did think he'd. You're right. Huh. Okay. Who else to be followed? Well, check through here and see who has a YouTube channel. If anybody in here has a YouTube channel they want people to follow, let us know. And that's a good thing. Okay. So you're still at the thrift store. Dante, I try to catch Dante. He has like a live stream, I think on Friday, or I don't remember what day he has it. And then Mitch, well, we're always there with Mitch. And the thing is, Mitch likes us because he even popped in my live stream, so that's good. There's pros and cons to the birthrights. I don't mind your sniffles, just emphasizing, yeah. No strips, no worry. There you go. There's so many to follow. Can make you dizzy. My head is spinning. You'll see me sniffle a lot, but you'll never see me cough because I've never had a respiratory issue since I've been on the carnivore diet. Mm-hmm. That's right. Content and no commercials. I basically gave up on any monetization. I keep the monetization off on all the live streams. A couple times they put it on by accident. I turned it off. I will enable the monetization when I do make edited subject-based videos, but not for live streams. It just doesn't make sense. My water is $197 quarterly. I hope your water's not that hot. Oh, you mean okay, water bill. Yeah, mine, it's like $57 or something. I'm glad I don't have a roommate. After all, I live in an RV. Well, there you go. 2 hours. I don't have that problem. Whatever I have is just confined in my head for some reason. Good afternoon to Lizzie. Well, that's good. In fact, let me get a drink of water here. Mm-hmm. Mm. So, forgive me for chewing on ice. Has anyone found anything on YouTube? I mean, obviously, you have the animal movie, which we talked about. And somebody was also talking about the veggie guy. Let me see. He used to have strange breathing attacks. Nose breathing was the best relief. Yeah. After correcting the diet. Yep. Supposed to increase nitric oxide. They told me a long time ago, and this was some wisdom I got from somebody my dad knew. If you wake up in the morning and you have, should I say what they say here, erection? If you have that every morning, that means that you're basically healthy. And even an asexual like me gets that every single morning. So my nitric oxide levels must be fine. All right. Okay. Let's see. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. I don't see anything about Mitch, but I'll have to look at that when I get a choice. Maybe this one, why you shouldn't go carnivore to avoid them. Whatever. Hmm. Oh well. 187,000 subscribers. Well, I see Mitch has uploaded his video. That's good. Look like he's walking without a walker. We gotta love Mitch, right? Look at that. He's an amazing man, let me tell you. Unbelievable. It's just amazing to me how much progress he's made. Look at that. Incredible. Wow. What an inspiration for us. It's really amazing. Okay, what am I doing here? Incredible. Excellent, excellent. Wow. So it gives us something to look forward to after you get tired of watching me. Mitch just uploaded a video. Check that out. I'm sure some of us, like Boopy Goats or maybe Thomas or somebody, will pop in and make their own live. Looks like it's going to rain. Interesting. Well, that's great. Okay, let's see what we got here. My grandson met an awesome girl in Publix. She was born in Cuba. I got to get ready to go. Watch the Chainsaw Jubilee competition here in town. I'll check back and see if the marathon's still on. Well, I don't think we're going to make this go too much longer. Too much information. There you go. Dr. Kilt says feet to me. Well, I don't do that. That's not something that I do because what's the point? But it's just something happens in the morning. Sure looks like rain. It's the sugar diet one. Okay. So that one there. Okay, so let me see. Let me go back here. Yeah, watch Mitch when you get a chance. Let's see. This one then. Okay. So always got to have the drug commercial. Let's see. Interesting comments. Okay. Huge lie. Sugar thing is a huge lie, especially for overweight people over 50. Try at your own peril. That's a good point right there. It's always the comments that are interesting. I don't see any of my familiar people there, but I'll have to look through it. There's just so many comments. Who can keep up with it, right? And the commercial still goes. And there's the dipstick himself. What, mangoes? What is this?
In trying to make a high-carb vegan diet, the only symptom I really ever have is some forehead breakouts. And I'm trying to solve this, and I came across some new information like 2 months ago saying that insulin sensitivity is everything. And if you remove the fat, not just lower it, like remove it completely and do some other things, excess sugar, you'll get.
Okay. Yep. Same old guy. We know that thing there. Okay. I found this iguana enthusiast on YouTube, but that is it. The sugar diet is crazy. Yes, it is. We're becoming too close in this group. It's not possible. Enjoy the chainsaw convention. Is that like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I know one time the kids in the neighborhood years ago got scared because I had my garage door open, it's full of clutter, and there were 4 chainsaws hanging in there. Said, I think he's a chainsaw guy. And they went running. So that's pretty funny. Open my door and I'll say, you rang. Yeah, you can see. I mean, it's going to take time. And Mitch may never be 100% of what he was, but he's a whole lot better than other people that I've seen that have had a stroke. They just kind of fall apart. Oh, Mitch, he ain't giving up anytime soon. Mine still works. I'll give a little diabetes. I'll be prophetess. Uh-oh. I need that sound effect. Quack, 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 quack. Or like a Muscovy duck. That's a Muscovy duck. Mitch walks like I do. There you go. You have one duck foot. Quack. That's it. Sugar diet would affect this diabetes. Finally in bed. It's 3 p.m. You must mean 3 a.m. Gonna give people diabetes, all right? Let's see. Yes, I'm not going to spoil it either. So, I don't have web toes. I have no toes. My foot is more like a hoof. Yeah, right? Sale someday. That's what I figured. Big chainsaw. That must be that chainsaw thing. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Jonathan says, let's try and get this quack to 5,000 subs by end of the year. That would be pretty good. That's right. Papa needs a logo. Versus Rick is a quack. Mitch is a misfit. What is Papa? Mr. Testosterone? I don't know. He's his girlfriend's worst nightmare. The 90s kid, the sugar diet was every day. It perfectly led to numb feet and blurry vision at 24. 24? Keto fixed that quickly, especially carnivore, getting the nutrients. Blurry vision at 24? Can you believe I'm 57? I'm looking at my computer monitor that's far away from me. I can see your comments just fine. That's kind of interesting. I have no trouble, reading remote controls or anything. My eyesight has never been blurry. And both of my parents were wearing glasses by their 40s. I don't have any glasses. I don't wear glasses. I don't need it. There must be something to this carnivore diet. And no matter how many vegan police tell us that it's not good for us, I have a feeling that we know better, don't we? Okay, so let's see. Let me go back over here and waste some more of your time. And let's see. What do we got going on here? We still have 32 people watching. You can see that last week I did put some videos. Oh, I got 132 on this one. That's not bad. Let's see. Videos. Okay. Yep. I usually get an average. I mean, this one here, I had 206. That's pretty good. It's usually going to be between 100 and 150. The last one for Fresco, I got 56. So it's pretty much, the same people that watch these videos. And it's like some people say that my videos look like some kind of a game where you're trying to ride and not hit stuff. And sometimes it does feel kind of like that, doesn't it? But that's okay. Yeah, we got several of these short videos. We got those, those get more views, but they're very short. You can see my last one. This one was actually quite popular. The one where I went to Fresco, and you can see what I bought. Oh, I hate when it does that. You know that crunching sound when people grab a bag? I never hear that when I buy groceries. It's always like a thud. It's like plop. That's the sound that it makes, but I really hate that crunching sound. And I thought it was interesting because when you look at the people, you can see they're not really fat. They're just not lean. They're younger, they don't look too bad. When they get older, that's when they get really rough looking. And then guess who's buying that? You know what that is. Yep, heart attack chicken.
Check out Hillside.
You probably remember what this was a reference to.
It does show you like the levels you need to be at, but it's still kind of more of that range of where, you know. But I think he's talking about possibly doing something like that.
What a cute kitty. So, yep, it's been kind of an interesting week. Let's see. All right. We still got comments. Super close to myself, reading myself from my medications. I'm not taking. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Thomas, you're getting better and better and better. And we're here to keep an eye on you. I don't think Thomas is ever going to fall into the duck food. It seems like there's just some people out there that they get on the carnivore diet and they just go with it, like our friend Thomas over there. He's not tempted by the duck food. He's already been down that road. Then we have other people. It seems like the obese people that don't really have the serious health issues, they kind of dabble in the duck food. And every now and then they fall off the wagon. They waddle around in the duck pond. And then they get back on it and they go back and forth. And it just takes longer. But when you got somebody like Thomas over there, he's like, hey, I'm going to stay with this. And look at that. He's getting better and better and better. It's like Peter. That's another one. Peter's another one of those. He may dabble in the duck food, but he's not going to fall in the duck pond. If somebody's serving duck food, he'll try it out. But after that, that's it. So, Papa is just Papa. As long as it's not Papa John's Pizza, you're good. I would be so happy to get 1,000 subscribers. Well, if any of you are not subscribed to her channel, go ahead and do it. You can help get her up in the subscriber count. You've had such an advantage going carnivore. I don't know if it's an advantage. It's just a different path. I mean, who knows? I might have been a lot more financially successful if I was eating duck food. But then again, would I really want to be overweight and sick? No. I guess it's better this way. Just keep paying attention how you feel. You should be adding diabetic to your name. Yeah, that's probably true. It is. I want to see if Rick starts getting crowns. I have a feeling it only happens if he was a driver. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that on my channel. But then again, I did see it on Russ's channel. The Homesick Buckeye seems to be random. I don't know, but we'll see. For now, we don't have it. Look at all these comments. There are way too many people with carnivore in their name and get scrolled past. Even Carrie doesn't have carnivore in his name, so Rick, which carnivore channels do you have to subscribe to and watch? All right, let's answer that. I will be glad to answer that in the easiest way possible. Okay. So let's see. Who are the subscriptions? Let me get over here. Okay. All subscriptions. Okay. Where are we? There it goes. Well, this is interesting. Look at who popped up at the top of the list. Yep. Look who else is in the list. Yep. Yep. He's on the list too. And there he is. There's Carnivore Talk. There's Bob. This guy's not a carnivore, but I've watched some of his videos. There's Carnivore Joss. And, of course, there is Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. Chris Cooking Nashville. I also subscribe to these farm channels. Here's Brian's channel. He's got almost 3,300 now. This is the avocado guy. And here's Russ. He has 1,300 subscribers. We know who this is. Look, she's got almost 1,700. Here's Dustin, Keto Simple. He has a live tomorrow morning. I'll catch him before our friend. Here's Johnny's channel. Here's John's channel. Wow, he's got over 5,000 subscribers, see? He's moving up there. You know who that is. Almost 500,000 subscribers. I remember when he had less than 30,000. I was interviewed with him about 3 years ago. Let's see. Who other carnivores do we have? Oh, we know who this is. And we know who that is. I subscribe to his channel too, but he's not very interactive. Let's see. This is my friend over here, Ray, that raises cattle. There's Steven. Good old Carnivore Kip, who's now not Carnivore Kip. He's Kip Moore. Here's Anthony's channel. I think we all know who that is. There's Nia's channel. She's got over almost 27,000. I even subscribe to the vegan channels for great comedy. Let's see. We know them, right? They have over 57,000. They're on the up and down, so they have their moments. And let's see. Hey, got to subscribe to that, right? But that's not really a carnivore channel. There's Adam. We know who that is. He's got over 15,000. And let's see. Who else do we have? He doesn't post videos anymore, but, you know, he has almost, 260? Let's see. That's Matthew right there. We know who this is, right? Caleb, the arm wrestling guy. This is the guy that was a vegan. I don't see him anymore. I got to make a video about some of the people that disappeared. There's Todd Bachnes. We know who that is. And who else? Who else is a carnivore here? That's a vegan right there. It's a keto guy. He's not carnivore. Let's see. There's Bill. Subscribe to his channel. There's the other Tom. It's mostly carnivore. There's retired Rick. See? Who else? Okay. He doesn't seem to be making videos anymore, but that's a guy that doesn't take a bath. Interesting carnivore. I think he likes raw meat, though. Carnivore Felix. I haven't seen him either lately. He was out for a while. He's one of those that kind of tapered off. Remember the carnivore rabbi? He has not made a video in ages. He was a friend of Joey. You remember old Joey? You know him? Sean O'Mara, the visceral fat guy. And don't forget about David Charles DC, one of the carnivore beasts that's out there. I haven't seen Hoosier Carnivore either for a long time. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Okay. Meeting Wellness. Haven't seen much going on there either. That's Lisa Rena, or whatever her name is. She interviewed me a few years back, but lost the interview, so I don't know what happened. I think she's a friend of Dr. Chafee. Let's see. Who else do we have? Carnivore Backwoods. There's Craig Smith. He's only got 8 subscribers, though, but he pops in. JT, I don't know whatever happened to JT. There's Kevin Stock, Carnivore Dentist. Remember him? I haven't seen him either. He's a long-termer right there. I think he's been 10 years or more carnivore. And, of course, what is his name? I forget. But he's a 65-year-old that looks younger. Okay. I haven't seen him for a while either. Carnivore Trucker. He disappeared. Kilby guy. He was active for a while, but he's kind of faded away. And then Sean, he was real big. He lost a lot of weight. He kind of faded away. Jerome, he was with, I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen his videos in a while because he was with Jonathan for a period of time. How many other carnivores do we have? This kid, I remember, he was going good for a while and he stopped making videos. And there's Joey. He used to be a carnivore, but, you know. Managing a $30 million sales team. That's kind of funny. And then Scott, remember him? Why do I hear a noise outside? One of the neighbors. Oh, well. Anyway, who else? And there's Joey Schwartz's main channel. Still has 17,000 subscribers. If you don't know this kid, then you probably, it's been 4 months since he put up a video. He was doing pretty well, carnivore space, but he deleted all his carnivore videos for some weird reason. His most popular video ever was actually his interview with me, which was in August of 2023. So long before there was ever the frenzy in the Homestead How channel, and before some of the other channels had hundreds of thousands of views, his channel was really making a statement in the carnivore community, but he got away from it, and, I guess he's out there selling life insurance or doing whatever he's doing, which is, hey, he's making money and he's happy. Good for him. Scaled to 30 million a year, whatever. I'm just skeptical about everybody. You know me. Okay, so, who else? Who else is a carnivore? Chris, he's almost a carnivore, but he has a welding and finance channel. I haven't seen too many videos from him either. Interesting. Yeah, there's his other channel, Financial Prepper. But you can see the kind of channels that I subscribe to. It's usually farming, usually involving cattle, finance, farming, finance, and carnivore. There's a lot. A lot of these channels are just not active anymore, I guess. Hmm. They come and they go. Which is a good thing because there's no way that I could keep up with all of these channels. It's just impossible. Okay. So that answers that question, I hope, for Carrie, or whatever your real name is. Yep. I enjoy your bicycle videos. Keep them coming. Don't worry, I will. I got to hop on my bike and go over to the Fresco Emas pretty soon. Fake Carrie man in the house. There you go. Bike vids are the best. How here again is it fake? Yes. Take a close look. And you know how you can prove that? It's very simple. Just go over to the channel where it says Homestead Hal, and you click this, which doesn't work for me for some reason. Maybe if I make this smaller, it might work for me. There we go. Where are we? Where are we? We're here somewhere. There we are. Go over here. It just, for some reason, I can't get that to work. Oh, well. But when you click it, something just, I don't know. Let me hit my main channel. Let me see. We'll go to mine over here. All right. Get to work. Oh, well. But, okay. I'm going to go in here. Here it is. When you go to the name, you click this, and it says go to channel, at least on mine. I don't think you can do that, but I'll do it on mine. Go to channel, and you can see it has 4 subscribers, and there's no content. So that tells you it's not the real Carrie, but you know what? I don't have a problem with it. You're welcome in my live stream anytime you want. It's just the way that I am. Okay. All right. Let me go back here. Is that noise? Oh. I need to finish installing the outside cameras. There's an Amazon Prime truck, and they're carrying big boxes to my neighbor's house. There's one thing you'll never see around here is me ordering from Amazon. It just doesn't do that. All right, let me go back to here. All right. Okay. Pork rinds do that. Okay. Fully there. Yes. I just subscribed to your channel. Okay. Used to wonder who Thomas was. Well, see, so even in my little channel, you can find out other people that you like. Lizzie, I'm as real as you want. Well, there you go. Homestead Hal. I still can't get over the first one. That was really funny. Well, there you go. Okay. Uh-huh. There we go. Isn't contributing to documentary being a member? Yeah, I think it is. We all do. I love Russ. Russ is so far the only person in the carnivore community who has had the courage to come and see me. So he's one out of thousands. I don't know the time for your live stream. I may be sleeping. I always like listening to you when you've rung Rick. There you go. That's it. Indulge occasionally in a mindset to get back on. It's like riding a horse or bike. If you fall off, this thing get back. Yeah, exactly. That's the right attitude for success. Some people, though, they fall in the duck food and they forget where they're going. Who is Alia Wells? Alia Wells is sort of the assistant now to the Dr. Kilt's channel. So let's hit that. Let's just check it out here. All right. Why am I not getting it? There we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and look up Alia Wells. Okay. There you go. Now, if you look through, you'll see, check the lives. See? She's gotten with the Dr. Kilt's channel. I guess Dr. Kilt's saw her and they got together. She was also quite involved with the Homestead How channel as well when we had the marathons and all that. Alia Wells has a lot of good ideas. I don't think she has that many subscribers yet, but well, she's got 2.64K, so 2,640 whatever. That's good. But she's associated with the Dr. Kilt's live stream now. In the past, let's see, she was somewhat inactive for a while. She was also with Russ and the Keto Cookout. See, back when Keto Cookout was part of the sort of Homestead How Carnivore Club. And see, there you go. You can look back in there. But if you go way back in her channel, like with all great carnivores, you might find somebody you recognize. Let's see. Okay, let me go back into the videos. Oldest. Well, look at what was her first interview? First two interviews. It's this crazy guy. I don't know. He sits there in front of a bunch of encyclopedias and starts quacking. And then look at the other one, Mr. Bob. So we're all kind of connected some way. She actually emailed me shortly after I was on the Joey Schwartz interview, wanting to interview me. So I was her first interview, which I think is nice. And again, I've been the first interview to a lot of great carnivores. So, but yeah, that's who Alia Wells is. So, great question. And I'm always willing to refer my carnivore friends. Please come to see it at Monticello in 5 years. You got to love this sense of humor. I really like this fake Homestead How because it gives me a good laugh, you know. It livens up what would otherwise be a boring channel. And if you ever want to share your voice, if you're not a robot, you can always call the quack line and start quacking. Russ has over 5,000, and so does Mitch. Oh, okay. Mentello Theater, good stuff. Oh, the ones I haven't seen a crown is you, Aaron, and myself. Well, YouTube doesn't like me. In fact, YouTube has banned me from getting any gift memberships for some reason. I don't know what I did, but you know how that is. You should come and visit me in Australia for a carnivore meetup. Well, there you go. What do you think of the miraculous carnivore healing interview stories? Almost seem too good to be true, but it's amazing. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Let me see. Hold on. I hear another truck. What is this? Huh. That was Federal Express. So that's pretty good. Okay. What do you think of the miraculous carnivore healing interview stories? Well, I think it's a good thing. I do believe that a lot of people have experienced benefits, and some of the people that are here in this group, you can share the benefits that you've had. I think in some ways, some of the healing benefits may be overstated. I think that some people are, it's like those faith healing things that they have in church where they, they set you down, oh, stand up out of the wheelchair. Well, the person was never paralyzed in the first place. So I think some of it may be a little overstated, but I think that in general, I've seen too many real people that have had real healing experiences, especially the ones that you'll see me conversing with in different YouTube channels, that I think that it's probably about 80 to 90%, 100% of that would being true. There may be a little exaggeration. I think some people may be going out there to get attention to themselves. If you see that they're asking for money or they're selling a product, then I would say that there's probably a little bit of embellishment that goes with it. But for the people that go out there and not asking for anything, I think it's 100% true. So some of them are pretty amazing, but I don't think all of them are too good to be true, only some of them. I can't believe I'm third on your list. Okay. Dr. Anthony Chafee is the best. He could be. Homestead How is a fake channel on here. If you show all your subscriptions, they will continue to botch you. Okay. How is a fake channel on here? Okay. Bought you. Yep. Okay. That makes sense. That channel was a real Homestead How. Look, I knew from the beginning, the first time I got that, it was not the real Carrie. That's why I played along with it. I don't care. The thing is, the more bots that I get, the more interest I'm going to get. So that's a good thing. And the controversy, yeah, did I mention Lewis from New York? No, I didn't. In fact, I got to see him on, I think it was Thomas. Yeah, it was on Thomas's channel. He popped in there with his sort of summer relaxed. I wanted to see more of him in his relaxed outdoor environment. I think his iPad overheated and then haven't seen him since. So that was kind of a shame. But he called in my line also. So that's good. Okay. Thomas's video just posted. Check that out. Once you get tired of me, the quack, I need to cut this off before I quack your entire day. 50% off of the thrift store. Oh, I got to buy some overpriced stuff I've been eyeballing for a while. Well, there you go. Elsewhere, by not showing you stuff from the subscriptions, you don't browse too often. That's true, but I do check on them from time to time. CB score, there you go. Question. So, Rick, I need to apologize to Carrie for all the hateful emails I sent him for ignoring me in your chat. Joke. And you know, it's funny. I actually emailed Carrie, the real one. I never got a response, so I think he's just way too busy with his movie to worry about the quacks at this point. I set them to go on 115. Okay, I got the idea from Mitch. There you go. I would never ignore you. Well, there you go. You don't live. Well, just I mentioned that in my last live, I think. I think we're all having fun with this. 2-day Semi 2-day sardine fast. Well, there you go. Hit those sardines. They're pretty good. Wisconsin, Virginia, relatively close. Damn, I myself. Papa Kavai for a personal viewing. Oh my goodness. I love fake Carrie. Yep. The funny thing is, what I like about fake Carrie is that fake Carrie actually interacts where the real one doesn't anymore. So that's a good thing. I thought you were going to change your screen name 3 days. That was like a week ago. Yep. Right. Carrie's assistant because he doesn't have time to waste on a small channel. Yeah, right. That would be hilarious. That is true. We love you, but why not just come back as yourself with your real name? It's part of the bit, I'm sure. Yeah, right? Right? Not someone else's. There you go. Well, don't imitate me or you'll scare everybody else away. Carnivore saved my life. That's right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hey, Caleb's here. Good morning. I mentioned you earlier. Hope you're still practicing your arm wrestling skills. One of these days, you'll take down Dr. Baker. It's only a matter of time. Sooner or later, Dr. Baker will be too old to fight back, and you'll just throw him over the table. So either that or he'll have a heart attack like I'm going to, and then you won't get your chance. But hey, check him out. I love the fact that we have young people that are hitting the carnivore lifestyle because it's just going to get better and better the longer you do it, in my opinion. You missed it. I just got off finished with 50 pounds. I'm still amazed that you could walk around with 50 pounds. I mean, think about it. That'd be like carrying a bag of plaster all around. Hey, but it goes to show Thomas is no little, pussycat. He's a tiger. 25 to 40-year-old men from the U.S., just a fact. Well, there you go. That's pretty funny. Hi, Caleb. How's things? Yeah. Not fake Carrie. I should count how many quacks occur in the transcripts of these. Yeah. I wanted to be as strong as Dr. Baker. You don't have to take steroids. You're going to be plenty strong as you are. You just watch. See? Proven bro wrong as we speak. There you go. Are you taking calls? My phone is there. No one has called me, but it's getting towards the end, so hopefully it's a short call. Let's see. Fake Carrie has a sense of humor. Yes, Fake Carrie does. I'm still doing it. It's just not my first priority. Okay. You cut back to Victoza. I think he will once he has confidence that he can control the blood sugar. Raw power is priority number one. That's it. And you don't have to be ripped or just perfect physique to have raw power. These power lifters, some of them are quite fat. So it's just a matter of building strength through proper diet and proper exercise. And a little bit of genetics here and there, and you'll be fine. Did anyone else have bad inflammation? I didn't, but I'm sure a lot of other people did. So, and Caleb says hello to Thomas. Yep. Hey, one of these days, maybe you'll be arm wrestling Thomas. I'd like to see that. That's pretty good. Okay. That's a good question. I already did. Yeah. Okay. It came up 19 times in your life through a quack. Yeah, right? What about the sound effect? Wank, wank, wank. That's a Muscovy duck. Since Friday morning. That's pretty good. I can only imagine what it is to have to deal with aches. Like I said, any pain that I get is short term. In fact, where I hit my hand with a hammer is hardly even hurting anymore. Usually by the second or third day, it's fine. Powered, lifted, and yes, weight is needed. Yes. And Caleb says, I'm not trying to be as ripped or as aesthetic. I just want to be strong as possible. I want to lift the Dinny stones. I remember hearing about that. Where is that located? I'm trying to remember now. But if anyone can become strong as you want, I think it's going to be Caleb, because Caleb is another one of those that has that real no nonsense attitude that leads to success, especially in this lifestyle. And I'm very glad that we have people like that. And maybe he can inspire some of the younger people, because I see too many younger people that are just way too soft. There's no reason for that. When you're in those late teenage years and 20s, you should be going towards your peak, not riding around in a mobility scooter. So that's good. And let's see. Had an RA diagnosis, plenty of inflammation, pain. Well, that's our arthritis. A lot of people seem to get arthritis. People even my age, they say they have arthritis. A friend of mine I've had since junior high has arthritis, and he just can't figure out how I haven't had any problems. So let's see. I definitely have good genetics. All the family on my dad's side used to be farmers and bricklayers. And that's the thing, you know, farmers, they have a lot of practical strength. I remember when we used to have farmers here, they had some of the strongest hands you could ever imagine, and they were rugged people. This is why I like the fact that there are still areas that people live the agricultural lifestyle. That's why you see so many of my YouTube subscriptions to people that have farming. Definitely, I like the dairy farmers and the cattle, the ranchers. Those are the ones I like the best when it comes to farming. I don't really have too many that do row crops, because I'm not a big fan of row crops, but some of them grow corn and some of them grow soybeans for cattle. That's just the way it is. But most of them have hay, and hay is my favorite crop of all time. I would like to live somewhere that had hay fields. I wouldn't want to live next to a vegetable place where they raise vegetables because of all the chemicals. Much rather be in um, a hay area. And here's Bob from Carnivore Talk. Hello from Northeast Ohio. And Rick says hello from Miami. And again, Monday night Eastern Standard Time at 8, you can join in on the Carnivore Talk. If you can't afford one of those fancy carnivore communities, you can join in for free. And there's up to 10 or 12 people that you can pop in there. And that's it. So there's no excuse. If you're broke and you still want a good quality carnivore community, check out Carnivore Talk. And of course, you have the Kilt's Mighty Tribe that you can join as well. So that's one of the great things about us. We put ourselves out there for free, so you don't have to spend $30 a month to get some great people. Look at me. I just spend my time here, and I got the best subscribers in all of YouTube. It's like anything else. Miami may be the septic tank, but this is actually what I would consider to be the treasure chest, because all the good stuff finds their way into the treasure chest, not the septic tank. Okay. And Thomas said I had to take it this morning after 45 hours. That's not bad. I took 7 units of short acting and 0.6 of the Victoza. So again, Thomas is improving. And the more physical activity you do, the more of that sugar you're going to be able to absorb out of your body. And I think if you haven't totally destroyed yourself, you could be off a medication. Who knows? But the thing is, the carnivore diet's not making you any worse. They say the carnivore diet's going to give you diabetes. You're getting better. So if the carnivore diet's helping you get better, why wouldn't you try it? You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Yes, the Dinnie Stones are in Scotland. I remember seeing that. I just can't remember. And you're telling me, okay, they total 730 pounds. Well, there you go. And you know what? There's no reason why you can't. I've seen the way that you're built. You're more of the stocky type versus the palm tree like me that's super tall and skinny. If anyone can do it, you can. And even if you can't, you're going to have fun trying. Again, we love having people like Caleb here. Caleb is focused. And if you didn't see the interview, Cindy DeManchi actually did an interview of him like a month or two ago. You might want to check that out. Caleb is very inspirational, in my opinion. And I'm glad that he's in our carnivore community. And I look like my dad, so the genetics are in my favor. That's right. Now, the problem is people that have that ability to gain that kind of muscle, they tend to be either the mesomorph or what's the other one? Endomorph. And they do tend to gain fat as well. So being on the carnivore diet and avoiding the duck food is going to be a huge a huge advantage that you have over other people. So that's really good. Wow, and your blood glucose is only 124. It looks like you're to be off your meds. Yeah, and that's because our friend Thomas is using his mind and he's not being brainwashed by a bunch of nonsense to eat duck food. He knows what's good for him and he's working on it. Good for you. Jonathan says, would you like a copy of my latest ebook? Yes, I would like to see that. I always like seeing what Jonathan puts out. I appreciate that. No, it drops way too fast if I take it. It'll drop like a rock to 50. Wow, 50, that's crazy. Well, see, you can modify the dose. You can do it. You can definitely do it. I know, Thomas. I told you from the beginning, Thomas, you're a rising star in the carnivore community. You have nowhere to go but up. And thanks so much that you did it before it was too late. You did it before you got into your 60s and were circling the drain. Good for you, Thomas. It's good afternoon now. That's true. That is very true. Well, depending on where you are. Maybe you're in California. It's still good morning. Lots of hay fields here. Well, there you go. We don't have any. The only thing we have now is apartment buildings. That's it. So instead of watching the tractor go around mowing the hay and the baler baling the hay, and of course, when I was a kid, we used to have to pick up the hay from the strings, which was itchy and miserable. But nowadays, we have a tractor to pick it up, or if you have what I like, you have a skid steer to pick up the hay bales, and you get to arrange the hay bales in a certain way. That's like the best job of the farm. If I had farm friends, you could be sure I'd be out there helping them out because I enjoy that work very, very much. If you can lift the Dinny stones, you get your name put on a list. Less than 1,000 people are on that list, and less than 80 of those people didn't take steroids. Well, if anyone can do it without steroids, it's going to be you. I can confirm that carnivore have made nothing worse in my life. There you go. It's not going to make you worse. I was doubtful at first, but it's getting better and better. See, you were doubtful, but you were proven that the doubt was unnecessary. I am stocky. Yes, you are. And the thing is, you're going to get leaner as you keep doing the carnivore diet. Even if you stay massive, your face will narrow. You're going to get leaner. There's a certain look to the long-term carnivore. I mean, look at Dr. Sean Baker, for example. That's it. Anthony Chafee. Just take a look at any of them. That's what you're heading for, Caleb. That's exactly where you're going. Carnivore has brought nothing but benefits to my life and health. And again, the medical system almost killed you, giving you all with their kidney issues and all that, and yet you're getting better. It's that simple. It's not a miracle. It's not going to cure everything you have. What it's going to do, it's going to slow down the damage, and it's going to give you materials to rebuild. So, if your house is deteriorating, like mine, and the roof is leaking, the carnivore diet is like somebody donated a truckload of roofing paper. They donated wood and nails and everything, and they backed it up, and they dumped it in your front yard. But your body still has to go out there, take off the rotten wood, put in the new wood, get the roofing paper, nail that down, get the asphalt, heat it up on the kettle, pour it in there. So it takes time to rebuild. But at the very least, the carnivore diet also gave you a free tarp that you can put over your roof. And then as you fix it, it's sort of like there's a little damage here. Yeah, the termites are still eating. It's still rotting a little bit, but at least that water is no longer pouring in. So that's what the carnivore diet, that's the way I see it. And all of us that are on this carnivore diet link, you have the possibility. Is it going to cure everything? I don't know. You could be like Jeff DeProsperous and live good for a while and then die. But did you fail? No, you didn't fail. You did your best. And you might have inspired other people to catch it earlier. Because for some people, catching it early, or even if you're like Caleb, for example, you can avoid a lifetime of problems just by switching your diet. And then combining it with all that activity, you can't go wrong. What is the downside to that? And you get to meet great people like Caleb. You can go to a meetup and you can challenge them to the old grip strength thing. I know when I had mine, I was like 120 to 130 pounds, depending on how I felt on the grip strength. I never tried to make it any stronger. But then again, hey, at least you get to meet these people and you get to be part of a community, and it helps you. And then your health benefits as a result. There's no downside to it. I don't see that kind of community in the vegan community. You go to a vegan get together, like they have these vegan parades. I mean, not parade, vegan social events. People at the vegan social event are not that friendly. They tend to argue. They tend to be kind of, I don't know. A vegan get together is really strange. So, anyway, let's go back over here. The comments just keep on coming. See, we get lively people like Caleb in here, and things start to pick up again. I follow you. You're awesome. Yes, he is awesome. We love Caleb. I'm whatever the big one is. So there you go. You'll find a Google Drive link. Thanks, Jonathan. I can't wait to check that out. At first, it started out short acting, 14 units to 10 units, now 7 units. Long acting started at 40 units, now 30 units, now 20. Victoza went from 1.2 to 0.6. Man, amazing. Thomas is working really hard. I'm so proud of him. 0.6 as low as it goes on the pen. There you go. Sean has some competition coming up. Yes, he does. And Caleb, you have nowhere to go but up. It's just a matter of time. Thank you, Rick and Sandy. See, Sandy, proof I have a hoof foot because I am working hard. Thomas with his jokes. He's also got an artistic side. You know, I still remember the drawing he made with the iguana and the duck. That's kind of cute. LOL. You should be a stand-up comedian. Well, as long as he can stand up, he can be funny. I don't know about that, Sandy. I need to sit a lot. That's the point I was trying to make. And Caleb says that his grip strength was 130. He's a monster. He wants 200. Well, you know what? If anybody can get it, it's you. I know. Yep. Sit down comedian. Okay. Hey, I'm sitting down. I guess I'm a comedian. I don't know if you call this sitting down. My back's against the wall, and I sit like this. A lot of times I squat down when I'm working. So I am the oddball of oddballs. My grip strength. That is correct. I need to find that thing, or I'll have to buy another one, which I don't want to do. I've been checking the yard sales, but see, I miss the yard sales because I'm on Sunday morning here. I may have to start shortening this, hit the yard sales, and then come back for an afternoon session. That's what I may do. I may split this up. Yes. Do you remember Dave Allen at Large? I'll never forget that show. It was, I think they used that library music. It was called Studio 69 or something like that. And he had a background where they had all these oval shaped like boards on the back. Well, when I do my background, I think I already showed you what I'm going to use for a background. Where did I put those? Oh, yeah. My studio. Here's a piece of what my background is going to look like. You probably remember those. That's going to be my background. So, yes, I do remember that. Okay, I used to watch him. I remember they had that on PBS for a while. I haven't seen it for a while, too. Just got an email from Tim Walker to Walking to appear on my live to be interviewed. Okay. If anyone's interested, let me know. Okay, good. So you're getting some people to be interviewed. That's great. And again, you want to re-interview me, that's fine. Maybe you can interview Caleb over there. I'll tell you one thing. That's one kid that you definitely want to interview. I'm upgrading my background too, Rick. Well, that's great, Jonathan. I know you do the virtual background thing. Mine, I can't do it because it'll crash my computer. It's simply too old. And Caleb gives some advice. Just pick up heavy things with odd grips. On my way home from Washington, I lifted 130 to 140 pound stone from the ground to my shoulder. That's how you train grip like an ancient strongman. I grab coral rocks and blocks all the time. So I do the same thing. Concrete block isn't that heavy, but I do grab them from the edge and all kinds of stuff. I want to train like the original strongmen. Yeah. What was that guy's name? Eugene Sandow. That was one that was very popular. That's in the pre-steroid era. And there were strongmen back then, even before anabolic steroids. I don't understand the whole steroid physique. Now, obviously, if you're in bodybuilding, I think that steroids are very important if you want to compete with everybody else. But just if you're like a farmer or a strongman, you can do that. Let me see if I can find this. There he is. That was one of the early bodybuilders. And you can see, not a really big guy, but definitely well defined. 1867 to 1925. Okay. Inspiration from Greek and Roman statues. Yep. I don't see a lot of pictures, but that was one of the early ones. And of course, strongmen have been around. They used to have carnivals where they had the strongman in there picking up. I'm just trying to see what the weights used to look like. Let's see. Yeah. Those old-fashioned barbells. Remember those things? I got a few of those. I don't know how heavy that was, but it sure doesn't look light. I got a few of those round barbells around here. Got those little weights. Interesting stuff. Sideshow strongman. Yep. Very nice. Okay. Okay. That silly old mustache they used to have. That's funny. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Strange, but interesting. Let's put it that way. So let me go over here. Great idea. So far, I have 4 great people. See, this is the great thing about this community. When you're a new channel, I mean, look at how many people, when they first started their channel, they came to me. There's always somebody there that's willing to share their story. And some of those channels have done really well. So, and Thomas he's on his way. You just watch. You just watch what he's going to do. Herman Gorner. I'm not sure who that is. I'll have to look it up. Yep. Eugene Sandow was the original bodybuilder. Caleb is always welcome. Yes. I'm not familiar with Tim Walker. Not either, honestly. From France, interestingly. I don't see this. Yeah, that's it. Jonathan says, I don't see the point in steroids for average folk or people with singular goals. If you're one of those hardcore people that needs to put on a lot of muscle for bodybuilding, then you go for the steroids. But a regular person, there's no need for it. It's like me. Yeah, I could get bigger if I took steroids, I'm sure. Growth hormone and steroids and whatever. Who knows what would happen? I'd probably get the heart disease that I wanted a lot faster. But the problem is, would I be able to sit like this, and would I be able to work on the equipment that I do and climb palm trees and all that? Probably not. So in my case, functional strength is a lot more important than size or absolute strength. Because let's put it this way. If I got to lift something really heavy, let's say I got to lift a 1,000-pound engine, you think I'm going to do it? No. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to take my key. I'm going to walk over to little Bob. I'm going to put the key in the lock. I'm going to sit down in the seat. I'm going to turn that key. I'm going to open the gate, and I'm going to drive little Bob over to the engine, pick it up, and move it to wherever I have to move it. Because unlike an animal, I'm a human being, and I have a wide range of tools that I can use. So there's really no reason for me to have massive strength. But functional strength is all I need. Never heard of him, Tom. I'll watch it, maybe on replay. Yeah. Donald Denny was amazing too. 1800 strongman. That's another one I have to look up. See, I learn a lot from these chats. I love Dave Mass. Dave Mack, okay. I thought that was like Fresco E. Moss's competitor or something. I think walker to walking is the point. Yep, that's right. That's what Mitch is doing. I hope you see and learn about him. Acrobatics and athleticism, that's correct. Goodness, go to bed. Come on, it's daytime, Dustin, but at least you're here. No bedtime. There you go. Of course he's doing great. He's on the carnivore diet with good people. Like you, Dustin. For 98% of humans, functional strength should be the goal. That's what I've always said. You know, I don't have to impress anybody. I'm not out there trying to win a bodybuilding contest. I'm not going to. I don't have to look like Dr. Sean Baker at my height. I like being skinny. There's nothing wrong with being skinny. Could I be a little bigger? Sure. But I don't have to. I'm not out there trying to impress women. So why would I want to put on a bunch of extra muscle that I don't really need? Because the thing is, it's not going to make me live any longer, and it's not going to make me any more productive. So why do I need it? That's the way our body's designed. It only holds on to what it absolutely needs to survive. But for some people out there, it's a great thing. If you don't have to do a lot of functional work, let's say that your goal in life is to be the biggest person you can be, then bodybuilding might be your thing. You might want to go there and maximize your physique. And through that, maybe you have other challenges. You can use that physique as a way to get, to get yourself feeling better. And that's good, because I would rather have somebody taking steroids and working out than getting plastic surgery. I mean, honestly, I think plastic surgery, other than for accidents or unavoidable things, is probably silly. It'd be a lot better just to go out there and build the muscle and, it makes sense. Okay, I think you'll be off the Victose. Might be. Dave Allen is gone now. Yes, he is. But I would watch any of his stuff if it aired today. You can still find it online, I'm sure. I think I actually stumbled on it one time by accident. Problems with intelligent stack design are unlikely unless genetically predisposed. Problem is the ancillaries that people use with gear in order to prevent the side effects from abuse. Well, that's true. And they do tend to overdo it. If you're able to use external hormones in a scientific way, they can probably work very, very well. But a lot of these people that do use gear, they also had a pretty unhealthy lifestyle, eating a bunch of duck food. I knew some of them that would drink. Some of them even smoked, and they didn't care because the hormones would take care of that. But when they got older, things weren't so pretty, and some of them are not around anymore, sadly. Functional strength, absolute strength, is my goal. I don't care about aesthetics and being extremely lean. Well, that's good. You won't have to go on that cutting phase. You can just keep on bulking and doing your thing. You're going to be like the strong farmers. And we all like that, I think. As long as you're happy with it yourself, that's the main thing. And that's really important. Just want to be healthy. I agree. That's what I want to be too. Followed soon after that, you'll be off your insulin. Good point, Thomas. For Thomas, Peter's right. Yes, I agree. Wow, insulin in half. Look at that. Only increase your insulin. You think about it. People only get sicker as time goes on if you just follow conventional advice. But if you take your advice into your own hands and do this, it seems to work. It would be great. The last of my meds I used to be on. When the time is right, it'll be evident. She's off too. Treat blood pressure. Wow. She's doing keto, and that's not even carnivore. Spend a lot of time and energy trying to be what others want while neglecting to do what they need. And that's it, Jonathan. You're a source of wisdom in this community. It's a shame that more people don't know about you because you are very much appreciated. And I'm very glad that you are part of our community. Because muscle helps you preserve the body. Just saying you do you, though. Well, there you go. At least that's what I've learned. Be 6 months, July 1st. Can you imagine 12 months? Yes, I can. And I know that your success will continue. So should I cancel my ab implant procedure? I think the whole idea of abs is overrated. I really don't see what the big deal is. If you got a little bit of a stomach sticking out, but your upper body is still bigger than your waist and you're strong and healthy, it's not a big deal. Who cares? As long as it's not a big old pot belly. The most unattractive thing is when you see somebody skinny like me with a stomach that sticks out. That is extremely unattractive. And I think it's just part of our natural ability to recognize people that are unhealthy. Muscle grip and strength. And you know what else is an excellent longevity marker? Walking speed. I was told since I was a kid, the faster you walk, the longer you're going to live. And if that's the case, I won't be having a heart attack anytime soon because I have never met another person who can walk as fast as I can for as long as I can. And also with the cycling, when I go cycling with my other friends, nobody can cycle as long as I can without drinking any water, without eating anything, and just go, go, go. And I don't breathe hard. Any of you that have watched my videos, you can see that I'm out cycling. I never breathe hard and I never get tired. And I tend to cycle in pulses. I do an all-out speed cycle and then I slow down. I do the same thing when I go for a run. I don't run constantly. I walk, then I run, then I walk, then I run. In July, I hit my 1 year. There you go, Caleb. 1 year. 4 more years, you'll be one of us long-termers. And since you're what, 15 now? 15 or 16, I forget. You got a long life ahead of you, and you're going to enjoy your life because as time goes on, you're just going to feel more and more excited, like I have been. I love this lifestyle. Even though I'm a quack and I live by myself and people think I'm a hermit, I have a great lifestyle. I'm not a hermit. I'm actually very social. Just eat strict, clean, carnivore, measure your blood glucose closely, and you're going to be amazed how soon you're going to be weaned off your meds. What a great way and reason to celebrate New Year's, yes. You will most likely be off the meds before 12 months, but we will see. Okay, there's a prediction right there. Let's see what happens. Muscle mass does make us live longer. And you know, that's another thing. There's a sit and stand test. And I've done this several times. People are like, you know, they're just shocked by it. Let me give you a little thing here. Let me go back to my, what is this? Okay. Okay. Any day now. Sometimes my computer just does not cooperate. There we go. Oh, come on. Must be overloading my computer. All right, let me go to search my channel. There we go. This is a common test to see how old you are, you know, how strong your legs are or whatever. And here I am. Here comes skinny old Rick. Try the test. You cross your legs, and then you go down like that. And then you stand back up. It's not that hard. Then you do it straight like that. Okay. Now, if somebody as skinny as me with toothpick legs can do that, why can't everybody do it? Pretty interesting, huh? But that's the sit and stand test. That's supposed to determine. Now, again, you might have physical issues that limit it, but for a normal, healthy person, you should be able to do that. And they say that very few people over 50 can do it. Well, I'm one of the few that can do it without a problem. Okay. I would hypothetically suggest that 150 testosterone with 100 masteron, whatever that, I don't know what that is, would yield better outcomes for men, assuming they tried other methods to optimize hormone levels. Okay. I have to look into that. I'm in a pretty good spot for longevity then. I am naturally leg focused because I used to weigh 250 pounds. Yes. And like training legs. There you go. The rate I'm going, I wouldn't be shocked if, yeah, by September. Well, there you go. You never know, Thomas. Staph infection, diabetic ulcer, tons of insulin meds, so being off everything and healthy 1 year. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll be here as long as I can. I feel valued, and the viewers, us, value you tremendously. Get that damn coffee thing going. And I'll just tell you it's an iguana. Again, Jonathan and his sense of humor. Strong abs are more important than visible. Yes, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with having extra fat on your body. In fact, there are advantages to it for survival. If you happen to be one of those people, that's why it's so hard for you to gain muscle without gaining fat, because your body is naturally programmed for survival. If you're going to build muscle, it's going to want to add some of that fat on there. That's why it takes so much difficulty to get your physique for bodybuilding, because you're fighting against what your body really wants. And I think Caleb has a good goal. I think that if he keeps it, he's going to keep going. I know that. If you're out and feel ill, grip on a tree branch or fence could prevent a fall until you can sit down. Yes, muscle means you're getting enough protein to replace what you use. Very nice. Yes. I have my eyes on 2 tomahawk steaks with some shrimp or lobster for that day. That's delicious. You're making me hungry, and I haven't eaten yet. I am hungry. I walk at like 3 miles an hour or something, and I feel like I can walk forever. That's a healthy person. Now, I can walk pretty fast. I need to make a video one day on how fast I walk, but I sweat so much in this weather that the camera tends to get fogged up. So I'm going to wait until we get some rainy weather. If it ever comes back again, I'll make a video. Yum. Yeah, that does sound tasty. Okay, so he says, I'm 16 and a half. All right, so you're almost 17. That's good. I know you're like 16, 15 or 16 or something like that. Because I know when I started carnivore at 15, I remember what that was like. I've never understood implants. Just knowing some foreign object is lodged inside my musculature sounds eerie. For what? Self-gratification? Exactly. Doesn't make you any stronger. In fact, it probably makes you weaker. I would rather be skinny. I told people if I wanted to look muscular, I'd just buy one of those stupid muscle suits and put that on. And then that way, but I don't care. I like being skinny. The thing is, when you're skinny, people don't expect you to be strong. They don't expect you to have a lot of endurance. They expect you to be fragile. And then when you go out there and you have a coconut fall on your head, or you crash into a coconut tree, and everybody looks at you thinking that you've injured, and you stand up and you go, oh, stupid bicycle wheel came off. It's like, what is this guy? He's putting an engine block on the engine stand by picking it up with one hand. What kind of guy is this? And that's what I look for. That's what I want. That's how you know I'm young, because I added the half, right? You see, I just finished a walk. Yeah, I haven't watched the video yet. When we get off here, you'll definitely watch it. I had to wear a special boot and use a walker. Yes, and a scooter. E-scooter in a few months was in a wheelchair. Yeah, and again, Thomas was circling the drain, grabbed onto the toilet handle, and pulling himself out. That's the main thing. Wow, that's progress. See what I mean? 1 coffee, iced tea. 2 parking lot chicken, 3 an iguana, 10 setting a duck to live in his yard. That's funny. That is pretty funny. I can't do that yet, Rick. Well, give it time. You might be able to. I definitely do not have toothpick legs. I'm looking to have tree trunks for legs. Well, not when you're not as tall as I am, it's a lot easier to put on muscle in that amount. I think if I was shorter, my legs would look pretty thick, but because I'm tall, they're very thin. But the advantage is I can cross my legs in ways that other people can't do, and I can sit down sideways. I have a tremendous amount of flexibility. I'm more flexible than a vegan that does yoga, and I'm a carnivore. I don't know if I can do this. Well, you can try it. Yeah, that's right. Suitcase carries and farmer's carries are a great way to build strong functional abs. That is correct. That is very correct. Crazy thing is people still think I'm crazy for doing this. People think I'm crazy too, but that's okay. And then the feral grandma says, Thomas, you'll attend their funerals. I've already had that happen myself. We have seen you walk across the grocery stores. 5 paces, you're the... Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan watches my videos. I tend to move very quickly. You can see the last one I did over at Winn-Dixie. People that you see them going by. You know, it's like when Bob, semi-retired Bob, does these videos, he speeds it up to speed up the walking. When I do my videos at normal speed, it looks like his when it's sped up. So, how's that for a prediction? I think it's an accurate one. I can actually sprint well too. Of course you can, because you got those massive legs. I can sprint as fast as my brother who weighs 155 pounds, and you're 205 at 5'6". Yeah, because you have all that muscle, and the healthier you get, the better those muscles work. The coconut would be having a head if it fell on my head. My family has a history of strokes. Yep. I had that happen when I was trying to kill an iguana in my backyard. And I shot it with a crossbow. The iguana got away, and when it ran away, it knocked a coconut. And when I tried to run away, I slipped on some duck poop, and I was trying to balance myself, and then bam, the coconut hit me in the head. That would have made a funny video, but, you know. I let them think what they think. They can't see the logical and obvious around them. The heck with them. I'm focused on me. Good for you, Thomas. I agree. This is like a Jerry Lewis telethon. On and on and on. Right. Just did. No, I cannot. I can't do the stand-up thing. Well, not yet. Yet. You will. Just give yourself time. You will do it. I actually got the idea from the, what is that guy that's real popular? Mike something. I don't know. I'll come up with a name. Depressing thought. I'm 3 years younger than my sister and brother. I look 15 years younger than him and 20 younger than her. Well, there you go. Yeah, Jonathan, it is his long legs. I look long too, but not in my face. Well, all I see is a Donald Trump coin, but whatever. He is like a giraffe. Yeah, right? Let me think. The guy, what was his name? He calls his channel. I mean, he sells products. He's one of those popular ones. I can't remember. It'll come up. Doctors won't save you. Moving is by David is my mobility YouTuber. So true. He's great. Yep. His name is Mike Mutzel. And I forget what his channel is called, but you know, I'm sure you've seen it. The guy's really popular. Whoop. Okay. High intensity health, that guy. This guy over here, he made a video on this, and that inspired me to make mine, which was... Let's see. It was on there somewhere. Exercise better than fasting, calorie restriction. It was in one of those videos. I don't remember. Something like that. But I saw that there. Again, sell products, whatever, but there's good information. Got almost 1 million subscribers or getting that way. Eat like your life. Depends on it. If I had a shirt, it would say, don't eat duck food. That's what it would be. I'm just not getting through because if I put in duck food, it talks about how to feed ducks. Okay, so live carnivore open mic. That will be, yeah, that's tonight. That's what I figured. I think it really is kind of ironic because if you look over here, see what they use for a microphone? I wonder if they were copying me. You think? I don't know. Of course, I have 2 microphones. Where did my other microphone go? Here it is. We got one right here. So let me do this. We have the 2 microphones that you'll find on Rick's live stream. You'll see this in some of my videos, and the other ones you'll see this. So Carnivore Open Mic with Carrie is actually a copy of Rick's microphone, because who is the only person that you will ever, well, not the only you ever see, but who was the one that you saw in the beginning doing carnivore interviews with these mics? It's Rick. And the only one that you'll ever see with a background made out of this is going to be Rick. Today, somebody might think this is a QR code, but it's not. I'm going to do a video on that as well. Once I get the time and the ambition to do it. Look, all the time I've spent here just talking and doing nothing. This is like a different day. Normally, I'm on the run going all over the place. So having a day where I can just do absolutely nothing except talk, that's like a vacation for me. So anyway, I will, as you know, I'll go into here and I will say hello and I'll say hi to everybody. I'll click like I always do. And then after about 10, 15 minutes, when nobody says hi to me anymore and no one says that I'm there, I'll just do this and just go, okay, who else do we have? And I'll hit YouTube, and then I'll see if we got any of the real carnivores out there that I know that might be coming up. And look, the vegan over there, we're trying to scare you. Less protein, less cancer. I mean, come on, guy. I watch the vegan BS, trying to convince you that protein causes cancer and blah, 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 blah. Whatever. And then when I hear this BS, what do I think about? I think about people like, well, who do we know that's had cancer and survived it on the carnivore diet? DC David Charles? Or who else? Anthony, hey duck, whack. They have cancer and they're on the carnivore diet. They're doing good. And then, of course, we have the carnivore beasts like Dr. Sean Baker that are over here. Look at this, jumping around. I need to make videos like this. Of course, I'm a skinny guy. I'm not as impressive as he is, but, Jumping from one of those to the other. Of course, his daughter's lighter, so that makes it easier, but still. Daughter 16 destroys dad 57. I'm sure that I could do it as fast as she can. That's one of the advantages of being super skinny. You can do all these things. You don't have to carry around all that extra weight. But then again, I wouldn't want to try to arm wrestle Dr. Baker because I'd get thrown over the table. That's how bad it is when you're as skinny as I am. So let me get out of here and... Okay, let me hit this. All right. I look old. Then I take a trip to see family. I could tell myself I look old, but I've never met another 57-year-old that had as much hair as I do, which I think is pretty amazing. Vince Wilkinson is my favorite strength YouTuber. I'll have to check that out as well. He's who I go to for the fun strongman stuff. Well, you're going to be another strongman YouTuber. Carrie invited me to the open mic this morning over here. Well, good for you. Good for you. Carrie likes to invite interesting people, with one exception, of course. I think I'm on the blacklist on the Carrie thing now, but I was on the 24-hour and the 12-hour live streams. But I think since then, he's going for a different group. I don't think he wants quacks associated with his group. But if you're there, I'm going to check it out. If you're there, I'll stay there and watch it. But if you're not there, 10, 15 minutes and I'll go somewhere else. Even if I go and play with Milton, it's still more interesting. The fact is, it doesn't matter how old we look. I would rather look old and feel this way than look young and feel like crap and on death's door. Good thing I both look good. Look both good and feel great. It's like driving around a 69 Charger that's all beat up and rusted, but it's got a fresh 440 in there. You still got the power. You can still get a great experience. Just don't go too fast or parts may fall off. Copying is a form of flattery. Well, there you go. Pearly Mopar. We got another Mopar person here. Well, that's it. If you know what a Mopar is, we're doing good. I'm going now. Thanks so much for your time. Well, thank you, Jonathan, for being here. I'm glad that I was able to entertain you for a little bit, and we'll catch you on the next one. That's open mic, really. That's how we know you are the true OG Rick. Well, only Rick has open phone, so that's the one difference. But yeah, I think it is interesting that we did that. Anthony Haddock. Yep, he was on Dr. Kilt's a couple days ago. I had to get up at 6 because I wanted to see him. I had seen him. I believe he was on Dr. Sean Baker's, and he might have been on Carrie's. I don't remember. But he was on one of the popular channels a while ago, and I saw him. I communicated. I think he might have also been on Dave Mack's channel. And when I saw him on Kilts, I thought, man, I'm glad that he's still around. He's an inspiration for a lot of people. Every time somebody tells me that carnivore is going to give me cancer, I tell them, look, cancer runs in my family. I haven't had it so far that I know of, and I've been on the carnivore diet a long time, so yeah, that's how you spell his last name, but he says it's like, hey, duck. So I always, when I hear the word duck, anytime you say duck, I'm like, oh, duck where? Andrew Scarborough. Okay, I've heard that name before. Annabella. I wonder how well I could do that one-leg hop thing. I've done it many times. In fact, I may make a video on it. It's actually quite simple, Okay. I would be willing to try. I'd like to see that. I plan on being there at the open mic. Well, I'm going to look for you. If you're there, I'll be there. And I won't duck out 15 minutes like I usually do. I met Anthony, and I arm wrestled him on my channel. I didn't see that one. I saw you arm wrestling. I saw you arm wrestle. It's funny, arm wrestling Carrie. That's a funny one. He beat me barely. And Anthony's pretty strong. So by the time you get to be 20 years old, you're going to be pretty dangerous. I don't think anyone's going to want to get there. Did you somehow manage to disable the stupid crown? I haven't done anything. I think since I'm a crowned idiot myself, maybe YouTube doesn't put it in there. I don't know. Either that or my channel's just too small to get their attention. And we're saying bye to Jonathan. Just got done preaching carnivore and low carb to a lady with a lot of health problems. Found out she loves meat, but eats potatoes and bread. Whack. She said her doc had her on 3 different antibiotics. Wow. It was one of the longest. I'll bet it was with Anthony. Anthony's got some muscle there. So you probably had to work hard and eventually he beat you. But yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to see. I didn't see it. I don't know why they didn't send it to me. They recommend a lot of your videos, but I didn't get that one for some reason. Okay. Now, let me see here. Let's give Caleb the honorary crown. Well, since Caleb came in here, this live stream has really become more lively. So that's a good thing. What I'm going to do, since I don't have any heart attack chicken, I'm going to duck out for a couple minutes. I'm going to run to the kitchen. I'm going to get some of that pork shoulder that I have, and I'm going to slice it up, and I'm going to put it in the pot so it'll boil while I'm over here talking. So I'll leave this on here. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me put the music on for a little bit, and then I will return. Okay, so what I did, I had to wash out the pot because I was using the pot to make heart attack chicken yesterday. So I put some washing soda with water in there overnight. So I rinsed it all out. I cleaned it up, put some water in there, and cut some pieces of pork shoulder, threw it in there, and then that way it can kind of boil up, and I'll have something to eat. I really don't know how you people can do these long fasting things. I like to eat 3 times a day. I'm sorry. I have my breakfast, I have my lunch, and I have my dinner. It's just something that is just part of my lifestyle. Okay, so let me go ahead and go back to the comments here. And let's see what we have. Does she know that most antibiotics have at least one black box warning? Good point. So one of my long form videos, I'm going to look for that. I want to see, over there struggling. You probably make Anthony have to sweat it out trying to beat you. That'd be kind of funny. Huh. I saw that. Dr. Kilt's arm wrestling match was funny. He was yelling. Yep. That's the one thing I've always been terrible at is arm wrestling. My cat could beat me at arm wrestling. I have no strength whatsoever for that. Now, on the other hand, I'll challenge you to a van pushing. I can push a van farther than anybody I've ever seen. Or a car. I pushed my Dodge Charger when the transmission went out 1/2 a mile from where it stalled out to the house. And I was worn out after that. The thing is that I don't get out of breath. What happens to me is that the muscles just get tense and tired. That's what happens. I don't get like, breathing hard. It's just like the muscles start to just hurt. It's just too much. And I got home and I sat down on my bed and I turned on the air conditioner and I fell asleep after that pushing. But that's okay. All right. And Jonathan said bye. There you go. Yep. Okay. Great. Some heroin music. All right. You should have made Dr. Baker do surgery on your arm for free if he breaks it. I don't think anybody could break Caleb's arm. They may, they may stretch him out, but he looks tough. He doesn't look like somebody you can break very easily. Even me, a skinny guy like me, I can crash into a coconut tree on my bicycle and not break anything. Yes. That would have been funny. That is right. Oh, I was just asked to work. Someone called out. Well, I guess you'll be at the quick check. Okay. Well, if you got to go, you got to go. No problemo. We'll see you again at the next time. Every time I see a normal-sized woman who is married to a very large man, I think, what if something happens to him? How will she be able to take care of him if he is too big? Yeah, they should carnivore. That is very true. It was good. She would just sit and listen to me preach. It was great practice for my coaching I'm working toward. Well, good for you. Now, you're lean, you're tall. I'm sure a lot of people may wonder, well, was he really that sick? Yes, I am back. I always find my way back. You can never get rid of the quack for too long. Those black box warnings are things that have already put people in the ground. Yeah, right. Those side effects are scary, even in their silly commercials. Rick, part 9. I just keep going, don't I? I could do this forever, but the problem is I got a lot of other stuff to do, and I have a customer that needs some repairs done. And here I am just talking away. But I got some food cooking, so that'll be good. I one time did a 10-day water fast. I think what it is, there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of excess body fat, and I think it's possible for somebody like me that runs hot and is always busy and has very little fat stores to work on. I think it's a different experience. But you said it was an experience for you, which I believe it. You lost 22 to 23. Wow, 22 to 23 pounds. I can't afford to lose any weight. I mean, I think I'm about 195 right now. I've been as low as 190, and I look like somebody that survived Auschwitz. So I am not going to try to lose weight. I want to gain weight. I want to gain mass. I don't care. If I'm skinny, who cares? as long as I'm strong enough to do what I need to and I got a lot of energy, I'm really happy about that. Don't tend to get info and not even in the doctor's office. Strict carnivore for 9 months. And I first saw you on Dr. Kilt's Morning. Oh, a couple weeks ago. And you are the funniest carnivore I've ever seen. Love it. Well, thank you, Too Calm. I'm glad that you think that I'm funny. It's really kind of interesting because if you look at Russ Mitchell's Keto Cookout, you'll see that I think one of the reasons that he wants me on his show is because he's funny. And Russ is like me, he's also funny. So he'll make a joke and make people laugh. And sometimes I'm trying to be serious, but everybody's laughing at me because people that don't know me, they think that I'm crazy. I'm talking about eating roadkill iguana and grab the duck by the tail. And they ask me all these questions about how to prepare parking lot chicken, and people laugh. So it's pretty funny. But yeah. Well, going strong, I see. Hi, everyone. Well, hello, Lisa. I see you're back. I'll take you up on that challenge. My tree trunk's legs will hold up well for pushing cars. We'll have to do that sometime. I've had to push so many cars in my life, it's not funny. But normally what I do, I use leverage. I'll lean up against it. I normally do it going backwards. I almost never push going forwards unless I'm pushing one of these newer little cars. I had to push a Fiat 500, and I just had one hand on the car I was walking to guide it along. It's like pushing a bicycle. But pushing my van, that thing, and it was loaded too with a bunch of junk. So it's pretty heavy. All right, let's see. I don't arm wrestle anymore. Seen too many arms breaking videos from people arm wrestling. I am done with it. I used to though. See, there you go. I'm down with pushing cars. I know you are. Look, if you have a farming background, I know how it is with farmers. I had one time when we were harvesting hay back in the 80s. The truck quit and we were trying to get his truck to move. We were pushing this thing. It was all loaded with hay. And I remember we were pushing it down Sunset Drive until we could get it off to the side of the road. And then, if I remember correctly, we had to go to Rose Auto Parts to get one of those fuel pumps. It was a Ford truck. It had that filter in the fuel pump. I think it was the fuel. Yeah, the fuel pump went out. So we changed it on the side of the road. But I remember it was pretty common. And even the older, like his dad, his grandfather was, I think, 75 or 78. I don't remember. And they were pushing the truck the next time it broke down. My friend and his grandfather were pushing the truck. So, you'd be surprised. I will only do some wrestling, but it depends on what she looks like. Uh-oh. Why do I have a knock on the door? Hold on a second. Milton. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Milton. No, Milton. What are you doing, you silly pet? Wow, that crazy cat. Sorry about that. Well, oh my goodness. Milton, I had one of my customers drop off some data, the computer they want the data recovered from. And then Milton ran out, and Milton started going all over the yard. He saw, I don't know if it was a squirrel or what it was. He started chasing him. He went up the tree, and then Milton didn't want to come down from the tree. He was complaining. Oh my goodness. This is one of those days, I'll tell you. That's one of the things about my, my live stream. I guess it's just a matter of time before something happens. And now Milton's in my room. What do you want? You silly pet. Well, hopefully everybody can hear me. Let me see what we got here. Okay. I'm doing estimates. There you go. Bob has returned. Thomas, that's why you don't answer your phone when boss calls. All right. I weigh more than you. Yes, and you're tall. Maybe I'll lean out in a few years or something. Maybe, or maybe you'll just adapt to being heavier, which is fine. Heart attack chicken, pacemaker pizza. That's what I'm known for. Good old Rick the Quack. Oh, they caught Rick. No, I'm here. I'm back. From Family Guy. Chicken from Family Guy. Okay. I totally zoned out while driving, and then suddenly I heard a voice calling out to Milton. There you go. Well, Milton has returned. Milton is actually in the window. He was outside raising mayhem, but that's okay. Rick should leave his mic on when he has surprise visitors in case we have to call 911 and explain who he is and where he lives. He lives at the corner jungle on the back street of Miami. Well, what I'm eventually going to do, once I get the studio space set up, I may actually have sort of a live where people that I know, whenever they come in. Now, I'm going to put the outside camera eventually. So when I go outside to talk to somebody, the camera will come up. So that is a good thing. But again, I'm doing the best I can. I tell everybody, I try to take the day off, but people keep having problems, and I guess I'm the problem solver that everybody wants to find. Okay, so let's see. Did everybody leave? Oh, here we go. Now I'm covered in mud and straw. Tomorrow's video should be interesting. I'll be going live around 3 o'clock Central Time, which I guess is 4 o'clock our time. So we'll wrap up this before that. What were we talking about before you almost got kidnapped? Well, that's one of the great things about this. We could just pop it over here and look. But now what it is, basically somebody I do work for, they lost access to their files, so they brought me their computer so I can do a data recovery. So I'm going to try to get on that as soon as I can. There's just too much going on here. Oh my gosh, still alive. Yes, I'm still here. I missed the kidnapping. Well, yeah, something like that. I'm 6'4" and about 147, but never been higher than 155. See, I'm not the only skinny one out there. I don't see. Is that you? I can't tell the picture, but What? Are you talking to me, Milton? What do you want? Huh? What? What? Here comes the Black Menace. Are you a Black Menace? You're a Black Menace. Look at that curly little tail. You're so cute, you sweet little thing. You're totally harmless. You are totally harmless. Yes, you are. Until you get around technical items, then you're a total disaster. Yeah, someone knocked at the door. I actually have a doorbell and nobody ever uses it. That's the funny thing. They always knock on the door. Why they knock on the door, I don't know. I'm going to have to tell my friends, if you knock on the door, I'm not going to answer it anymore. Push the doorbell button. Okay. Now, my record was 8 hours. This is not a new record. 9 to 5 is 8 hours. 8 to 4 is 8 hours. So on. 5'6" and never been lower than 180 pounds. Did you eat? Nope. I threw the food in there. I smell it cooking. Let's see. Except for one time when I was starving myself and got down to 177 pounds. Well, the great thing about the carnivore diet is you'll never have to starve yourself. Your body will find the weight that it likes. And that's it. That's the great thing about it. Okay, now let's see. I approached weight loss wrong a few years ago. That's right. But the thing is, you discovered the carnivore diet, and it's a good thing that you did because weight loss is not the most important thing. It's going to be the functional strength and eating until you're truly satisfied. People offer me food for sympathy, but I'm not usually desiring their offerings. No one gives meat or egg. That's the thing. They're always trying to give you duck food, but nobody wants to give you real food. Right, Milton? Look, it's off Milton, yes. Now, think about it. If you wouldn't feed it to a cat, why would you feed it to a person? Have you ever seen anybody give a cat donuts? Have you ever seen a cat eat donuts? No, little sweetie. You're a soft little kitten. You're so sweet. Love you so much. I love my kitty. Oh, I sure do. Sweetie, you're a good kitty. But you're a menace. You go outside, you run all over the place, you climb trees, you chase the squirrels. You going to eat the squirrel? When I go squirrel shooting, I'm going to bring you some squirrel meat, and you can enjoy the squirrels. Yes, you can. You sweet little kitten. I love you so much. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Carnivore has saved my mental and emotional health. And see, that's the thing. Even a younger person can benefit from the carnivore diet because young people shouldn't be dealing with mental issues. We should be enjoying life, you know? I had so much anxiety and depression before carnivore. And so did Aaron. Mine too, see? And now I never really get depressed or anxious. Well, welcome to the world of Rick the Quack. I don't even know what it means to be depressed. I get anxious. There's a hurricane coming or my house is on fire. I'll get anxious and I'll go and try to put the shutters up or put out the fire, and that's it. But let's see. I have a cat that likes to tear into bread and potatoes, really. Hence the name potato. Don't really have bread anymore. Wow. Are you sure that's a cat and not a duck and a cat's covering? That's crazy. I've never had a cat. My cats won't even eat cat food. Every cat I've had, you give them cat kibble and they look at you like, what is that, gravel? Even the canned food they won't eat. My cats only like to eat meat. Yes, and eggs. And you're sweet little kitten. Yes, you are. You're such a good kitten. Except for learning how to swim and having to jump into a 12-foot deep pool. That would make anybody anxious. That was anxiety inducing. I would agree. It is. It is. But see, that short-term anxiety is good for you. The mud is hot today in the duck pond. Well, there you go. And Caleb says, I like the quack world. Well, I like the fact that you're here too. We welcome all the great people. That's the great thing about the quack world. Everyone's welcome at the duck pond. And you'll like it here. Even Milton. Yes, Milton loves it here. Look at Milton. He's a cutie. Look at those teeth. Oh, my goodness. Such a good little animal. What a sweet cat you are. You're a good pet. And the other thing, too, is in the quack world, you know, we don't have any of the fancy stuff. We don't even really have video conference, but we do have the call-in line, which you can always call in to my phone, and I will talk to you right there on the phone, as we always do. Right, Milton? Milton might talk to you, too. Well, you're a cutie. Oh, my goodness, are you cute. You're such a good kitty. But But yeah, he's actually pretty well behaved. When I first got him, he would always knock me offline, but not anymore. Well, that's good. So let's see how many people we have in the Crazy Rick. Oh, all right. Let's see. Okay. We have 31 people still watching. That is pretty amazing. I'll tell you that. Pretty amazing. Okay. Hmm. Why did this do that? Are you scratching, Milton? You still got fleas? No wonder you're always outside. You get into everything, you silly little pet. I'm going to have to give you some extra beef tallow, sweetheart. Okay, this seems to have frozen up. Hmm. Okay, Milton. I see you've made yourself at home. Look at that. Always finds a spot to sleep in. And yep, there's going to be errands. Let's see, schedule for 6:21. I guess you put an intro video on that. That's pretty good. Let's see. Crazy cat. Oh, I see. They've got a grocery haul, Walmart, huh? That's another place I don't like to go to is Walmart. The only thing I buy at Walmart is motor oil. That's about it. I hate Walmart. I want to go back to Kmart. I mean, think about it. Who wouldn't want to go to Kmart, especially in today's world? Okay. You are one silly cat. You know that? You are so cute. Why does this not work? Ah, there we are. I got the cat bothering me with those little teeth there. Yep. Hey, you know, the last Kmart is actually over here. I'll have to make a video of that too. But, huh. It's crazy. Hmm. Hmm. It is kind of a unique place to live in. We got some real weird things going on here. But anyway, yeah, I got all kinds of videos. Go back over here to this one. Get the comments. All right. Let's see. 31. 31 right now. Just pop back for Al Gore. Uh-oh. Okay. Did anyone call today? No, nobody called in today. Today, I guess that wasn't said. Walmart is not great. I agree. I do not like Walmart. I always like Kmart better. Well, it's all we got, right? Love Kmart. I'm more of a Costco guy. Well, there you go. The warehouse stores. There's a BJ's wholesale club near me, but there used to be a Kmart commercial. Let's see. Kmart. I don't see the commercial anymore. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Thursday through Sunday, all Kmart's hail the age of AccuColor during the grand opening of their new store at Glenwood Road and I-20 East. See this RCA AccuColor TV and celebrate Kmart's low discount price during the savingest grand opening ever.
Guess that's the only one they got.
Felicidades, pa.
Un auto, un clásico. No es mucho.
I know a place
I know a place
where life is good.
where life is good.
A brand new place.
A brand new place.
In your neighborhood.
Your neighborhood.
Come to my place.
Where dreams come true.
My saving place can save a lot of dollars for you.
My saving place. Kmart.
Kmart.
Is your saving.
Yes, it is.
You need value. Face to face.
Everything.
Kmart.
Kmart.
Sells great merchandise.
You're gonna get value at a low, low price. Here at my place, you know you're gonna get more.
Get more.
My saving place has got a lot of value in store.
Saving place. Kmart.
Kmart.
Is your saving.
Sing it for me, children.
The new Solon Kmart will celebrate its grand opening starting Thursday. Hundreds of grand opening specials await you at this and all Cleveland.
Yep. I think Kmart was definitely more fun than Walmart, but what can you do? So, hey, I'm just happy that we have this internet that we can share time together. Because when I was a kid, the only thing we had was the payphone. And if you look at my channel over here, you will see that the payphone is here. This is a video to answer a question that I get many, many times. Somebody younger than a certain age will come into the front yard and they'll look and see this. And they wonder what it is. So yeah, as you can see, this is one of the videos that I had before I started even putting the carnivore videos. I just started reposting videos, and that's my front yard payphone. And people laugh at me. They're like, Rick, you got ducks, you got iguanas, you got a jungle, and you have a phone in your yard. And yes, and it does work. So I'm not going to bore you with the video, but if you ever check out some of my videos, you might find all kinds of weird stuff in my YouTube channel. You know, Milton, you slept here. Now you got your head where I can barely move the mouse. You got your paw over the controls. How am I supposed to do a live stream when I have you here? Let me show everybody what I'm dealing with. First of all, let me switch the camera. I can barely get to this thing. Oh my goodness. Why do cats always do that? Look at this. We have no sound. Okay. Milton, what did you do? Oh, there goes Milton. Milton is stretching his paws out, and he knocked off the sound. You silly puss. My goodness. Okay. I can't hear you. Yes, he did. Okay. He did turn off the mic. Muted. Okay. It's a good thing I keep up with the comments. I need to look at the VU meter, but I don't. Now, I want to show you a little something here. What happens? Here's Milton. Let me move the camera. This is Milton, as you know. And there he is. Look at that cute face. Milton. Okay. And here is my very old mixer, as you can see. Now, right here is a little switch that controls the microphone. If you tip this, that turns it on. Now, notice that Milton likes to move around with his little paws. When he flips over, if he hits this with his tail or paws, it's off. Now, I just need to make sure the light is on because it doesn't work. Okay? All right, Milton. Gotta watch you. Silly, look at that silly little pet. You are such a sweetheart. I like you so much. Yes, I do. Okay. It's looking good, right, Milton? Okay. Let me go back here. I hear nothing but good things at Costco. I was a Costco member like 20 years ago. But they moved. They used to be next to the Don Carter's bowling alley. They moved somewhere else, and then they turned that into a Lowe's. And I just, when they stopped selling lard at Costco, I stopped going there. That's what it was. Rick, you muted again. Okay. We haven't heard the last 3 minutes of what you've said. We'll say it again. Rick, you're muted. I think they had a few good ones. You're losing viewers. Yes, I am. Still looking good, even though we can't hear you. Okay. Duck food. Okay. You're back. We can hear you. That's why he's a black menace. I will read him again. All right. Time for the nuts to come off now. Well, not yet, little cuddles. Let's go back over here. All right. I don't know if you heard this one, but it was, is anyone going to be at the SPG 4th of July meetup? And I told you I won't be because I am too poor. I have no money to travel. I don't even have money to eat out. I got to stay here and babysit my roof to make sure that I catch any water that leaks in before it collapses. I'm going to be here until the end of hurricane season. Usually around October, things calm down. By that time, hopefully I'll have the roof fixed, or at the very least, I won't have to worry about a storm taking the house, because the end of October is the end of hurricane season. I should be able, I'm supposed to be at the Hack Your Health thing, but that's what Russ is trying to make sure that I go to. I'm in a family of 9, so Costco is a must. Yes, that is a big family. Glad you found Carnivore. Now play the Kmart Ship Your Pants commercial. I remember that. I said that it has to do with something like going to the bathroom. I'm a Sam's Club guy because it's closer. My dad is thinking about having the whole family go carnivore. Well, smart father. Look up Kmart Ship My Pants commercial. I remember when it was on TV. That would be great, Caleb, if all would do it. Yes. I'm 16 and know what a payphone is. But like I said before, if you can use a payphone, I'll be impressed. If you ever happen to be in my area, I'll give you a quarter and you can make a phone call on it. Big gas savings commercial. I don't remember that one. That sounds kind of interesting. Big ass savings, maybe? Okay. I used to like the subs from Kmart. You had the Kmart grill with the big K burger. And then this is when we had no sound. So we're all caught up. We'll go back over here. They used to sell lard. Yes, they sold lard. It came in a box. And it was, what was the name of the brand they had? It wasn't Kirkland. It was something else. Because I know Kirkland is a regular brand. It was, oh man, I can't remember. It's been years. The first Costco here was sometime in the late 80s. Because I remember I was working, and one of the guys I work with, he had gotten some tires from Costco. And since I have a tire machine, he wanted me to install the tires on his car, which I did. See, now Milton must be dreaming because he's shaking his paws. What are you doing? Okay. Why can't someone create a fake Dr. Greger account? Hey, I like that one. Fake Harry and fake Dr. Greger would be great. Well, give it a shot. That's kind of funny, you know. I like that. That's pretty cute. Boy, Milton, he is stretching himself out. He's got his paws and head up against me. You silly little pussycat. I need to get you out of here. I can barely move. I'm here like in a sardine can with the cat stretched out. You know what it is. He just really likes me. I'll use a payphone to call 911. That's easy. Just pick up the handset and call 911. But mine actually will work. I have quarters handy. You can put it in there. You can make the phone call. Oh, excuse me. Although I have to admit, the program got erased when the battery went dead. That would be a funny video. I agree. It would be a funny video. Speaking of funny videos, it smells like the meat may actually be ready. So give me a couple of minutes here. I'm going to walk over to the kitchen. I need to make a mobile camera so I can take you with me. You know, it'd be pretty funny. Like, oh, this guy, well, he's going to fall down in that junky house. But I'm going to go to the kitchen. I'm going to see if my meat is ready because I need to have my lunch. It's already 3 o'clock and I haven't had my lunch. So, okay, Milton, let me move. Okay, Milton. There goes the Milton. All right. Come on, Milton. You want to come with me? Silly puss. All right. Here comes Milton. You want out, little pussy? What are you doing, huh? You're a bad pussycat. What? You are one lively pet. You know that? You just want to harass me. That's all it is. You crazy cat. You are one crazy cat. You know that? All right. Okay. Well, it is ready. We have the pork shoulder pieces. It's too hot for you, Milton. You know, you're not going to be eating this right now. And I like to cut it with the fat still attached. So that's really quite delicious. Now, because this is Rick's Kitchen, there is no salt. There is no spices. There is nothing else on there. It's just meat. And I like to eat it when it's hot. Very good. I'll give you some, don't worry. Very good. One of the things that's happened to me a lot over the years is if somebody comes over to eat with me, they will complain that my food is too bland. You don't have any spices. But the thing is, when you've eaten carnivore as long as I have, spices are not something to be enjoyed. I mean, to me, it just covers up the taste of the food. Good. It's a light, a light lunch. Not much. That's good. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hey, I own like 2/4 of. Okay. A channel named Carnivores vs. Vegans with AI-generated carnivores and vegans fighting in an arena full of cheering like Sedeverly deathmatch show. That would be funny. All the known carnivores and vegans bouts. I think I'm going to head out now. I'm going to go eat a horse or something. Well, good. Go for it. If you lived in Florida, you could grab a nice, tasty iguana or duck. But, hey, I'm glad that you were here, and I'm glad that we've had some good participation today. Even though nobody called in, at least we've had a lot of comments. So, now, it seems like the comments have started to slow down. I may be the only one here. We'll see. But how many people do we still have? We have about 29 still. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Have some more of this delicious fatty pork. It's good. Super hot. Good. Now, most of the time, when you look at one of the carnivore channels and somebody's eating, what do? They get the knife, the fork. You always see them putting salt on there. A lot of times they'll get a cutting board and then they will cut the pieces of meat and they'll put it in the salt. And I don't do that. I use ceramic plate. Milton, watch that switch. No, don't step on the mic switch. You are a silly pussy. You know that? I see you're licking your lips. You like the pork. I know that. You love this stuff. It's eating time for little Milton. Okay. Want a piece? Come on. Go get it. Come on. Go get the food. All right. There you go. Okay. I'll feed him his food, but I'll give him a little bit so he leaves me alone, which is kind of nice. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love meat. Delicious. Who knew that you could live your whole life eating the food that you really like, even though they told you it's going to kill you before your time? Call him and tell him he's muted. Might be faster. No phone number pinned today. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Delicious. Still works. Okay. Okay. I'll do my best to come back. Well, hey, I'll be seeing you, I guess, tonight on the Carrie live stream. If you're there, I'll be there. If I don't see anybody that I know, well, I'll go do something else. They love horse over in Italy. Yes, they love horse down here, too. Some of the Cubans, they like horse. No phone number pinned today. It's in the description, but I could pin it. Good thing I'm Italian. I didn't know your family was Italian. How cool. Italians tend to live longer, so despite the fact that they eat a lot of duck food. So when you're an Italian that doesn't eat duck food, you got a big advantage. I work a Mexican event tonight until 1 a.m. See how much meat they serve. I hope some. Hope it's not just rice and beans. Enjoy the horse. There you go. It's in description. Yes, it is in the description. You want some more, Milton? Look at that, Milton. Here. Want another piece? Come on. Come and get it. No? Come on. There you go. You're a good cat. I like you. Oh, yeah. Delicious. Okay. I'm on my phone. I know what you mean. Now, in the past, I've actually used the Google Voice call along with this. I don't know if that still works anymore. One of these days I'm going to have to try it. But I'm always looking for alternatives to the regular streaming software. Not bad. Out of all the people that you've seen eat on camera in the carnivore community, how many of them use no knife or fork, no salt, no spices, nothing? Just their hands and their teeth. Am I the only one? Maybe I am. But I've eaten on many of the live streams. I'm not trying to insult anyone, but just sometimes, got to eat something. It's like back when Kerry did his live stream for 24 hours. I think, well, at least with that, they didn't have to talk for 24 hours. They had other people that were talking, and they just had to stay up to go in between it. Which, I know towards the middle they were getting kind of sleepy. I remember that. It's quite interesting. I wonder how long ago that. Maybe a couple of years at least. Let me check that out. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. 24-hour carnivore live stream. Oh, only a year ago? I thought it was more than that. Could be wrong. Let's see. Live stream schedule. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Yeah. I thought it was longer than that. I could be wrong. I started falling asleep. Okay. Still wonder what happened to JT. Cannot figure that out. Yep. It was there. I don't know what happened to it. Oh well. Anyway. So I thought that was in 2023, but maybe it was 2024. I don't know. All right. I love to watch people eat. Well, I'd rather do the eating, but hey, that's fine with me. All right. Milton, you want more? Is that what it is? Here, I'll give you some more. You got meat over there. He always has to come and see what I've got, see if I got something better. Believe it or not, I generally don't like salting my meat at all. The only time I like to salt meat is when I'm doing chicken. Oh, it looks like it's raining. Oh, great. I think my toolbox is outside. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to go out there and see if I left my tools outside. Oh, come on. All right. Silly little Milton. Okay. You are one silly pet. You know that? Oh my goodness. Well, now it's not raining. Okay. That's a good thing. on in or not? Yes? No? Okay. You can stay. That crazy, Milton. Wow. Cats are so funny. I love cats. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to go outside. I had my toolbox open. We got a light rain, but as soon as I brought the toolbox in, the rain stopped. So I guess you can control the weather. I always used to say, if you need some rain, just open the hood and start working on the car. And that usually does it. So what do we got here? I left my teeth in the denture container this morning. Most carnivore foods are okay without. It's good to know. I love watching animals eat. Yeah. Milton held it down. Well, he's good at that. Thought we had a stream sleeper on our hands. No, not really. Okay. So anyway, yeah, usually about this time of day it winds down anyway, and Aaron's live stream is going to be starting in about half an hour, so there's no sense for us to be here all day and deprive everybody else of their time. Okay. So anyway, do we have any more questions or comments that you'd like to have in here? Otherwise, I'll go ahead and shut this down, finish up what I'm eating, and then you can take some time out and check out Aaron's live stream. So let's see. Okay. The scene changes. Interesting. What is that, like some boy band group or something? All right. Let's rock the outside. There you go. Yeah. In fact, I just went outside, out the back door, climbed over a pile of junk, went over there to the work area, grabbed my toolbox. That thing's heavy. All the while, hopefully I didn't get too dirty. Probably got dirt on my clothes. I'm trying to wear good clothes and going out there in that dirty backyard with all the vines and stuff, but come back in here. On the good side, though, that's where the other end of this air conditioner is located. Believe it or not, there's a 50-foot refrigerant line that goes between the bedroom and the backyard. That way the county doesn't know I have air conditioning in here. And the air conditioner is in the back by the shop where you can't even see it. And I'm thinking to myself, why is there hot air blowing in my work area? And then I realized, oh, that's where the air conditioner is. I usually don't have it on during the day. Usually, if I do run an air conditioner, it's going to be the main one in the main house. And that's over there by the other back door. So, yeah, this is a little bit different. Well, anyway, yeah, if this lasts until 4, this is an 8-hour live stream. We're not trying to break any records here. It's just so happens to be that way. We were kind of winding down, but our friend Caleb came in and dropped on, and that was good. Okay, what does Bob say? Who's going live today? I guess later on Carrie's live stream, I guess Caleb was invited to his group. Nature Calls. There you go. That's funny. Free electric. How do I get free electric? Nah, I don't have the meter rigged. Although I do have my generator. I can generate electricity from wood gas. I got to get that going if we have a hurricane. One of the great things about that, the wood gas generator after a hurricane, you have unlimited fuel. All the debris that people put out by the road, bring it here, pile it up, put it over there on the exhaust side of the generator. It helps dry it out. So where the muffler and all that is, that's where the rack is to dry the wood. So what you do, you throw all the wood in there, let it dry out. You put it into the gasifier, and then it just runs a generator. Now, I've had questions about this before, And I did have videos when I had my wood gas truck. The problem is YouTube deleted all of them. But you can easily go on YouTube and find other videos. There you go.
Probably get it filled if you walk into the shop.
See? It is possible. That's how my generator works. It works on wood. Never have to go to the gas station.
Read about it years ago. I mean, this isn't new. This has been done. This has been done before. Second World War. They used they powered vehicles with wood. When there was no fuel over in Germany, France, and the Netherlands. And or they had gasifiers back then. And it kind of died off. And then back in the 70s, kind of come back to life again. So people brought it back and talking about it and doing different things with it. And I just got interested in it as I like things to do like this, projects, and be able to just make some. Everybody talks about the price of gasoline and possibly someday the shortage of gasoline and any petroleum products, and plus the what it does, carbon does to the environment. And this really interested me. And so I like a lot of welding, fabricating, and just saying new things. And it works good. It's good for enthusiasts to be able to do this. And I'd like to see more people get involved with this. A lot of the parts, some of the equipment, a lot of the stuff is built out of, actually it's just built out of junk. Not all of it, of course. I mean, the cooling rails, what you see there, is part in silver. I mean, that's all like new exhaust tubing. What you see there, I mean, there's a lot more underneath and in different spots, There's some new stuff in it. I don't know what I've got in it. My wife's too close to me for me to tell her, I guess, how much maybe I might have it in it. But I think it'll probably be a couple $1,000, $1,500, $2,000. That's about it, But massive amount of time, probably 600-700 hours. Well, just the whole project was very, very time-consuming. And I mean, the first time when you get it running and you hear the first few putts from the engine kind of thing, and as you start going down the road, I'll tell you, it's the old adrenaline's really flowing. It's quite a thing when you imagine a vehicle going down the road and not having petroleum in it.
See? That's the way my 1969 Dodge truck was. Powered by wood. I went all the way to Iowa with that thing. Running on wood. Okay. This house behind the main house, 7 meter. Forgot about. Jumper cables on the drop line can also work too, There you go. Like the DeLorean in Back to the Future. Virility supplement. Hydrogen engines too. Yeah, but the laws of thermodynamics, they work against you on that one. It's hard to get hydrogen, it's hard to store. But good old hydrocarbons, if you got garbage, and by the way, my wood power truck also used plastic. So I could get plastic bottles, plastic trash, because they have these cleanups around here. I have a lot of friends that were into the environmental thing. Most of them have left Miami because they finally realized what I told them was true. Miami's environment is totally destroyed and there's no fixing it. But when they were here, we used to pick up these massive amounts of trash, tons of plastic and everything from the ocean, from the beaches and all that. I get a few loads of that, stuff it in the back of my truck with some wood, fire it up, and go for a drive. When I used to do cleanouts years ago, I would burn at least half of the material that I hauled off. I only had to go to the landfill like maybe once or twice a year. Some of it went to the scrap yard, and some of it was turned into fuel. I burned everything in there, even pieces of tires. But they have a tendency to clog everything up with soot because tires use a lot of carbon to strengthen it and to give it the dark color. But yep, that's what I did. Let me see. Here we go. Wood powered, yes. Good old wood gas. Well, my videos got deleted, which is really stupid because they were pretty good. Yep. Still alive, just finishing up the last piece of my lunch. Always have the meat with the fat on it. Very important. Good stuff. That's right. Carbon and sulfur compounds. I don't recycle tires anymore. Usually what I do when I get rid of one, I cut it up in pieces and throw it in the garbage can. Let them bury it in the landfill with all the others. South Florida throws out a lot of waste. People here are extremely wasteful. They throw everything out. And I think they said that Miami has one of the highest amounts of garbage in the landfill per capita in the U.S. Okay. Haha. Just started work. It's good. Yep. Of course, down here, it's summer every day, even in December. All right. Sorry about that. Chomping away. And that's it. That was my meal. It's a light lunch. We're keeping it simple. No big deal. Should have got some water, but when you eat fatty meat, you don't get thirsty. That's one thing I've noticed. Let's see. I got dirty in the process. Must be the vicinity to the equator. Yes, you're right about that. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We're about 20 minutes from Aaron's live stream. Let me see how many people we have left before we can wrap this up. And it says 28 watching. Okay. All right. 29 watching. Huh. I can't believe there's still people here. It's amazing. See the comments. Huh. I love Milton. That's good. Didn't see Thomas on there, yeah. Plants trying on a live view. We shall see. Okay. Well, anyway, that looks good. I forgot to like myself. Got 53 likes. That's pretty good. Look at that. I think most of the people that come to my channel actually like it. So that's a good thing. anyway. Okay, let me go back to the comments here. Before we wrap this up, it says the fat has water attached to it, so we hydrate by eating. That's probably what it is. You know, if I eat duck food, like my parents used to feed me the healthy foods, I used to drink a ton of water. I could drink a whole pitcher of water eating duck food. I thought that was just so that I hated the taste of it so much. But when I eat meat, I barely drink any water. That's the amazing thing. That's probably what it is. We're about to blast off to Dad's house to install a sprinkler system. Well, I hope that you have some equipment. I hope you have a trencher and you're not doing it with a pick and shovel, because that is just not good for pop-up, like spike of bombardment. Okay. Huh. All right. Whatever it is, I'm not sure, but hey, what can you do? Well, we're coming up on 8 hours, and thankfully, it's going to end soon. So you can salvage what's left of your day, which probably isn't much, but we'll salvage it. And I hope everyone's been doing good. Oh, Bill Cook is back, I see. Hello again. You have returned, and we're still here. I had part of my lunch. I had a very small lunch, so I'm going to have a larger dinner. I think what I'll do, I'll make myself a full heart attack burger with all 2 pounds of meat. It's going to be really, really good. Yes, we have 56 likes. It's amazing that anyone would like such a long live stream. But I think next week, what I may try to do, I may do a shorter live stream in the morning, and then we'll do a longer one later. I'm going to try to split it up, maybe so we can get kind of the day going. Now, obviously, I can't have a live stream Saturday night because we have Kerry and his live stream. And again, on the Kerry live stream, the highlight of the day, I think, is you can win a shirt, salt, or a membership. So that's what it is. It's not like you're going to win anything really great, like a steak or something like that, but that's probably not practical anyway. Steaks are way too expensive. But, hey, it keeps people busy. It's a great way of advertising. And that's it. Oh, you're getting the trencher now. Okay. So what are you going to backfill it in? With the shovel, rake and shovel? Or do you have one of those Ditch Witch trenchers with the little push blade to push the dirt back in? I know up north where they don't have coral rock, a lot of times they'll use what's known as a, what do they call it, vibrating plow. And the trencher has this thing that you can, like, shakes and it goes in the ground. Let me see if I can find that. I know I have, let's see here. Oh, let's see. Milton, you're putting up a fuss. You know that? Huh. They make one of those for pulling pipe also. It's just bigger, but that's pretty popular. It doesn't work here because the ground here is all rock. So, that's the other kind. You got the trencher, and then you got the plow and all the other stuff. So, it's a way to do it. Interesting. Anyway, we go back here. All right. Going to have me binge watching and going down the rabbit hole of wood-powered vehicles and generators. Yep. Good question. Looks like it's going to be manual. I'm back. Going strong today. You got that right, even though I had no call-ins today. Nice. Texas, Caliche is all we have to plow through. That's not too bad. Good old Coral Rock is a nightmare. Okay. Natto and 10 eggs for lunch. And if you're not familiar with natto, it's actually fermented soybeans. And I think it's like my friend that had heart issues. He used to use natto as a blood pressure lowering treatment. It's actually quite effective. It's like my ex-vegan friend. He uses sauerkraut as an important part of his carnivore-ish diet. The fermented sauerkraut makes a difference. I eat fermented milk in the form of yogurt. And you know that Dr. Sean O'Mara talks a lot about the fermented foods. So remember, when you're on the carnivore diet or carnivore lifestyle, you just have to figure out what works for you. And some fermented foods, although they are plant-based, do have some animal-based qualities. I mean, think about it. Bacteria are not plants. So when you're eating a fermented food, not only are you eating plant material, but you're also eating bacteria, which, by the way, is what cattle use to help digest plant material into usable fats. Okay, here we go. When I dug that Florida earth sand, I hit the water table like 5 inches down. Depends on where you're at, but it can be pretty low. You know, you can have a pretty high water table. Around here, you got to dig down at least 7 or 8 or 9 feet, depending on where it is. And Orbital Hub says, I eat sauerkraut. There you go. Hopefully you make it yourself. A lot of the sauerkraut they sell in the store has been pasteurized and therefore doesn't have all the benefits. You'll always find sauerkraut fermenting in my kitchen because my friends, they love that stuff. And maybe when I make my heart attack burger, I'll put some sauerkraut on that too, because it goes very well with the heart attack burger. In fact, a lot of times when I have this pork, I used to have the sauerkraut with it, but it's been a long time since I've eaten any plant material. I don't even know if I've had any this year. I may have had an orange. I think I had a piece of a mango 2 weeks ago. That's it. Homemade all the way. That's right. And you know, bacteria, they can break down a lot of things. For example, glyphosate. There was actually, and I don't know who did the video, one of these prominent channels. I think it might have been that Keto Camp guy, the Ben Azadi guy. He was recently on the Dr. Kilt Zoom call. And they made like a list of different vegetables that were, you know, the dirty dozen and the ones that were safe. And I think one of the ones that were safe was cabbage. And cabbage is the foundation of sauerkraut. Some people also like to ferment cucumbers into pickles. And as you know, I also ferment tomatoes to make tomato sauce for my friends and when we do a pacemaker pizza. Yeah, I'll go for a small amount of fruit. Exactly. The thing about, I don't like going in the sun unless I have to. I wouldn't want to eat fruit and raise your blood sugar when you're in the sun, but if you're in the shade, you got some locally sourced fruit, why not go for it? If you're not addicted to it, now if you're one of those people that's addicted to carbohydrates, you probably don't want to eat the fruit because that may lead to falling into the duck pond. Yeah, fermented tomatoes is a great way to store them. Well, I can tell you from experience that if you try to make Lactobacillus reuteri, it really comes down to having a good source, because a lot of the bacterial sources, they may be mixed and you may end up with something that looks like vomit but white. So that's not the greatest. I've had some pretty bad experiences, but eventually you get it right. And once you get it right, it's easy to continue. Okay, so I have a feeling we probably exhausted most of the comments. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Now, if anybody out there wants to make a comment or whatever, let me see if I can. Nope, that scene doesn't work. Oh well. I was trying to make an outgoing scene, but I seem to have deleted it when Milton decided to get his paws on my controls, but that's okay. Anyway, let me go ahead and step through here. Oh boy. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Fermented camel milk. Oh, there's a drink I like to try. Hey, I don't know where you'd find a camel, but bust out into attack formation, engage. All right, there we go. So anyway, I want to thank everybody that was here for this typically long live stream, and forgive for the interruptions that I get from my normal life, which it happens. And hopefully in the not so distant future, I'll be back. Now, Tuesday night, generally, we have the keto cookout, which is Russ's, get it here. Let's see. All right, let's try keto cookout. It comes up first. All right, there we go. Huh. Why is it? I guess they got other ones in different channels. Oh, well. There it is. There's me with the old microphone. Yep. Only 101 views. That's a shame. Carnivore Kip, only 153 views. Oh, come on. People, you got to look at Russ's channel. Keto Cookout Live. Every 2 weeks, you know who it is. It's the Quack. The Quack is back. I guess it won't go into that in the preview, but anyway. So Tuesday night, you can check that out if you like. I don't think anyone else will invite me unless I might be on Thomas's live stream or something, but you won't find me on any of the big fancy live streams anymore, because once they've interviewed me once, they never call me back. They figure this guy is a complete quack. I don't want this quack around. Okay, soundtrack of the day, Galaxy Quest. Take it easy, Rick Rod. Great one again. Thank you for being here for the long haul. And speak of the devil here, we have David, DC Rebuilding. We were talking about you earlier, and I guess you have popped in. And have a good day, Rick. Have a good day, Lisa. Isn't that Darkwing Ducks tagline? It's been so long since I've seen that, I don't really know. Plagiarist you. Okay. All right. So, anyway. Yep. Okay. So, I hope everyone is having... You can't do Darkwing like that. Let's get dangerous. Hopefully, everyone had a good time, whether you came in early, late, in between, or wherever. And see Meathead, TC Rick, okay. And Bill Cook is also saying goodbye. Yes. So, anybody else wants to say goodbye? And we'll wrap this up. I'm going to let you go off. We can go to Erin's live stream or whatever you want, because she will be starting in less than 5 minutes. Funny how it works out like that. But anyway, that's your choice. So have a great what remains of your Saturday, and I'll catch you next week. Take care, and as you say, later.